everyone, Novels Wonderland here. Thank you all for the love and support you've shown me and the channel.
Naruto starting with a sage body, author, 1FIC, synopsis. After transmigrating into the Naruto world, Yagyu activates a god-level sign-in system. On the very first sign-in, he receives the reward, Senja Sage Body. When Yagyu finds that his ninjutsu is not powerful enough, he receives the reward, Fire Release, Great Fire Annihilation, Lightning Release, Chidori Stream, Wind Release, Raisin Shuriken. When Yagyu feels that he is still not strong enough, he receives the reward, Tensigen, Rinnegan, Fuse to obtain, Rinne Tensigen, Chapter 1-50. The young boy of the Yagyu family. Konoha village of the Land of Fire, the summer of the 54th year of Konoha, the first early morning before the Ninja Academy begins its new term. On the commercial street that was gradually becoming more crowded with people, there stood a very ordinary bookstore. Yagyu Bookstore. At this moment inside the bookstore, a middle-aged woman who still retained her charm, but already had quite a few wrinkles on her face, was organizing the books on the shelves. Tap, tap, tap. Footsteps came from the stairway. A little Shota who looked somewhat similar to the woman, just a little over 6 years old, appeared inside the bookstore with sleepy eyes. Good morning, Mom. Looking at his busy mother, the little Shota lazily greeted her. What are we having for breakfast this morning? Seeing the little Shota appear, the busy middle-aged woman revealed a gentle smile on her face. She casually said to the little boy, anything is fine, just eat something simple. Sosuke, hurry up. Today is the day of the Ninja Academy entrance test. Do not be late. The Sosuke the middle-aged woman mentioned was the little Shota named Yagyu Sosuke. After hearing his mother's arrangement, Sosuke nodded directly. Mom, you really are nagging. While speaking, Yagyu had already turned around and walked into the courtyard behind the bookstore. After washing up, Yagyu, who had just passed his 6th birthday, began making a nutritious breakfast. Judging by his skillful movements, it was easy to imagine that he usually did most of the cooking at home. Sizzle, sizzle. Looking at the fried egg in the pan, a helpless expression appeared on Yagyu's face. This feeling really sucks. Being reincarnated into this world is one thing, but not even giving me a cheat is too much. And I do not even have any connection to a big shinobi clan. I do not even want the red-eye disease anymore, just give me the white-eye disease at least. While complaining, Yagyu had already adopted a mentality of accepting things as they came regarding the fact that he had transmigrated into a civilian family. But 6 years had passed. Not having a single cheat ability was truly excessive. But fortunately, the major changes in Konoha have mostly already passed. While making breakfast, Yagyu thought about the future. Next will be Orochimaru invading Konoha, then Pain attacking Konoha, and finally the great war of the entire shinobi world that might threaten my life. After 6 years had passed, many memories brought from his previous life had gradually begun to fade. After all, a child's brain was still fragile and could not retain too many memories. However, Yagyu had already written down many future events related to Konoha in Chinese. That way he would not completely forget them later, and become flustered when encountering certain situations. If I can at least obtain a bit of power for self-preservation. Looking at the time on the wall clock, a serious expression appeared on Yagyu's face. With the bloodline of a civilian, slowly becoming an elite jonin, and with enough effort, advancing one more step to become a Kage-level powerhouse is probably already the limit. If I want to go even further, it would be too difficult. Even if he tried every possible method, in the end he might only be able to barely touch the threshold of the Super Kage level. These things are still too far away. Yagyu withdrew his gaze and silently warned himself. Even becoming an elite jonin is still very far away for the current me. Thinking too much was useless. It was better to stay grounded. After collecting his thoughts, it did not take much time. Yagyu finished preparing breakfast. His mother had also finished organizing the books on the shelves and had opened the shop. At the dining table. Sosuke, when you go to the Ninja Academy, if you really cannot endure it, Looking at Yagyu, his mother revealed an expression that mixed helplessness with a hint of worry. Then just give up. Your father's ninja way does not need to be inherited by you. He was only a small chunin. As for ninja talent, the Yagyu family probably does not have much of it. After hearing his mother's words, Yagyu nodded. Mom, do not worry. I know what I am doing. Speaking of his father made Yagyu feel somewhat speechless. A man who had managed to survive the Battle of the Ninetales attack 6 years ago. Yet he had died due to a mistake during a C-rank mission. Honestly speaking, Yagyu did not think there was any ninja way worth inheriting from such an ordinary chunin father. But that was merely an excuse he used to convince his mother to let him attend the ninja academy. Since he had already come to this world, he could not possibly spend his entire life as an ordinary person. No matter what, he still had to attend the ninja academy. After finishing breakfast, Yagyu went to the ninja academy by himself. Along the way, he encountered many parents bringing their children to the ninja academy. Of course, there were also many children who came on their own, and Yagyu was one of them. His mother still had to run the shop. The family's livelihood now came entirely from the bookstore. His mother was too busy, so naturally he came alone. The ninja academy was bustling with noise. Yagyu found a corner and quietly waited for the school test to begin. Those are the little rookies who have not grown up yet, right? His gaze swept across the playground, and Yagyu easily found several of the future Konoha 12. Except for Tenten, Rock Lee, and Hyuga Niji who are already in the previous grade, only Uzumaki Naruto is missing. On the playground at this moment, the three who had known each other since childhood and played together, Akimichi Choji, Nara Shikamaru, and Yamanaka Ino. Hyuga Hinata, who looked quiet and shy within the crowd. Aburame Shino, who was not very noticeable. Inazuka Kiba, who still did not have his ninja dog. And Haruno Sakura, who like Yagyu was also a civilian. And the most eye-catching of all. Two brothers wearing the distinctive clothing of the Uchiha clan, one older and one younger, Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke. The Uchiha clan. After glancing at Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke, Yagyu withdrew his gaze. What a tragic clan. After the Ninetales incident 6 years ago, life for the Uchiha clan had become increasingly difficult. Now they were almost struggling to survive. Before long, they would be exterminated. And the one who would do it was their own clansman. It could truly be called tragic. Of course. Even though the Uchiha clan was tragic, the power they possessed was truly formidable. Just the ability of the three-tomo Sharingan to copy ninjutsu was enough to make people extremely envious. A power that can only be admired but never obtained. With a sigh in his heart, Yagyu felt a deep sense of helplessness. Why do I not have any cheat ability? If I had one, why would I be like this? I would have taken off long ago. At that moment. System charging complete. A mechanical voice suddenly sounded inside Yagyu's mind. Chapter 2, Sage Body, taking off immediately 1165 words system charging complete. The God-level sign-in system is at your service. The mechanical voice sounded in Yagyu's mind, instantly causing him to freeze. A system. A cheat ability. A flash of light flickered in his eyes, and the joy on Yagyu's face appeared for a moment. So I really do have a cheat ability. System, can you introduce your functions to me? God-level sign-in system. The host has one sign-in opportunity every day. Sign in to randomly obtain any reward. The system's function was simple and clear. Even a fool could understand how to operate this system. Random rewards. Looking at the system's reward mechanism, a serious expression flashed across Yagyu's eyes. In other words, every reward depends on whether my luck is good enough. Yagyu had always been confident in his luck. After confirming that signing in and receiving rewards would not attract the attention of anyone except himself, Yagyu eagerly said in his mind. System, I should not have signed in today yet, right? Then let's sign in. Let me see how my luck is for the first sign in. Sign in successful. Congratulations, you obtained Basic Ninja Tool Mastery. Host detected signing in for the first time. Beginner Gift Pack obtained, Senju Sage Body, Basic Taijutsu Mastery, Basic Hand Seal Mastery. 2 crisp system notifications sounded, filling Yagyu with excitement. Senju Sage Body. My goodness, this is a huge profit. With this I am taking off immediately. He truly had taken off. In the Naruto world, everything ultimately came down to bloodline limits and lineage. Anyone who had watched Naruto knew that having even a slight connection to the Otsutsuki clan meant becoming a top-tier powerhouse. Among all Kekkei Genkai, the most prominent were the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan, and the would-release Kekkei Genkai of the Senju clan. But the Senju clans would release Kekkei Genkai was, in the end, exclusive to Senju Hashirama alone. Even if others obtained it, at most they would end up like Captain Yamato, using it to build Konoha's real estate. The true strength of the Senju clan lay in their sage body. Their terrifying life force allowed them to remain alive even after being cut in half. Once fully developed, it could produce an enormous amount of chakra comparable to the strongest tailed beast, the Nine Tails. And when combined with Ashura's chakra, it could develop would release powerful enough to suppress even the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. System, receive the rewards. Filled with excitement, Yagyu silently said in his mind. As soon as the words fell, a warm power instantly flowed through every corner of Yagyu's body. It felt vast and endless, giving him a completely different sensation, as if he were soaking in a natural hot spring. But that was not the only change. At this moment, Yagyu's body was rapidly forming various kinds of muscle memory. Basic Ninja Tool Mastery. Basic Taijutsu Mastery. Basic Hand Seal Mastery. The rewards did not merely allow Yagyu to understand them. They allowed him to completely master them and form muscle memory within his body. After about 10 seconds, Yagyu's consciousness returned to normal. My body feels much lighter. After sensing the changes in his body, Yagyu sighed inwardly. My physical body is more than 10 times stronger than before, and it is still continuing to grow stronger. So this is the power of the sage body. No wonder the Senju clan once suppressed the Uchiha clan so thoroughly. Shinobi might appear fragile, but in reality, their bodies were far from weak. And the bodies of the Senju clan were especially powerful. Now that Yagyu had just fused with the sage body, he could already be considered a pure-blooded member of the Senju clan. The strength of his body was at least 10 times greater than that of an ordinary child. And this gap would only continue to grow as his sage body developed. After realizing his changes, Yagyu suddenly felt how ridiculous his previous thoughts had been. As expected of a world where lineage decides everything. The descendants of the Otsutsuki clan start with an unbelievably high advantage. Fortunately, my cheat has finally appeared, so now I can take off immediately. The future looks promising. He clenched his small fist. He, Yagyu Sosuke, would not be inferior to anyone in this life. System, open my status panel. Seeing that the entrance test had not started yet, Yagyu said expectantly in his mind. Generating host status panel. Name, Yagyu Sosuke Ninjutsu, 2 Taijutsu, 2 Genjutsu, 1. Kekkei Genkai, Senju Sage Body 1% overall strength evaluation. Pre-Genin. The simple status panel clearly showed his current situation at a glance. Because the sage body has been developed to 1%, my overall attributes have improved. Looking at his status panel, Yagyu nodded with satisfaction. This is pretty good. At the very least, during my time in the Ninja Academy, I will definitely be considered a civilian genius. I just wonder whether it will attract the attention of a certain old schemer. Konoha appeared peaceful on the surface. But behind the scenes, a certain old schemer might be plotting something. It was possible that he might take an interest in a civilian genius like Yagyu. If that really happened, he would have some trouble. Whether or not he should reveal his talent was a question worth considering. All new students enrolling today, please come forward for the entrance test. While Yagyu's thoughts were racing, a teacher from the Ninja Academy shouted loudly. Line up for the entrance test. Please do not rush. Seeing this, Yagyu suppressed his thoughts and walked to the back of the line, quietly waiting for the test to begin. The entrance test was very straightforward. A medical ninja invited from Konoha Hospital would examine the students' physical condition and their chakra pathways to determine whether they were suitable to become shinobi. There would not be anything like throwing kunai, throwing shuriken, or even actual combat during the entrance test. Those were all lessons taught later in the Ninja Academy. How could they possibly appear during the entrance exam? It did not take long before it was Yagyu's turn. His entrance test did not take much time. It ended under the surprised gaze of the female medical ninja. Although he did not know his exact results, the surprised look from that medical ninja told him everything. Yagyu knew he could relax completely. Go back and wait for the notice. After walking out of the Ninja Academy, Yagyu glanced at the still very long line and began heading toward his home. Next, it depends on which class I will be assigned to. If nothing unexpected happens, I should be in the same class as the main characters. Thinking about tomorrow's class assignments, Yagyu could not help but think of Uzumaki Naruto, that little blonde brat. For some reason, he suddenly began looking forward to the Ninja Academy opening in a few days. Chapter 3, 10 Days of Chakra Training 1159 Words Yagyu Bookstore. With both hands in his pockets and already showing the bearing of a future handsome man, Yagyu walked inside. Mom, I'm back. Behind the counter, his mother was calculating the accounts. Without raising her head, she responded, Welcome home, Sosuke. How was the entrance test? There were no problems, right? Facing his mother's question and concern, Yagyu spoke with an unconcerned expression. There won't be any problems. No matter what, I'm still the son of a shinobi. Passing the entrance test is not an issue. Oh right, Mom, I'm going out for training this afternoon. After saying that, Yagyu paused briefly. If I don't keep working hard to become stronger, then if danger ever comes in the future, I won't be able to protect you. Yagyu's words made his mother smile softly. Mom isn't a shinobi, and I'm living right here in Konoha. What danger could there possibly be? There were plenty of dangers. Orochimaru's invasion. Pain's invasion. The Shinobi World War. And possibly even a betrayal from a certain old schemer. There were definitely no shortage of dangers in Konoha. After complaining inwardly, Yagyu did not say any of this to his mother. He simply waved his hand and walked into the backyard. After all, his soul was that of someone mentally mature. If he acted too intimate with his mother, Yagyu would feel embarrassed. In the backyard, Yagyu found the special inheritance left behind by his deceased father. 2 ninjutsu scrolls. 1 swordsmanship scroll. 1 experience scroll. All of them were good items, although not particularly precious. Both ninjutsu were C-rank jutsu. They were Wind Release, Great Breakthrough and Earth Release, Headhunter Jutsu. The swordsmanship scroll contained the family's inherited Yagyu-style swordsmanship. In the era of shinobi, when combined with chakra, it still possessed some level of deterrent power. The experience scroll recorded the mission experience of his deceased father. Mostly C-rank missions. A smaller number of D-rank missions. And a rare few B-rank missions. Other than these, there was nothing else. Kunai, shuriken, ninja sword. After putting away the scrolls, Yagyu organized the equipment at home. These basic tools are not lacking in the house. Especially this ninja sword. My goodness, it's actually a family heirloom chakra blade. The Yagyu family must have once been a samurai family, and a wealthy one at that. The other equipment was nothing special. But the family sword left behind by his father was truly valuable. It was forged from a special chakra-conductive refined iron that had extremely high chakra conductivity, and was incredibly durable. Although it looked plain in appearance, it would definitely perform excellently in battle. With such a good sword, Konoha didn't confiscate it. That's really strange. After examining it briefly, Yagyu stored the chakra blade carefully. I won't need this for a while anyway. Swordsmanship could wait another year or two until his body had grown stronger. The saying, trying to learn too much at once leads to failure, did not apply to Yagyu. After all, he had the system. Konoha Public Training Ground. Inside this prosperous hidden village, even the training grounds were surrounded by beautiful scenery. In front of 5 wooden posts in the forest, Yagyu stood with a ninja tool pouch hanging from his waist, holding several kunai and a few shuriken in his hands. His expression was serious as he locked onto the targets attached to the 5 wooden posts. In shinobi combat, ninja tools and taijutsu are indispensable. Taking a deep breath, Yagyu's eyes became sharp. These are the foundations of the foundation. The basics must be trained until they are completely solid. The wind blew gently. Leaves from the surrounding trees drifted down. The moment several leaves happened to fall between Yagyu and the target's whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of objects cutting through the air suddenly rang out. Several sharp flashes streaked through the air. Immediately afterward, the kunai and shuriken in Yagyu's hands struck all the targets with perfect accuracy. Looking at the results of his throw, Yagyu revealed a satisfied smile. I can't perform flashy tricks like those masters who specialize in ninja tools, but this level of precision is already close to what comes from countless repetitions. Let's continue. Although the system had directly granted him mastery and muscle memory, actually using the jutsu personally still felt different. What Yagyu wanted to do now was to use every ability he had gained. An entire afternoon passed while Yagyu continued testing his combat abilities. Completely exhausted, Yagyu collapsed onto the ground without caring about his appearance. Breathing heavily, Yagyu's clothes were completely soaked with sweat. I'm so tired. Even with the sage body, my current age is still too young. While speaking, Yagyu carefully sensed the condition of his body. A cool sensation emerged from deep within his body. It quickly restored his physical fatigue, and further strengthened his body. This was the change and benefit brought by the sage body. It's about time to head back. After lying on the ground for a while, Yagyu stood up. Today's testing is finished. Starting tomorrow, I'll make a complete training plan. By the time the main storyline begins in 6 years, I should at least have the strength to freely handle the early stages. At the very least, Yagyu was confident about that. With the sage body as his foundation, reaching the strength of an elite jonin before graduating from the ninja academy should not be a problem. The backyard of the Yagyu household. After dinner, Yagyu began attempting to extract chakra for the first time. He would soon become a shinobi. With his starting time, he would definitely be slower than the children of the shinobi clans. But if he worked hard to catch up, the difference should not be too great. So this is chakra. When a special power appeared within his body, Yagyu opened his eyes. My speed of extracting chakra for the first time is really fast. Is this also a passive buff from the sage body? This feels great. The sage body truly lived up to its reputation. Closing his eyes again, he continued refining chakra and storing it, step by step walking along the path of becoming stronger. The next day, morning. Lying in bed, Yagyu woke up precisely according to his biological clock. It was not even 6 in the morning yet. After glancing at the time, a hint of anticipation appeared on Yagyu's face. Sign in successful. Congratulations, you obtained 10 days of chakra training. The moment the system's voice fell, the originally weak chakra inside Yagyu's body suddenly grew by a large margin. Feeling the increase in his chakra, Yagyu was momentarily stunned. There are rewards like this too. That's interesting. This kind of reward meant that it could save him a great deal of arduous training. Not bad at all. Chapter 4, you show 1127 words. If that's really the case, then becoming stronger will be incredibly easy for me. Pinching his chin, Yagyu lay on the bed and murmured to himself. It feels like I could just lie down and grow stronger. But in the next moment, Yagyu suppressed that thought. Such thinking was unacceptable. No matter what, a training plan was still necessary. The stronger he could become, even by a little, the better. Before obtaining absolute power, thoughts of slacking off were a great enemy. Follow the training plan made last night, and begin today's training. Patting his face, which was already beginning to show the appearance of a handsome boy, Yagyu spoke. I'll think about relaxing only after I have power that is invincible in the shinobi world. He got up and washed. After preparing breakfast and lunch for his mother, he left a note explaining where he had gone and took one lunch box with him as he left the house, and headed toward the training ground, 991, 992, 993. Beside a small river where the morning sun had just risen, Yagyu's clothes were already soaked with sweat. 997, 998, 999, 1000. Push-ups, sit-ups, squats, and other basic physical training exercises. Not only did they not make Yagyu feel bored, they made him feel extremely fulfilled. The feeling of becoming stronger little by little was truly wonderful. Of course, that feeling would not last long. It was only an illusion brought about by the rapid growth in strength at the very beginning. Time passed little by little. Soon it was noon. After finishing his morning physical training, Yagyu was eating his lunch box. Tap, tap, tap. A series of light footsteps sounded, attracting Yagyu's attention. Turning his head toward the direction of the footsteps, curiosity appeared on Yagyu's face. Although this was a public training ground, the spot he had chosen was quite remote. Few people should come here. Someone's already here. A crisp voice sounded. Yamanaka Ino, with shoulder-length golden hair, walked out from the forest. Her bright eyes looked at Yagyu, who was eating, filled with curiosity. It's you. The arrogant and show-off kid from Aunt Yagyu's bookstore next door. What the hell, say that again? Yagyu had been somewhat surprised when he saw Ino appear. But after hearing her evaluation of him, his entire mood turned bad. Calling him arrogant was one thing, but what kind of evaluation was show-off kid? Although he could not get along with other children because of his mature soul, Yagyu still considered himself a well-behaved and outstanding child. How did he end up with the reputation of being a show-off? Putting down the empty lunch box in his hand, Yagyu glanced at Ino. You're the kid from Aunt Yamanaka's flower shop next door. Instead of playing your little boss games, why are you here alone? Be careful, you might run into danger. Hearing Yagyu's words, Ino's eyebrow twitched, and a twisted smile appeared on her face. Little boss games? You show-off guy. Ino glared at Yagyu as if she wanted to rush forward and bite him. Seeing Ino's expression, Yagyu revealed a mocking smile. Just a little girl who had not even grown up yet. Ignoring the angry Ino, Yagyu, who had his own training plan, had no interest in playing with a child like her. He walked straight towards several wooden posts and stood in front of them. Next is ninja tool training. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Kunai and shuriken flew from Yagyu's hands, shooting toward the targets on the wooden posts. Every single one struck the red center. Perfect precision. This was also a helpless choice. If Yagyu had been like 1010, one of the Konoha 12, whose family was rich enough to support endless weapon usage, he would not have needed to painstakingly practice kunai and shuriken throwing. After all, the best tactic was: when poor, use precision strikes. When rich, use overwhelming firepower. This guy. Watching Yagyu's movements, Ino froze. So amazing. Such precise kunai and shuriken throwing was something Ino had never seen among children her age. And so, Ino stood nearby watching blankly while Yagyu entered a completely focused state of training. After finishing his taijutsu practice against the wooden posts, Yagyu stopped today's training while panting heavily. This is exhausting. Feeling as if every muscle in his body was crying out, Yagyu spoke. But once I fully adapt to this training rhythm, my strength will definitely experience a huge improvement. His training plan had no problems. The fact that his body had already been pushed to its limits proved that. Hey, you show off. Ino, who had been sitting and watching Yagyu train for the entire afternoon, walked over to him. You're pretty amazing. You trained for so long. If it were Shikamaru and Choji, those two wouldn't even last an hour. Hearing Ino's words, Yagyu felt somewhat speechless. Comparing him with a lazy guy and a glutton. Just how small was this little girl's circle of friends? No wonder she would later be completely captivated after seeing Uchiha Sasuke. One word described it perfectly. I'm going back. After glancing at the curious Ino, Yagyu rested for a moment and stood up. After speaking, he ignored Ino and directly walked toward the village. Seeing Yagyu leave, Ino quickly followed him, her face full of curiosity. Hey, why are you so strong? I've never heard Aunt Yagyu say you were doing ninja training before. Didn't you wander around every day? But your taijutsu and ninja tool skills are really strong. Facing Ino's repeated questioning as she walked around him, Yagyu's face showed deep helplessness. This was exactly why he did not want to play with children. He had the soul of an adult who had transmigrated. Playing childish games like house or string tricks with these kids every day was unbearable. Finally, after enduring Ino's constant questioning all the way, they arrived at the entrance of his bookstore. Yagyu looked at Ino, who was still extremely curious about him. I've never done ninja training. As for why I'm so strong, it's probably because I'm a genius. After saying that and leaving only his back to Ino, Yagyu immediately slipped into his house. He truly could not stand this kid's endless questions anymore. A genius. After hearing Yagyu's answer, Ino was stunned for a moment. Then she muttered as if she somewhat believed it. Maybe he really is a genius. I'll observe him carefully for a few more days, and find out whether he really is one. Spending every day playing with her friends was a bit boring anyway. For the lively Ino, the appearance of something new like this was quite interesting. Chapter 5, Yagyu shocked. Mom actually woke up early. 1182 words in the blink of an eye. 3 days passed. On this day, inside Yagyu's room. System, open my status panel. Having just finished taking a bath, Yagyu spoke in his mind. Host status panel. Name, Yagyu Sosuke Ninjutsu, 4. Taijutsu, 5 Genjutsu, 2 Kekkei Genkai. Senju Sage Body 1% overall strength evaluation. Pre-genin his for basic attributes had increased slightly, but the overall change was not particularly large. A normal growth rate. Looking at the results of his training over the past few days, Yagyu rubbed his chin and thought. At this rate, in another month I should reach the level of a genin. Before the end of the first year, I should reach elite genin or even chunin. Before the third year, special jonin. Before the fifth year, jonin. And before graduation, elite jonin for sure. Once he had the strength of an elite jonin, he could basically do whatever he wanted during the early stages. After closing the status panel, Yagyu turned his gaze to the admission notice on his desk. Just this afternoon, the Ninja Academy admission notice had been delivered. Tomorrow he would go to the academy to report in. After class assignments, his official school life would begin. My training plan won't change. Looking at the admission notice, Yagyu spoke. I'll just have to compress the schedule. From now on, I'll have to wake up early and train late. Becoming stronger. This thought began growing wildly inside Yagyu's mind. Early the next morning. System, sign in. Still lying in bed after just waking up, Yagyu spoke in his mind as if it had become a habit. Sign in successful. Congratulations, you obtained 20 days of taijutsu training. Another training reward. Lying in bed and sensing the subtle changes within his body, Yagyu smiled. This kind of sign-in system is actually pretty good. It perfectly matches my plan. During the major events in the future, my strength might not be enough. With the system assisting me, it'll be much safer. Over the past few days of signing in, he had not obtained any other tangible rewards. It seemed as though the system knew exactly what Yagyu needed at his current stage. So it gave him the most suitable rewards. Chakra training, taijutsu training, ninjutsu training, genjutsu training, and many other aspects of soft strength. Bit by bit, it seemed to be helping Yagyu build an extremely terrifying foundation as a shinobi. There was also the development of the Senju sage body. Although it was still only at 1%, Yagyu could clearly feel that the Senju sage body he had fused with was slowly awakening. Along with that came the steady increase in his chakra, and the continuous improvement of his physical condition. Just as Yagyu was still lying in bed, his mother's voice came from outside the door. It's time to get up. Today is your first day of school. You can't be late. Hearing his mother's words, Yagyu, still lying on the bed, was a little stunned. Mom, you actually woke up this early today. That was rare. Ever since his useless old man passed away, his mother usually waited until Yagyu finished making breakfast before waking up. After all, the Yagyu family ran a bookstore and their life was secure. His mother did not need to wake up early and work hard to support him. Hurry up and get out of bed. However, what responded to Yagyu was a shout that sounded like a lion's roar. Don't make me call you a second time. Yagyu's whole body trembled. At that moment, the fear of being beaten by his mother awakened deep inside his mind. I'm getting up right now. He quickly jumped out of bed. However, confusion was still written on his face. After washing up and arriving at the dining room, a steaming and nutritious breakfast had already been prepared. Looking at the breakfast on the table, Yagyu was still a little stunned. You made this, Mom. Rolling her eyes at her foolish son, his mother spoke. You're going to the ninja academy now. I'll handle the housework from now on. As for you, just focus on training and becoming stronger. I don't want you to end up like your father, sacrificing yourself during some mission. When he first heard those words, Yagyu froze. Looking at his mother, whose expression remained calm as if nothing had changed, he opened his mouth, but did not know how to respond. This was probably maternal love. Using the calmest words to express the most terrifying fear in her heart. A woman may be gentle, but when she becomes a mother, she becomes strong. I understand. Looking at his mother, Yagyu nodded heavily. Don't worry, Mom. Your son is a genius. A future legend of the shinobi world. Once I graduate, I'll definitely create a reputation where even thousands of soldiers avoid Yagyu. That level of confidence Yagyu still had. As long as he did not run into someone like Uchiha Obito, a cheat-level opponent, right now. Then after developing for a few more years, Yagyu believed that protecting himself would not be a problem. After finishing breakfast and being seen off by his mother, Yagyu set off on his very first day of school in this life. Ninja Academy. Yagyu had arrived early, and was now standing in front of the bulletin board looking for his class assignment. No surprises at all. After finding his name, Yagyu glanced at the list of his classmates. As expected, it's the class with the main characters. It was exactly what he had predicted. Based on his entrance test results, he had been placed in the same class as the future Konoha rookies. It could not be helped. Shinobi talent also had levels. They could not all be mixed together for teaching. Otherwise it would simply waste the potential of talented students. Just as Yagyu was about to leave, a sudden sound cutting through the air came from behind him. A sneak attack. Feeling a hand strike toward his shoulder, Yagyu, whose taijutsu had already become instinct after several days of training, reacted immediately. He instinctively grabbed backward and firmly caught a soft little hand in his grip. Turning his head and seeing who had attacked him, Yagyu froze for a moment. Then the corner of his mouth twitched. "What are you doing? If I hadn't reacted quickly, you'd already have been thrown out." "Do not doubt it." Yagyu really could have done that casually. After all, how much could a little girl possibly weigh? "You show off." With her small hand firmly caught by Yagyu, Ino instinctively felt a little shy. Her face flushed slightly as she shouted. "Let go of me. I just came to say hello and introduce my friends to you." Hearing Ino's words, Yagyu glanced at the group of young people waiting nearby and watching them. He recognized all of them. They were the future Konoha rookies, everyone except Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto. Chapter 6, The Beneficiary. 1169 words. After glancing at the few rookies, Yagyu casually released Ino's small hand and walked toward the teaching building. "Forget introducing friends. I have no interest in you kids' little house playing games." The rookies right now had nothing worth talking about. Even Narashikamaru, who was the most mature among them, was still just a childish little kid. For Yagyu, a grown man, to accommodate them would honestly be uncomfortable. "That show-off is so annoying, bleh." Looking at Yagyu's departing back, Ino made a face at him with an unhappy expression. "If you're not interested, then forget it." Acting like a silent gourd every day, only knowing how to train and cultivate. She kicked the small stone beneath her foot. Then Ino turned around and ran toward her group of friends. Inviting Yagyu had only been her own idea. Since he was unwilling, there was nothing she could do about it. At that moment, Ino truly felt that Yagyu was far too boring. After shaking off Ino, Yagyu entered the classroom alone and casually found a seat to wait for the first day of lessons to begin. One after another, the students assigned to this class gradually arrived. Naturally, this also included Ino and the others whom he had encountered earlier below the teaching building. However, Ino was clearly still angry at Yagyu and had no intention of speaking to him. Yagyu welcomed that outcome. Finally, he could enjoy some peace and quiet. During the past 3 days, this little girl Ino had somehow become obsessed with visiting the place where Yagyu trained every day. She had been bothering him constantly. Ignoring Ino, Yagyu's gaze instead fell upon a small blonde boy sitting in the classroom, who seemed completely out of place and very lonely. So that's the protagonist. Looking at Uzumaki Naruto, Yagyu thought to himself. Right now he just looks like a malnourished orphan. Who would imagine that this guy is actually the son of the 4th Hokage, and will become one of the great heroes who saved the shinobi world? The sins of the 3rd Hokage, and that old schemer Danzo. The privileged life that should have belonged to a hero's orphan had been forcibly turned into such a tragic childhood. It could only be said that fate was truly cruel. Not long after Yagyu finished observing Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke arrived. He wore clothing bearing the emblem of the Uchiha clan, and was still an innocent little brother-obsessed boy. His hands were tucked into his pockets and his face wore a proud, cold expression. Immediately, many girls in the classroom began staring at him with admiration. Looks combined with the Uchiha clan name really do have incredible appeal for these little girls. Seeing the excitement among the girls in the classroom increase because of Sasuke's arrival, Yagyu felt somewhat speechless. And aren't the girls in this world falling in love a bit too early? The girls in this classroom were generally only around 6 years old. Yet they were already discussing which boy looked the most handsome. Ridiculous. After seeing that the people he cared about had already arrived, Yagyu stopped paying attention to the rest. He quietly sat there with both hands under the desk, continuously practicing hand seals. The strength of a shinobi's combat ability was greatly related to hand seal speed. Yagyu did not expect himself to reach the monstrous level of Uchiha Itachi, who could perform 6 or 7 hand seals in a single second. But 5 seals per second should not be too much to ask. This was something that required long-term, accumulated practice. While Yagyu was silently practicing hand seals, on the other side of the classroom, Ino, Haruno Sakura, and the other girls who already knew each other were enthusiastically chatting about the boys in the class. However, most of their discussion revolved around Uchiha Sasuke. "Ino, don't you think Sasuke-kun is really handsome?" Sitting beside Ino, Haruno Sakura asked softly with a blush on her face. "And since he's from the Uchiha clan, he must also be very strong, right?" Hearing her friend's question, Ino glanced at Uchiha Sasuke and paused for a moment. "I don't think he's that handsome. And if we're talking about being strong..." Involuntarily, Ino's gaze shifted toward Yagyu sitting in the corner, who looked like he was spacing out. That annoying guy was the truly strong one. Noticing Ino's gaze, Sakura and the other girls' eyes suddenly lit up. As if they had realized something, they began giggling quietly. "So that's how it is. Ino, you already have someone you like?" Since Sakura and Ino were probably the closest friends, Sakura asked with a smile. Caught off guard by Sakura's sudden question, Ino looked completely confused. "Someone I like? Yagyu Sosuke, that annoying guy. How is that possible?" Seeing Ino hurriedly trying to explain herself, Sakura and the others simply looked at her with smiling faces, clearly not believing her. After explaining for quite a while with no effect at all, Ino ended up blaming everything on the completely unaware Yagyu. "Yagyu Sosuke." Grinding her teeth, Ino roared in her heart. "You annoying idiot, just you wait." On the first day of school, there were no lessons. After all the students had arrived, their teacher for this elite class, Irika, came into the classroom. After distributing some basic textbooks, he had each student take turns going to the front and introducing themselves. Once the classroom matters were settled, the final event of the first day began. At the Ninja Academy playground, in front of a temporarily constructed podium, all the students stood neatly arranged according to their classes. On the podium, wearing long robes and the Hokage hat, the elderly third Hokage was giving a speech. "Where the leaves dance, the fire also burns eternally. The fire will continue to illuminate the village and allow new leaves to sprout." This was the will of fire passed down from the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. It was also the collective spirit that had been inherited throughout generations of Konoha. Even Yagyu listened with a solemn expression and a look of respect. Indeed, in the history of Konoha's development, there had been plenty of darkness and stains. Perhaps the will of fire was sometimes only a slogan. But it could not be denied that the will of fire itself carried real positive meaning. The problem was not the will of fire, but rather the crooked individuals who appeared during its inheritance. As for why Yagyu acknowledged the will of fire so much, and even maintained a certain level of respect toward the third Hokage standing above, there was only one reason. The interests involved. "After all, I am a beneficiary of the will of fire." Looking at the elderly third Hokage, respect appeared in Yagyu's eyes. "I can't very well eat the food given to me, and then turn around and curse the one who served it just because of some distant strangers or some shallow sense of saintly justice. When living in this world, it was better to maintain a basic moral bottom line. A mature man needed not only kindness but also rationality." Of course, if someone asked Yagyu to act according to the will of fire, then his answer would only be one sentence. "Go to hell." Chapter 7, An Advocate of Equality. 1152 words on the playground, listening to the third Hokage's speech. Yagyu already had a clear plan for his next few years. First, he would calmly complete his studies at the Ninja Academy. Graduating early was not within Yagyu's considerations. He needed the 6 safe years at the Ninja Academy to steadily develop his strength, and his mother at home would absolutely not agree to him graduating early. Moreover, doing so would be too conspicuous. Even if that old schemer Danzo originally had no interest in him, graduating early would likely cause him to attempt to recruit Yagyu. That would give Yagyu a serious headache. After all, he did not want to become one of Danzo's tools, nor did he want his mother to fall into danger because of it. He also did not want to end up becoming a rogue ninja of Konoha. Therefore, graduating early was out of the question, and not something he would consider. Secondly, there was training. His mother's concern for him had been very clear this morning. In that situation, how could he not make good use of these 6 years to train diligently? At the very least, before graduation arrived and the main storyline officially began, he had to possess the strength of an elite jonin. This was Yagyu's firm requirement for himself. Only then would his mother probably feel somewhat reassured about him performing missions in the future. Lastly, he needed to establish a network of interests. As a smart person, Yagyu clearly understood that before obtaining absolute power, it was necessary to form alliances. It just so happened that there were many clan children in his class. In a few years, if he gradually built good relationships with these clan heirs and formed a shared interest group, it would be extremely beneficial for his future. Possessing a great deal of knowledge about the future. A confident smile appeared on Yagyu's face, as he thought to himself. And with the system cheat in my hands, it wouldn't be too much to say that I will eventually become invincible in the shinobi world. Not excessive at all. It was still Yagyu's usual training location. After completing his basic physical training, Yagyu had already begun a higher-level kunai and shuriken training session. Tap, tap, tap. As expected, while Yagyu was focusing on his daily training, Ino appeared again. However, this time Ino looked a little different. Her short hair had been tied up. The floral dress she usually wore had been replaced with training clothes, and she was also carrying a ninja tool pouch. Yagyu Sosuke. Standing directly in front of him, Ino crossed her arms. Let's fight. Having his training interrupted, Yagyu was not angry. Instead, he looked at Ino curiously. What exactly are you trying to do? He truly could not understand what went on inside the heads of these little girls. Looking at Yagyu's bright and handsome face, Ino felt both embarrassment and frustration. The misunderstanding from this morning, that Yagyu might be the one she liked, was practically being treated as fact already. Although she did not completely reject the idea deep down, no matter how she thought about it, she still felt annoyed and unhappy. She simply wanted to beat Yagyu once to vent her anger. I don't care. Looking at Yagyu, Ino immediately assumed a fighting stance. Today I just want to beat you up and vent my anger. Seeing Ino eager to fight, Yagyu directly continued her words with a strange expression. Beat me up? Just a friendly reminder, you might not be my opponent. As a true believer in gender equality, I'm a man who will even use flying kicks on girls. Don't expect me to go easy on you. Standing straight, he raised one hand and beckoned toward Ino. If you're ready, come at me. Actual combat. This was something Yagyu lacked. Although the Yamanaka clan was not known for taijutsu, Ino had begun training earlier than him, and had the guidance of the elite jonin Yamanaka Inoichi. She should not be too weak. Otherwise, where did she get the confidence to say she would beat him up? As for the issue of bullying a little girl, as long as he did not think about it, it did not exist. You jerk. Facing Yagyu's provocative gesture, Ino's anger immediately flared. Yagyu Sosuke. With a light sound, Ino suddenly dashed forward. With a speed that was not slow among children her age, she quickly reached Yagyu and kicked toward him. Facing such a simple move, Yagyu did not underestimate it. While calmly dodging, the basic taijutsu that the system had fully implanted into him instinctively activated. A sweeping kick, using only about 70 or 80% of his strength, lashed toward Ino. With a soft collision sound, Yagyu's kick was easily blocked by Ino, and she quickly launched a counterattack. At that moment, the advantage that clan children had over civilian students became obvious. Since she had not yet begun learning the secret jutsu of the Yamanaka clan, but had already undergone practical combat training from a young age, Ino's combat experience was far richer than Yagyu's. Even though the Yamanaka clan was not like the Hyuga clan, which specialized in gentle fist taijutsu. Taking the first step early meant staying ahead step by step. Among the future Konoha 12 rookies, how many were civilians? If counted carefully, there were only two, Haruno Sakura and Rock Lee. Even Tenten's family ran a ninja tool shop, so how could she be considered a civilian? As for Uzumaki Naruto, he was a protagonist with plot armor and could not be compared. Although Ino had greater combat experience, Yagyu's overall attributes were superior to hers. Therefore, during this battle, Ino who had rushed and angrily failed to gain any advantage. Instead, after adapting to the rhythm of combat, Yagyu occasionally landed solid hits on her. By evening, they were still at the training ground. "I'm not fighting anymore." Covered in dust and even several footprints, Ino sat down on the ground without caring about her image. "Yagyu Sosuke, you're such a jerk. You're bullying me." Her eyes were red. It looked as if she might burst into tears at any moment. Looking at the completely indifferent Yagyu in front of her, the grievance in her heart was almost overflowing. That jerk. He said he wouldn't hold back, and he really didn't hold back. Stop complaining. Looking at the pitiful Ino sitting on the ground, and feeling that his combat experience had improved along with his strength, Yagyu was in an unusually good mood. He smiled at Ino sitting there. "Since you accompanied me in practical combat training today, I'll treat you to ramen. How about it? Want to go?" Ichiraku ramen in Konoha truly tasted excellent. After Yagyu had eaten there once, he had become a regular customer. Chapter 8, Wind Release, Great Breakthrough. 11-15 words inside Ichiraku ramen. Ino was eating the ramen bite after bite. While blushing slightly, she spoke somewhat unclearly. "Yagyu Sosuke, don't think a bowl of ramen is enough to make me forgive you. At the very least." While eating, Yagyu subconsciously picked up her words. "At the very least 3 bowls. Unfortunately, I don't have that much money to treat you to ramen. This time already counts as me thanking you for accompanying me in practical combat training for so long. If you want to take advantage of me, keep dreaming." Although bullying a little girl did not seem very nice, this feeling was unexpectedly enjoyable. "Do you always talk like this?" Hearing Yagyu's words, Ino's little face twitched. "No wonder it seems like you don't have any friends. Ah, how pitiful." Yagyu glanced at Ino speechlessly. Regarding this question, Yagyu wisely chose not to respond. Friends were something Yagyu naturally wanted as well, but asking him to blend in with a group of little kids was absolutely impossible right now. Seeing Yagyu remain silent, Ino thought that her previous words might have hurt him a little. She suddenly became a bit nervous. Putting on a serious expression, Ino patted Yagyu on the shoulder. "But you don't need to worry about that. Since you treated me to ramen, we're friends from now on. Is your friendship sold by the kilogram or something?" Hearing Ino's words, the corner of Yagyu's mouth twitched. "Suit yourself, you're just a little girl anyway." This guy's way of speaking was really irritating, but strangely it also felt a little cute. Looking at Yagyu's side profile while he was eating ramen, although he was still a child, there were already signs that he would grow into a handsome man. After secretly glancing at him several times, Ino shyly withdrew her gaze and focused on eating her ramen. At that moment, the misunderstanding from earlier in the day, that she might like Yagyu, no longer bothered her very much. Time passed swiftly. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. After school at the Ninja Academy, during the evening. Still at the training ground. Yagyu stood seriously in front of a large tree. Wind release. Whoosh, whoosh. Raising both hands, he formed 3 hand seals per second and completed the ninjutsu seal instantly. A large amount of chakra gathered within his chest. Great breakthrough. With a loud shout, Yagyu exhaled forcefully. Hush. A violent gale burst forth instantly, bending the large tree in front of him. Leaves and branches were continuously blown away and snapped, and even the soil on the ground was scraped away in a layer. Dust and debris flew everywhere, showing impressive power. After finishing the ninjutsu, a hint of surprise appeared on Yagyu's face. Impressive. Even a C-rank ninjutsu can be quite powerful if used properly. The wind release, great breakthrough that my old man left behind is actually pretty good. The rank of a ninjutsu did not completely determine its power. Some low-ranked jutsu could still become extremely formidable in the hands of experts. Ultimately, it depended on the user. Using one ninjutsu barely consumed any chakra. Feeling the chakra consumption inside his body, Yagyu spoke with some emotion. It seems that in the future I probably won't have to worry about running out of chakra. Having a cheat ability really feels amazing. While speaking, Yagyu opened his status panel. Host status panel. Name, Yagyu Sosuke Chakra, 56 Ninjutsu, 15 Taijutsu, 16 Genjutsu, 7 Kekkei Genkai, Senja Sage Body 1%. Overall Strength Evaluation, Genin. After looking at the system's overall strength evaluation, Yagyu nodded with satisfaction. So I'm already evaluated as a Genin. My hard training over the past 2 months wasn't wasted. During these short 2 months, Yagyu had filled his training schedule to the brim. It could be said that he had worked extremely hard. Among the system's sign-in rewards during these 2 months, aside from a special reward that granted wind attribute chakra nature transformation, the rest of the rewards were all various forms of training. Chakra training, ninjutsu training, taijutsu training, genjutsu training. For some reason, however, there had been no rewards related to the development of the sage body. It still remained at only 1%. But Yagyu had his own guess. Most likely it was because he was still too young, and the sage body had not yet reached the stage where it could truly develop. As he grew older, the development speed of the sage body would definitely increase rapidly. That's enough for today. Feeling the real improvement in his strength, Yagyu felt very satisfied. Time to go home. Recently, as his strength continued to increase, his training plan had become heavier and heavier, and he usually returned home quite late. Today he had successfully mastered wind release, great breakthrough, so his training goal was already complete. He might as well go home early. The Yagyu household. After returning from the training ground, Yagyu took a comfortable hot bath and had dinner with his mother. Afterward, he lazily lay in the courtyard and looked up at the starry sky. This kind of life is actually quite nice. Enjoying the quiet of the night, Yagyu felt relaxed. If life didn't force people, who would willingly become strong? To be honest, if he had not transmigrated into this troublesome world where his safety was never guaranteed, Yagyu might never have chosen the path of becoming a shinobi. The path of a shinobi was quite harsh. But since he had already stepped onto this road of no return, Yagyu had no intention of turning back. Either he would not walk this path at all, or he would become the strongest shinobi and dominate the entire shinobi world. I remember tomorrow is the first practical combat class. Recalling the notice Irika had given earlier today about the practical training class, Yagyu frowned slightly. I'll have to reveal a bit of my strength. Only then can I attract some attention, and have the third Hokage act as a protective umbrella. Otherwise, that old schemer Danzo might set his sights on me. Better safe than sorry. A person without foresight will soon have worries. Being cautious never hurts. The next morning. Ninja Academy. After arriving in the classroom and sitting in his seat, Yagyu felt someone tap his shoulder from behind. Turning around, the cheerful Ino leaned close to him. Today we're having practical combat class. Are you ready? Actually, someone like you is probably always ready. Halfway through speaking, the excited Ino suddenly lost interest. Because she suddenly remembered the terrifying taijutsu strength that Yagyu possessed. Chapter 9, Hinata Hyuga is very strong. 11 words. Glancing speechlessly at Ino, who had suddenly lost interest, Yagyu spoke casually. I'm actually very interested in the taijutsu practical combat class this afternoon, because there are 1 or 2 opponents in the class who are worth looking forward to. As he said this, Yagyu's gaze fell on 2 people. The first was Uchiha Sasuke. The second was Hyuga Hinata. With a powerful older brother and being born into a prestigious clan, although Uchiha Sasuke was currently just a cute little boy who had not yet walked the path of darkness, his strength was undoubtedly impressive. However, Hyuga Hinata was the one Yagyu cared about the most. It was not because the little girl was cute right now, nor because of what she might become in the future. It was simply because of her strength. This little girl appeared timid and reserved, was not very active in class, and became shy easily. But in reality, she was very strong. It could even be said that at this stage, the strongest student in the class was probably Hyuga Hinata. After all, aside from someone abnormal like Yagyu, how many students at this stage could use ninjutsu? Most fights relied purely on taijutsu. And when it came to taijutsu, the Hyuga clan was a prestigious family famous for its unique gentle fist style. How could other students who had just begun learning compete with someone like Hyuga Hinata, who had been practicing taijutsu since childhood? It was simply because this little girl was far too gentle. So everyone always believed that she was actually very weak. But in truth, at this stage, Hyuga Hinata was slightly stronger than everyone else. Following Yagyu's gaze, Ino also looked toward Uchiha Sasuke and Hyuga Hinata. Sasuke and Hinata. After seeing Yagyu's targets, confusion appeared on Ino's face. I can believe Sasuke is strong, but Hinata too. That shouldn't be the case. Hearing this, Yagyu simply smiled and shook his head without answering the question, leaving Ino with a puzzled expression. Afternoon. After completing the various theory and cultural classes in the morning, the afternoon class changed from kunai throwing, shuriken throwing, and taijutsu instruction. The elite freshman class directly began taijutsu practical combat training. A group of excited students, eager to try their strength, followed Irika to the training field. Standing within the class formation, Yagyu looked at Irika with a calm expression, and did not join the discussions of the others around him. He gave off the feeling of someone detached from the world. Since Yagyu did not speak, the students around him did not dare to speak either. Perhaps because his mentality was too mature, combined with his lack of interest in socializing, the impression all students had of Yagyu was that he was like an iceberg. And not the proud coldness of Uchiha Sasuke. But truly cold. In addition, during these past 2 months of classes, every one of Yagyu's scores had been perfect without exception. He stood like an insurmountable mountain that suppressed everyone else, including the clan children. So naturally, everyone both feared and respected him. Or rather, they saw him as a distant and aloof genius. This caused Yagyu to become something like a conversation killer in class, even more intimidating than Uchiha Sasuke. Aside from Ino, no one dared or wanted to talk to him. However, Yagyu truly did not care about such a situation. Being rejected by a group of children only gave him peace and quiet. Quiet down. Standing in front of all the students, Irika spoke with a stern tone. The scar on his face made him look especially serious. It has already been more than 2 months since school started. You have learned the basic ninja knowledge and combat methods. Starting today, the afternoon classes will be real practical combat training. Be prepared. Holding a list in his hand, Irika looked at everyone. This afternoon's class will be a one-on-one practical combat examination for all students. The results are very important, so fight with all your strength. Understood. Hardly anyone listened to the rest of his instructions. After all, a practical combat test, a ninja game with a high level of realism, was enough to make the children in the class extremely excited. Seeing the reaction of the students, Irika nodded with satisfaction. Then the first pair will be Uchiha Sasuke and Yagyu Sasuke. Everyone else move back and keep your distance. Hearing his name, Uchiha Sasuke, who stood with his hands in his pockets and a slightly proud cold expression, glanced at Yagyu with intense fighting spirit, and stepped into the field. The first match is me. Seeing Sasuke's burning fighting spirit, Yagyu was slightly surprised. Shouldn't the script say that the first fight is between the blonde brat and the emo kid? Shaking his head, he ignored such small details. Yagyu stepped forward and stood opposite Uchiha Sasuke. Seeing the two handsome boys about to fight, several girls in the class immediately started screaming. "Sasuke-kun, go!" Outside the field, Haruno Sakura shouted excitedly with a blush on her face. Just like the original story, Sakura had completely fallen for the cool and handsome Sasuke. However, this time something was slightly different. There was no powerful rival like Ino competing with her. At that moment, Ino simply watched Yagyu calmly. Even though Yagyu is annoying, his strength is undeniable. Uchiha Sasuke definitely isn't his opponent. Hearing Ino's words, Sakura frowned and immediately refuted her. "Sasuke-kun is the strongest. Yagyu Sosuke cannot beat Sasuke-kun." Turning her head, Ino crossed her arms and looked at Sakura. "Sakura, you don't understand Yagyu's strength at all. Forget it, just watch. You'll see soon enough that Sasuke will be completely overwhelmed by Yagyu." Turning their heads away, the two girls who had originally been very close friends suddenly fell silent like children stubbornly arguing. Locked under Sasuke's fighting gaze, Yagyu felt no pressure at all. Instead, he looked very relaxed. "I've finally waited for this day." Looking at Yagyu's loose posture, Sasuke said with a serious expression. "Yagyu, today I will defeat you and show my brother and everyone that I am the true number one." Hearing Sasuke mention his brother again, the corner of Yagyu's mouth twitched. Every sentence mentioned his brother. As expected of the Uchiha clan, everyone seemed to have a brother complex or a sibling complex. However, faced with such a challenge, Yagyu, who had already decided to reveal his talent, showed no fear. "Then come." He raised his hand and beckoned toward Sasuke. A real man speaks with his fists. Only the weak bark like dogs that are too afraid to bite. Chapter 10. A Little Handsome 11-19 words. Yagyu's words instantly angered Uchiha Sasuke. With an angry shout, Uchiha Sasuke charged straight toward Yagyu. "I'll make you pay for your arrogance." With a powerful stomp on the ground, Sasuke leapt high into the air. His body spun once midair, and a heavy sweeping kick flew straight toward Yagyu's head. This single move alone demonstrated that Sasuke's taijutsu was stronger than that of most children his age. "Good move." Looking at Sasuke's fierce aerial kick, Yagyu's expression remained calm as he silently praised it. After 2 full months of training, various basic taijutsu had already been engraved into his instinctive reactions. His combat experience had also improved through frequent sparring with Ino, so Yagyu was no longer a beginner. With a forceful stomp, Yagyu jumped into the air. Moving later but arriving first, he launched a powerful kick that collided directly with Sasuke's attack. A dull collision sound echoed. There was no stalemate, only Yagyu completely overpowering Sasuke. Sasuke's body, still in midair, was struck by a powerful counterforce, and was sent flying backward uncontrollably. After landing on the ground, Sasuke stumbled back several steps. Whoosh, thud. The moment Sasuke stabilized himself and raised his head, a black flash shot past his ear. A sharp kunai sliced through a few strands of his hair, and embedded itself deeply into a tree behind him. Looking at Yagyu, who had one hand in his pocket while the other still held the posture of throwing the kunai, Sasuke's young face filled with disbelief. A drop of cold sweat slid down his cheek. "Looks like I won." Slowly lowering his hand, Yagyu glanced calmly at the stunned Sasuke. As expected of a genius of the Uchiha clan. "You actually forced me to use ninja tools. That's already impressive." After Yagyu finished speaking, Irika, who had been stunned, finally came back to his senses and loudly announced, "The match is over. The winner is Yagyu Sosuke." After hearing Irika's announcement, Yagyu simply returned to the formation with an indifferent expression, ignoring the awe-filled gazes of his classmates. He looked completely calm. In contrast, Sasuke, who had just been defeated, was filled with unwillingness. His small fists clenched tightly, and his eyes even glistened slightly with tears as he silently returned to his place. Among the watching students, Ino smiled as if everything had gone exactly as expected and glanced at Haruno Sakura beside her. Sakura, didn't I say Yagyu is definitely stronger than Uchiha Sasuke? Did you see that? He only used 2 moves to defeat him. Clean and decisive. Hearing Ino's words, Sakura did not appear dissatisfied. Instead, she still looked somewhat shocked. After glancing briefly at Yagyu, her gaze returned to Sasuke with a hint of concern. Seeing that Sakura did not argue with her, Ino did not press the issue. Instead, she looked toward Yagyu in the formation. He stood there like a noble young master detached from the world. He's a little handsome. Her face flushed slightly as a small thought formed in Ino's mind. But he's still an arrogant and annoying jerk. However, Yagyu's battle just now had been extremely clean and decisive, and it was quite handsome. In the central district of Konoha, inside the Hokage building, in the Hokage's office. Sitting in his chair, the elderly third Hokage watched the image displayed in the crystal ball before him, where Yagyu could be seen quietly observing the practical combat training. Yagyu Sosuke. Looking at Yagyu's figure, the third Hokage pulled out his file from a pile of student records beside him. His father is Yagyu Kenichiro, who died 2 years ago, and his mother is Yagyu Yuko. A family that inherited the will of fire, and all of his academic results are perfect. It seems that among this year's students, a civilian genius has appeared and deserves careful attention and training. His refined and efficient taijutsu, his precise and flawless ninja tool skills, and his accurate grasp of combat rhythm combined with his academic performance, made the third Hokage feel that Yagyu was a talented child worth observing and nurturing. After finishing reading Yagyu's file, the third Hokage put it away, and the image in the crystal ball shifted to the person currently rejected by everyone, the protagonist, Uzumaki Naruto. In the third Hokage's eyes, there was nothing but expectation for Naruto. At the current stage in all of Konoha, aside from Yagyu who knew the future storyline, the only person who still had expectations for Naruto was the third Hokage. The reason this class attracted the third Hokage's attention was because every single student in it was extraordinary. At the training ground. After school ended, Yagyu came here as usual to complete his daily training plan. Today, Ino had followed him here again, and sat nearby playing. Yagyu, I'll treat you to ramen. Sitting under a large tree with nothing to do, Ino looked at Yagyu, who was drenched in sweat. Today you won and made Sakura lose our bet, so I'm really happy. While continuing his physical training, Yagyu felt speechless after hearing Ino's words. Perhaps because of the butterfly effect he caused, Ino had not become hopelessly infatuated with Uchiha Sasuke like Sakura had, so there was no sense of rivalry between them. However, fate seemed to have a strange way of correcting itself. When it came to arguing about whether Yagyu or Sasuke was stronger, the two girls seemed to be drifting from close friends toward becoming rivals again. No thanks. While continuing his physical training, Yagyu immediately refused. I have to go home for dinner, otherwise my mother will get angry. Ever since his mother had reclaimed control of the kitchen, the rules at the Yagyu family dinner table had become increasingly strict, which was truly troublesome. Yagyu now found it difficult even to eat outside occasionally. After hearing Yagyu's reason, Ino did not object. That's a pity. You've lost the chance to have dinner with this young lady. Yagyu glanced at her speechlessly. If dinner is just ramen and I have to eat it with you, then it's better to forget it. After being shut down by Yagyu's words, Ino glared fiercely at him before standing up. I'm going home. After shouting that, she turned around and ran off, leaving behind her short ponytail swaying in the air. Shaking his head, Yagyu continued completing his training even faster. To be honest, because he had been reborn into this world from birth, Yagyu's mentality was already mature. He truly had little interest in these children, and at least until they grew up, he could not possibly respond to those feelings. Chapter 11, Until You Can No Longer See Me. 1056 words. Early the next morning, in Yagyu's room. System, sign in. With a hint of anticipation on his face, Yagyu spoke in his mind. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, you obtained mastery of 3 basic jutsu. As the system's voice fell, a stream of information appeared in Yagyu's mind. All knowledge regarding the transformation jutsu, clone jutsu, and substitution jutsu poured into his mind along with vast practical experience, as if it had merged directly with his soul. In just a few seconds, it felt as if Yagyu had practiced the 3 basic jutsu for many years. The 3 basic jutsu. After suddenly mastering all the knowledge and experience of the 3 basic jutsu, Yagyu's face showed a helpless smile. These are clearly the basic ninjutsu taught at the academy. Since you're already rewarding me with ninjutsu, couldn't you give something more impressive? Like the Flying Thunder God Jutsu, a top-level forbidden jutsu. If he signed in and obtained the Flying Thunder God Jutsu, wouldn't that be wonderful? Of course, Yagyu only thought about it for a moment. First, the system's rewards clearly tended to give him things that were helpful for his current stage. Second, even if he obtained the Flying Thunder God Jutsu now, with his current genin level chakra, he probably wouldn't be able to use it many times. Overall, the system's reward mechanism centered around his current needs was quite good, and made him very satisfied as its host. Time for school. With a swift motion, Yagyu flipped up from the bed. After washing up and eating breakfast, Yagyu helped his mother open the bookstore, and then headed to the Ninja Academy. Inside the classroom. Yagyu entered the classroom almost exactly on time. The previously noisy class suddenly fell silent, and many admiring gazes turned toward him. Facing the attention of his classmates, Yagyu accepted it calmly. After yesterday afternoon's practical combat class, although no official rankings had been announced, Yagyu's clean victory combined with the genius reputation he had built over the past 2 months made him the uncrowned king of the class. Even without Irika declaring any rankings, everyone had already recognized Yagyu as the strongest. After Yagyu returned to his seat, the class gradually resumed talking again, although the discussions were quieter than before. Even so, Yagyu could still hear them. Yagyu-kun is so strong. He defeated Sasuke-kun in just 2 moves. Honestly, I think if he wanted, he could have done it in 1. As expected of the genius Yagyu-kun. It's a pity that Yagyu-kun is too cold. Otherwise I would want to pursue him. At first the discussions were normal, but gradually the topic began to drift in a strange direction. Even with Yagyu's calm personality, hearing a group of 6-year-old girls talking about pursuing him was enough to make him feel overwhelmed. However, the feeling of being admired was actually quite good. In truth, Yagyu's personality was somewhat reserved yet secretly proud. Although he claimed to be uncomfortable with the attention, deep down he still enjoyed being the center of everyone's gaze. Yagyu was feeling quite satisfied. But the person being used for comparison, Uchiha Sasuke, was not happy at all. From time to time, Sasuke glanced at Yagyu with unwilling eyes. Clearly, although he accepted yesterday's defeat, he still held frustration in his heart, and wanted another chance to defeat Yagyu. Noticing Sasuke's gaze, Yagyu simply ignored it. Stimulated by Yagyu's attitude, Sasuke suddenly stood up. Looking at Yagyu with fighting spirit, he spoke loudly. Yagyu Sosuke, yesterday's defeat was only temporary. Next time, I will definitely defeat you. The entire class instantly fell silent, and everyone looked at Yagyu and Sasuke. If Yagyu was the uncrowned king of the class, then Sasuke was clearly the second strongest. Now the second-ranked student was challenging the king, which was extremely exciting gossip. After all, Sasuke was a member of the Uchiha clan. Hearing Sasuke's challenge, Yagyu smiled slightly. To be honest, he neither disliked Sasuke nor liked him particularly. He simply treated him as an ordinary person, with a bit of classmate camaraderie. However, since Sasuke had openly challenged him, Yagyu felt he should respond. He turned his head and looked at Sasuke. I never consider those I defeat as my opponents. Uchiha Sasuke, I'll give you time to catch up, until you can no longer even see my back. After hearing Yagyu's words, the class fell silent for several seconds. When they looked at him again, their eyes burned with excitement. That response was truly cool. Of course, saying such words required great courage. After all, such confidence might bring Yagyu a lot of trouble. Showing off was fine, but overdoing it could cause problems. However, Yagyu was not worried about that. He had absolute confidence in his own strength. Besides, it was unlikely that many people would go out of their way to challenge him. After saying that, Yagyu ignored Sasuke's reaction and quietly waited for the class to begin. Irika arrived soon afterward, and the lesson officially started. While Yagyu was listening attentively, a small paper note landed precisely on his desk. After opening it, Yagyu looked slightly puzzled. What's wrong with that girl? The person who sent the note was naturally Ino. Although the contents were mostly trivial matters, Yagyu continued listening to Irika's lecture while quietly passing notes back and forth with her. Time passed slowly in this unexpectedly amusing way. In the blink of an eye, several more months passed. The Ninja Academy's first winter vacation had arrived. Konoha was now covered in silver, buried beneath thick white snow. On the first day of the holiday, inside the snow-covered training ground, Yagyu held a sharp chakra blade and practiced the most basic sword-drawing motion again and again. Unlike the common Konoha-style sword techniques that were often combined with genjutsu, Yagyu-style swordsmanship was a pure sword technique. In close combat, once unleashed, its power could be extremely terrifying. Moreover, Yagyu-style swordsmanship had only one defining trait: drawing the blade with unparalleled speed, delivering a single decisive strike. Aside from speed, it had no other special characteristics. However, mastering this single characteristic completely could allow someone to gain a legendary reputation across the shinobi world. Just like the famous White Fang of Konoha. Chapter 12, Lunch 1127 words one slash after another. Each strike was delivered with full force, and every strike was executed while maintaining his peak condition. Yagyu-style swordsmanship is simple, but it is definitely not weak. While training seriously and synchronizing his breathing, Yagyu thought to himself, if it is trained to the highest level, within 5 meters the blade is faster, beyond 5 meters the technique is faster. The sound of the blade rang out continuously. Yagyu practiced his swordsmanship with complete focus. Even in the freezing snow, his clothes were soaked with sweat, and waves of heat continuously rose from his body. Ever since he activated the system, an entire semester had already passed. Because of the sage body, Yagyu's physical development was faster than that of his peers. He was now nearly 1.3 meters tall, and beneath his slender appearance was a remarkably strong body. This was the reason he had begun training in swordsmanship. His taijutsu and ninja tool skills had been directly implanted into him by the system through enlightenment, so after a period of familiarization he could completely master them. The 2 ninjutsu left by his father had also already been fully cultivated. In order to enrich his combat methods, he naturally set his sights on Yagyu-style swordsmanship. When it came to methods of becoming stronger, as long as Yagyu could accept them, he had already included them in his training plans for the coming years. Time quickly reached noon. Just as Yagyu became exhausted, the crisp sound of footsteps pressing into the snow approached. Ino appeared, holding a thermal lunchbox wrapped in a towel. Seeing Yagyu resting, a hint of delight appeared on Ino's face. "I brought you lunch." Hearing Ino's voice, Yagyu, who had been preparing to return home to eat, felt somewhat surprised. Looking at the lunchbox wrapped in the towel in her hands, he said, "You actually came to deliver lunch to me. That's rare." Hearing this, Ino wrinkled her nose slightly and rolled her eyes at Yagyu. "Don't misunderstand. Aunt Yagyu asked me to help bring it to you, so I delivered it. Otherwise, unless you begged me personally, I would never come bring lunch to you." Hearing her explanation, Yagyu believed it. Given Ino's personality, if she had done it voluntarily she would have admitted it directly. This girl was unexpectedly straightforward. Of course, in the middle of winter, being willing to agree to his mother's request and bring him lunch was already quite considerate. At the very least, it meant that she did not feel nothing toward Yagyu. It was just that this small feeling had not yet begun to grow. In fact, Ino was not a girl who easily became infatuated with someone or quickly fell in love. In the original story, the reason she competed with Haruno Sakura for Uchiha Sasuke was not because she liked him deeply, but because she was competing with Sakura out of pride. This could be seen from how calm she remained after Sasuke defected. To be honest, the speed at which Ino liked someone might even be slower than Hyuga Hinata. After all, Hinata had already fallen deeply in love with Uzumaki Naruto since childhood. Hinata's problem was her shy personality, not the speed at which she developed feelings. Of course, girls liking handsome boys was just as natural as boys liking beautiful girls. All right. After hearing Ino's explanation, Yagyu showed a gentle smile. But I still have to thank you for bringing me lunch. I was already planning to return to the village and eat a bowl of ramen. Thank you, Lady Ino. Taking the lunch box, he began eating heartily. Sitting beside him, Ino watched the boy eating happily in front of her, and the corners of her lips unconsciously curved upward. Suddenly she felt that bringing Yagyu lunch here was actually quite nice. She lightly kicked Yagyu with her foot and spoke. During the holiday, will you train here every day? If so, I can bring you lunch from now on. I'll just treat it as an excuse to slack off. After one semester at the Ninja Academy, many students from secret jutsu clans had already begun learning their clan's hidden jutsu. Ino was naturally no exception. Recently she had been going straight home after school, which made that obvious. As long as you can come, I have no objections. Stopping his eating, Yagyu nodded. But wouldn't that be too troublesome? Ino lightly kicked him again, and looked at him speechlessly. If she did not have some feelings for him, how could she possibly come deliver lunch in the cold winter? She certainly would not maintain such a seemingly close relationship with him at school. What a joke. Nara Shikamaru and Akimichi Choji were her closest friends, yet she still treated them roughly most of the time. They certainly never received this kind of treatment. If Yagyu were a little more proactive, their relationship might have progressed long ago. But instead, in Ino's eyes, Yagyu was like a block of wood who simply would not respond. Sensing the dissatisfaction of the girl beside him, Yagyu calmly explained, Ino, you wouldn't understand. Right now I'm still not at the stage where I can relax. It's far from that time. At the very least, he had to reach elite Jonin before he could relax slightly. As he spoke, Yagyu finished the lunch and stood up. I still need to become stronger. Some things can wait until a few years later before we talk about them. Right now Ino was simply too young, it was not easy to make a move. After all, Yagyu was not some degenerate who targeted children. But he also understood that if he were to marry and start a family in the future, it would be impossible for him to marry someone older than him. Putting aside other reasons, his mother alone would never approve. Then when he thought about it carefully, the future Ino would grow into a top-tier beauty. If their relationship could be nurtured from childhood, that would not be bad. But at the very least, she needed to grow up first. Finally receiving a somewhat proper response, Ino's face turned slightly red as she smiled. That's more like it. I'm going back now. My father is personally going to teach me ninjutsu today. I'll bring you lunch again tomorrow. After saying that, Ino skipped away happily, leaving the training ground in an extremely cheerful mood. Watching her leave, Yagyu felt a strange sensation in his heart. Girls in this world really are a bit too enthusiastic. Chapter 13. This is the real him. 11:40 words the next morning, early. Sign in successful. Congratulations, you obtained 20 days swordsmanship training. While washing up, Yagyu heard the system's voice sound in his mind. Immediately afterward, a warm current flowed through his entire body. Instinctively, he could feel that the Yagyu-style swordsmanship he had only started training yesterday had become far more refined, as if he had already trained it for nearly a month. This feeling is amazing. Clearly sensing that his strength had become stronger, Yagyu felt completely refreshed. I'll continue training today. No matter how the system rewards me, my training plan must never become disordered. After all, the road I walk step by step always feels more solid. Even though the system rewarded him with various improvements every day, for Yagyu his own training absolutely could not become chaotic. After all, his goal was simply too high. After eating breakfast at home, and helping his mother open the bookstore, carrying all of his equipment, Yagyu once again arrived at the training ground he often used. Just like usual, he began all of his training. Physical training, taijutsu training, ninja tool training, ninjutsu training, and the recently added swordsmanship training. Although a large portion of the training content was basic, even so Yagyu still completed everything with full concentration. A towering building rises from the ground. Without a foundation, there can be no future. While Yagyu continued his training plan one item after another. Far away in Konoha village, inside the Hokage office of the Hokage building, the third Hokage, smoking leisurely, looked at the crystal ball in front of him. Reflected inside it was Yagyu, repeatedly practicing Yagyu-style swordsmanship in the snowy wilderness. Judging from the feeling of his blade today, watching the trajectory and rhythm of Yagyu's sword strikes, a sharp glint flashed in the third Hokage's eyes. He has improved far too much compared to yesterday. Just like before, this child becomes a little stronger than the previous day, every single day. Ever since the third Hokage noticed Yagyu 2 months ago. Almost every few days, he would secretly observe Yagyu's growth. Naturally, he had discovered Yagyu's diligence. And most importantly, his terrifying rate of improvement. Even someone as experienced and knowledgeable as the third Hokage still felt shocked. He had seen people who accumulated strength for years before suddenly breaking through, and he had also seen geniuses who were astonishing from the very beginning. But he had never seen a genius who could maintain the pace of improving every single day, sometimes even improving by a large margin. Yagyu's situation was completely unique. I should go meet this child and give him some support. After watching for a while, the third Hokage made up his mind and opened a drawer from his desk, taking out 2 scrolls. I hope this child can become a firm inheritor of the will of fire in the future. These 2 scrolls had already been prepared earlier. However, during the past 2 months he had been busy with other matters. Only today did he finally have a little time, so the third Hokage could not wait to personally meet Yagyu. Just in case his old friend arrived first. Although that old friend's attention had recently been dragged away by matters related to the Uchiha clan. Once he recovered his focus, he might approach Yagyu in advance. For a genius like this, the third Hokage believed it would be more appropriate for him to personally train the child. A sharp flash of blade light flickered, splitting a falling snowflake into 2. The blade returned to its sheath. Yagyu slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, a smile appearing on his face. I improved a little again. I've found the feeling of drawing the blade. Training in swordsmanship is different from training in ninjutsu. Without using chakra, the demands on the body are simply too high. Yagyu-style swordsmanship was different from ninjutsu, taijutsu, and ninja tool jutsu. It required the strength of the physical body, with chakra only serving as assistance. Therefore during training it was best not to use chakra. That was precisely why it was so difficult. With his current body, if he focused completely on swordsmanship training, he could only persist for half a day at most. If he exceeded that time, it would place enormous strain on his body, and might even cause hidden injuries. If it became serious, it might even stunt his growth. That was something Yagyu absolutely could not accept. With so many difficulties, it was no wonder the world was now dominated by ninjas. Aside from the land of iron, samurai had already declined. Even the samurai of the land of iron practiced chakra. After calming his breathing, Yagyu prepared to draw his blade once more. At that moment, the sound of footsteps stepping through the snow attracted Yagyu's attention. He immediately sheathed his blade and stood upright, turning his head toward the direction of the sound with some confusion. The footsteps were heavy, clearly not Ino's. Who would come here at this time? Yagyu felt puzzled and also slightly vigilant. After all, even inside Konoha not everyone was a good person. However, after seeing who the visitor was, Yagyu froze even more. The third Hokage. A great figure whom he had absolutely no opportunity to approach at his current stage. In that instant, Yagyu began guessing the reason why the third Hokage had appeared here. After thinking it through repeatedly, he finally settled on one conclusion. His method of displaying his talent had worked. Still training hard, Sosuke. Seeing Yagyu staring at him blankly, the third Hokage showed a kind smile. Pulled back to his senses by the third Hokage's words, Yagyu immediately revealed a respectful expression. Lord Hokage, why have you come here? This respect came from the bottom of his heart. Regarding the third Hokage as a person, since Yagyu was a beneficiary of the policies he implemented, he naturally would not feel the same indignation he once had while watching anime or reading fanfiction in his previous life. After all, one's position determines one's thinking and actions. Before transmigrating, he had only been a viewer. Naturally he viewed things from the perspective of the protagonist or characters he liked. But after truly living in this world and enjoying the benefits brought by many of the third Hokage's policies, it was difficult for him to feel hatred toward the third Hokage like he once did. Enjoying someone's benefits while hating them would simply be stupidity. Perhaps others would think Yagyu was selfish. To that Yagyu could only say one thing. This was the real him. Returning to the main topic. Looking at Yagyu before him, the third Hokage nodded in satisfaction. What a good child. Chapter 14, The Third Hokage's Gift. 11-14 words. I saw you training here alone, so I came over to chat with you. Looking kindly at Yagyu, the third Hokage spoke. He did not act superior at all. Instead, he casually pulled Yagyu to sit with him on a wooden stump nearby. Chat with me. Yagyu was slightly surprised inside, but with his mature mind he instantly understood the meaning of the third Hokage's visit. This is probably an investment in me, placing the Hokage faction's mark on me so that Danzo doesn't take me away later and turn me into someone from Root. That was good. After all, he had absolutely no interest in joining Root or being controlled by Danzo's ninjutsu. So he was very willing to accept the third Hokage's investment. There's no helping it. Naturally following the third Hokage's words, Yagyu spoke. If I don't train hard and become stronger, then when danger appears in the future I won't have the ability to protect my companions, and it might even cause losses to the village. That kind of future is something I absolutely cannot allow to happen. It was a very mature sentence. At the same time, it perfectly embodied the will of fire. And because Yagyu usually behaved differently from other children his age, and possessed a natural sense of maturity, when he said these words it did not feel abrupt at all. Instead, it felt natural and enlightening. After all, Yagyu's previous efforts had always seemed somewhat strange to the adults around him. At this point, as if to make the third Hokage understand why he held such thoughts, Yagyu's eyes carried a trace of sadness. Just like my father, because he lacked strength, he died during a mission. He couldn't even protect his companions properly, and the village suffered losses as well. The conversation suddenly became heavy because Yagyu mentioned his father. But this was exactly the result Yagyu wanted. With those two sentences, Yagyu believed he had already given the third Hokage a perfect explanation and answer. The reason he was so eager to become stronger was because his father's death had stimulated him, giving him the determination to protect his companions and protect the village. Both the reason and motivation were flawless. Just as Yagyu had predicted. After hearing Yagyu's seemingly casual words, the third Hokage was stunned. Such thinking was the perfect embodiment of the will of fire. This child was stimulated by his father's sacrifice, and realized the meaning of the will of fire at such a young age. Feeling both gratified and moved, the third Hokage thought to himself, so that's why he trains so hard to become stronger. It seems my visit today was absolutely the right decision. With an even kinder smile on his face, the third Hokage gently pressed a hand on Yagyu's shoulder. Sosuke, you're right. But don't put too much pressure on yourself. If you have problems with training in the future, you can ask your teachers more often, or if this old man has time I can come and give you some guidance. While speaking, the third Hokage took out 2 scrolls from his sleeve. These 2 ninjutsu scrolls are a gift from me. Remember the reason you wanted to become stronger, work hard within your limits, and keep moving forward. Your future is long and limitless. Looking at the 2 ninjutsu scrolls handed to him by the third Hokage, Yagyu accepted them with a stunned expression. Then he looked at the third Hokage. I understand. I won't disappoint you, Lord Hokage. Only a fool would refuse good things. As for ninjutsu, who would ever think they had too many? Although he didn't know what ninjutsu the third Hokage had given him, for Yagyu they would definitely be useful. After all, Yagyu currently knew very few ninjutsu. The system would probably start rewarding more ninjutsu after his strength reached the Chunin level. For now, if he had ninjutsu scrolls he didn't mind learning them. Work hard. Looking at Yagyu with satisfaction, the third Hokage spoke. Sosuke, I look forward to your future. After encouraging Yagyu for a few more sentences, the third Hokage left. Recently Konoha was far from peaceful behind the scenes, and he still had many matters to handle. 2 ninjutsu scrolls. After the third Hokage left, Yagyu immediately opened the 2 scrolls. C-rank Fire Release, Great Fireball Jutsu, and B-rank Earth Release, Earth-style Wall. 1 offense and 1 defense, that's pretty good. The only downside was that he had not yet mastered Fire Nature or Earth Nature chakra transformation, so using these 2 ninjutsu would consume more chakra than normal. After examining the scrolls, Yagyu stored them away. Tonight I'll buy some chakra test paper to check my chakra nature, then add chakra control and nature transformation training to my training plan. With his current chakra level, he could already begin many advanced forms of training. For example, water walking and tree climbing. Also chakra nature transformation, something usually mastered by Jonin. Yagyu could even teach himself a high-level ninjutsu, the Rasengan. He already knew the principle and training method of that jutsu. If he seriously practiced it, it wouldn't take very long. Thinking about the 6-year development period he had planned, Yagyu sighed inwardly. His time was truly too limited. Winter in the Land of Fire did not last very long. Soon the short winter break ended. The snow covering Konoha melted away. Although the weather was still cold, spring had already returned, and the Ninja Academy reopened. Inside the classroom, while listening carefully to the lesson, Yagyu occasionally glanced at Uchiha Sasuke. If I remember correctly. Looking at the still innocent young Sasuke, a sharp light flashed in Yagyu's eyes. It should be around this time that the Uchiha clan will be wiped out. Innocent little Sasuke will fall into darkness, then wait for Uzumaki Naruto to save him later, beginning their lifelong rivalry. The destruction of the Uchiha clan was the biggest event in Konoha before Orochimaru's invasion. Although it had nothing to do with him, Yagyu still paid attention to it. After all, it was a major turning point in the life of one of the 2 main protagonists. However, even though he knew the event would happen, Yagyu would not do anything to interfere. There was no way to explain it. And he also had no qualification to interfere in such a massive event. Several days later, after finishing the Ninja Academy's lessons as usual, unexpectedly, Irika suddenly decided to check everyone's progress. Not only did he arrange various tests, he even organized combat sparring. The class continued until late evening before finally ending. Chapter 15, 1 Tomo of Sharingan 1231 words. On the way home. For once walking home together with Yagyu, Ino could not help but complain. Why did Irika-sensei keep us until so late before letting school end today? A faint glint flashed in Yagyu's eyes. He already knew the reason, but he did not say it and instead guessed, maybe it's because the students in our class have been too lazy lately, so Iruka-sensei decided to be stricter with everyone. The real reason, however, was that tonight was the night of the Uchiha clan's destruction. After hearing Yagyu's answer, Ino nodded and did not think too much about it. Instead, she chatted with him about ordinary everyday matters, her expression and mood completely carefree. Looking at Ino like this, Yagyu felt a gentle fondness in his heart. Ino, have you ever thought about what the future will be like? Hearing Yagyu's question, Ino tilted her head and shook it. I haven't thought about it much, but if my future has you in it, then it definitely won't be bad. Don't you think? That really hit the heart. Even though those words came from what he still considered a little girl, they struck directly into Yagyu's heart. A smile appeared on his face as he looked at Ino with gentle affection. Yes, if your future has me in it, then your whole life will be happy and carefree. It was a simple and straightforward answer, yet also the kind of response that resonated most deeply. Ino's small face immediately turned red, and her heartbeat quickened. Looking at Ino like this, Yagyu had to admit that although she still looked like a child, in this world everyone's emotions sprouted early, and were often very firm, the kind that lasted a lifetime. At that moment, Yagyu felt his heart move toward Ino. I'm not a lolicon, I'm not a lolicon. After quickly reminding himself several times in his mind, Yagyu stepped forward and said, let's go. It's time to head home, otherwise everyone will start worrying. Tonight in Konoha, the roads were dark and slippery, so walking outside required extra caution. The next morning, after waking up from sleep, the first thing Yagyu did was sign in. System, sign in. Sign in successful. Congratulations, you obtained 1 Tomo Sharingan. The moment the system's voice ended, a cool energy surged into his eyes. After that cool energy faded, the moment Yagyu opened his eyes his pupils turned crimson, and everything in his vision became extremely clear and slow. A fly passed through his field of vision, and Yagyu instantly captured the trajectory of its wings as they flapped. So this is the observation ability brought by the 1 Tomo Sharingan. If used in battle, it would definitely give a huge advantage. No wonder the Uchiha clan is so powerful. Only the Senju clan could suppress them with their massive chakra. The Sharingan was simply too powerful. Originally Yagyu did not think much of the Sharingan, but once he actually possessed it he immediately understood how incredible it was. System, does this Sharingan need to be upgraded by myself, or can it be upgraded through sign-in rewards? Also, can it be concealed? I don't want others to see that I have the Sharingan. After calming his excitement, Yagyu asked the question in his mind. These points had to be clarified. If it required upgrading by himself, then the most he would aim for was the 3 Tomo Sharingan. The Mangekyo Sharingan was something he did not dare to hope for, because Yagyu did not want to become blind. Without blood-related siblings, excessive use of the Mangekyo Sharingan would definitely turn him into a blind person. But if the system could upgrade it as well, then there would be no such concerns. After all, the Mangekyo Sharingan was extremely powerful, and the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan was even more extraordinary. If it could not be concealed, then he would have to prepare contact lenses, otherwise the Sharingan would have little practical use for him. After all, he could not use it openly in front of others. In the end, it all came down to the fact that the Uchiha clan's reputation was too sensitive, and the Sharingan itself attracted too much attention. The system's sign-in rewards can upgrade the Sharingan. The host's own growth in strength can also develop the Sharingan. If necessary, the system can maintain the Sharingan's abilities while concealing its external appearance. In other words, both methods were possible. That's perfect. Hearing the system's answer, Yagyu's eyes lit up. In that case, there's no worry about the Sharingan. System, conceal the external appearance of the Sharingan. Although the appearance of the Sharingan looked very cool, and created strong psychological pressure on many shinobi in the ninja world, with Yagyu's current identity and strength it was not suitable to reveal it. Concealing its appearance was the best solution. After getting up and finishing washing and breakfast, Yagyu repeatedly confirmed that the Sharingan would not be exposed. Only then did he confidently leave home and head toward the academy. At the Ninja Academy, the topic of discussion in the classroom today was not the destruction of the Uchiha clan. However, Yagyu noticed that Uchiha Sasuke had not come to school. Most likely today the news of the Uchiha clan's destruction will spread, and Uchiha Itachi will officially become an S-rank missing nin. Sitting in his seat with one hand supporting his head, Yagyu felt a slight sense of regret. It's a pity that I never had the chance to interact with the man who could truly be called a legend of the shinobi world, Uchiha Itachi. Of course, Yagyu found it difficult to agree with Itachi's choices. In Yagyu's view, family came first, friends and companions came second, and the village came last. A way of thinking like Uchiha Itachi's was something Yagyu would never be able to understand in his lifetime. Shaking his head, Yagyu pushed those thoughts aside and stopped paying attention to them. With that kind of mood, it would be better to think about how to make himself stronger. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had gone by. 3 years was neither long nor short. But it was enough to change many things. First was Ino. Ino now kept her long hair and looked almost the same as she would a few years later, youthful and energetic. Next were the two people Yagyu paid the most attention to, Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto. After experiencing the destruction of his clan, Uchiha Sasuke had stepped onto the path of darkness, becoming gloomy and cold while losing much of his innocence and brightness. Meanwhile, Uzumaki Naruto had taken the path of a troublemaker. He had also begun clashing with Uchiha Sasuke, starting the rivalry that would continue throughout their lives. This ending was quite entertaining to watch. Finally there was Yagyu himself, whose changes were enormous. First was his external appearance, as he had grown into a handsome young boy, and combined with the maturity he had carried since birth it naturally caused people to feel trust and dependence toward him. Second was his interpersonal relationships. With Ino acting as a bridge between them, Yagyu had established good friendships with many people in the class. Of course, his greatest change was his strength. Chapter 16, Great Fireball Fired. 1139 Words Host Status Panel. Name, Yagyu Sosuke Chakra, 660 Ninjutsu, 180. Taijutsu, 210 Genjutsu, 103 Kekkei Genkai, Senju Sage Body 10%, Sharingan 2 Tomo Overall Strength Evaluation, Special Jonin in the same public training ground where he used to stay 3 years ago. Yagyu looked at his status panel with satisfaction, feeling a burst of pride in his heart. A Special Jonin level evaluation, and I'm only 9 years old this year. In another 3 years, reaching Elite Jonin won't be difficult at all. Over these 3 years, his progress had been possible not only because of his own effort, but also because the system's rewards played a huge role. First was the occasional reward that increased the development progress of the Senju Sage body. Then there was ninjutsu. The chakra nature transformations of all 5 basic elements had been perfectly mastered by Yagyu during these 3 years. At the same time, he received ninjutsu instruction from the 3rd Hokage, learning many elemental jutsu of the 5 elements, including genjutsu as well. As for training like tree climbing and water walking, he had naturally completed those long ago. Next was taijutsu. As Yagyu's most prominent combat method at the moment, his taijutsu combined with the already mastered Yagyu-style swordsmanship allowed him to occupy a place even among Konoha's special jonin. At this stage, Yagyu had already begun to truly grow stronger. Yagyu's height had already reached nearly 1.5 meters, which was considered tall among children of the same age. After all, he was only 9 years old. Yagyu had been wiping the chakra blade in his hand, when his movement suddenly paused. You came too late, old man Hokage. After speaking, Yagyu turned his gaze toward the tree nearby, where there was no one. A gust of wind swept up fallen leaves across the ground, and the 3rd Hokage appeared while smoking his pipe, looking helplessly at Yagyu standing on the wooden stump. I'm still your teacher, you know. With a helpless expression in his eyes, the third Hokage looked at Yagyu and said, "Can't you show a little consideration for an old man?" Yagyu sheathed his blade and smiled. "Give me a break. If someone like you needs consideration, then everyone in Konoha would need to be taken care of." 3 years ago. Ever since the third Hokage first made contact with Yagyu, he had closely observed Yagyu's growth. Until 1 year ago, when he accepted Yagyu as his final personal disciple. While teaching him everything he knew, the third Hokage also acted as Yagyu's sparring partner every few days, engaging in practical combat training with him. The speed of Yagyu's growth was inseparable from the third Hokage's guidance. It had to be said that the old man truly had skill. After all, he was the man who had trained the legendary Sannin of Konoha. You really become less adorable the older you get. Looking at Yagyu speechlessly, the third Hokage held his pipe and said, "When you were younger you were obedient and spoke nicely. But now..." Although it sounded like he was complaining, the third Hokage's eyes and expression were filled with satisfaction and pride toward Yagyu. In the third Hokage's eyes, although Yagyu had become more mischievous with his words, he was undoubtedly the best inheritor of the will of fire. Even Jiraiya, whom he once valued the most, fell short compared to Yagyu. Within Yagyu, the third Hokage saw Konoha's future. Otherwise, he would never have accepted Yagyu as his disciple. Looking at the third Hokage, Yagyu smiled. "Teacher, let's begin today's sparring session. No matter what happens, today I will definitely take the bell that belongs to me." The third Hokage nodded with a smile. Holding his pipe in one hand, he took out a bell with the other. "Then I'll look forward to it." He casually tied the bell to his waist and looked at Yagyu with a smile, not attacking first, and instead waiting for Yagyu to make the first move. Yagyu also did not rush forward recklessly. Instead, he lowered his body slightly as chakra flowed through his body, and his muscles tensed to their limit. Carefully searching for flaws in the third Hokage's stance. In an instant, the field became quiet. The only thing that could be felt was the tension of an imminent battle. What intense pressure! The more Yagyu searched, the more he felt an invisible aura pressing down on him. Is this the presence of a Kage-level shinobi? At that moment in Yagyu's eyes, the third Hokage's aged and seemingly frail figure resembled a towering mountain. It's time to move. After confronting each other for a moment, Yagyu made his decision. Raising his hand, Yagyu immediately threw out several shuriken. At the moment they left his hand, Yagyu's hands moved rapidly through hand seals. Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. With bursts of smoke appearing in midair, the original dozen shuriken instantly multiplied into a dense storm, completely cutting off all of the third Hokage's escape routes. You learned this jutsu as well. Looking at the overwhelming shuriken flying toward him at high speed, the third Hokage showed a surprised expression. Your learning ability is as terrifying as ever. Although he spoke calmly, the third Hokage's movements were not slow in the slightest. The moment he raised his hand, he had already completed the hand seals. Earth release, earth-style wall. A thick wall of earth rose from the ground, blocking the third Hokage. Thud thud thud. All the shuriken aimed at him were precisely blocked. The wall was neither too large nor too small, just the perfect size, demonstrating the third Hokage's refined combat experience. Just as the third Hokage finished blocking the shuriken attack. Leaf strong whirlwind. Yagyu's loud shout suddenly rang out. The earth-style wall in front of the third Hokage was instantly shattered by a powerful kick. Yagyu had already seized the moment and closed the distance. His fingers moved rapidly, leaving faint afterimages as the hand seals were completed. Take this, old man. Chakra gathered within his chest as Yagyu spoke with a serious expression. Fire release, Great Fireball Jutsu. A blazing fireball with a diameter of nearly 3 meters instantly formed between Yagyu and the third Hokage. The distance between them was barely more than 3 meters. Yagyu had completely fired the attack point blank. Seeing the great fireball suddenly form directly in front of him, the third Hokage's face darkened. This kid is as reckless as ever. Does he really have no consideration for an old man? As he spoke, the third Hokage moved instantly, leaving his original position the moment the fireball erupted in front of him. But the next moment. Chapter 17. Sparring 12:17 words. A sharp metallic hum from a blade rang out. Immediately after, a streak of silver blade light cut through the air, and in an instant struck toward the third Hokage's back from behind. Yagyu style, Iai flash. T/N. Iai refers to a Japanese swordsmanship technique, where the swordsman draws the blade and strikes in the same motion. It emphasizes extreme speed and delivering a decisive attack the instant the sword leaves the scabbard. It was as if a flash of blade light passed through Yagyu's eyes, his rapidly approaching body lowered. His right hand, already hardened with calluses, gripped the katana at his waist. Old man, the victory belongs to me. The blade flashed as Yagyu struck instantly, a sharp aura appearing along the chakra blade as it aimed directly for the bell tied to the third Hokage's waist. Not a bad tactic. Feeling the attack from behind, the third Hokage showed a smile. But if that's all, it's far from enough. The moment his words fell, the third Hokage's figure vanished in a burst of white smoke, leaving behind a substitution log. The substitution log was smoothly split in half by Yagyu's slash. After the attack failed, Yagyu landed on the ground with a serious expression. As expected of a veteran powerhouse. Just as he finished speaking, a massive fireball 5 to 6 meters wide burst out from the forest beside them, and blasted straight toward Yagyu. Seeing the enormous fireball rushing toward him, Yagyu did not attempt to block it head-on. With a swirl of leaves around him, his figure disappeared from the spot and hid within the forest. Standing on a tree branch, Yagyu's face remained serious. Next comes the hardest part of the fight. The essence of being a shinobi is staying steady. If a battle could not be ended in a single decisive strike at the beginning, it would inevitably turn into a tough fight. Especially in a situation where the weak faced the strong. There was absolutely no way to just charge recklessly like in anime. Not a single one of these could be missing. This was not the first time Yagyu's battle with the third Hokage had fallen into such a situation. So he did not panic. The sun set in the west, evening approaching. Ha ha ha. Lying on top of a wooden training post, Yagyu panted heavily, his clothes completely soaked with sweat, and his body utterly exhausted. Meanwhile the third Hokage sat on another wooden post calmly smoking his pipe. After taking a few puffs of smoke, the third Hokage spoke. Your strength is already comparable to an ordinary special jonin. Have you ever considered graduating early? After a year of fighting. From the beginning when Yagyu could barely exchange a few moves, to now forcing him to use many of his real abilities. The third Hokage clearly understood just how enormous Yagyu's potential was. He suddenly felt that leaving his final disciple idle in the academy might not be ideal, perhaps allowing him to graduate early would let him grow stronger faster. There was also another reason. In the past year or two, the third Hokage had begun to feel his strength fading. But after speaking before Yagyu could respond, he shook his head. Forget it. There's still too much you need to learn. You shouldn't graduate early. Only by building a strong foundation can you become truly powerful. Hearing the third Hokage's words, Yagyu let out a sigh of relief in his heart. I think so too. Only by becoming stronger can I contribute more in the future. There are still many things I need to learn, including combat experience, mission experience, and many other aspects he still needed to improve. Of course, the most important reason was that Yagyu did not want to give up the remaining 3 years of safe growth time. Was Special Jonin very powerful? Not at all. Yagyu believed that only elite Jonin truly possessed the strength to protect themselves. Special Jonin was far from enough. Work hard. Looking at Yagyu, the third Hokage smiled with satisfaction. The future belongs to you young people. Seeing the sudden sense of age and exhaustion on the third Hokage's face, Yagyu opened his mouth, but did not know what to say. Honestly, ever since becoming the third Hokage's disciple, the old man had treated him very well. Not only had he provided an invisible layer of protection. More importantly, he had given Yagyu far too much. Because of that, Yagyu's respect toward the third Hokage was completely sincere. At that moment he simply did not know how to respond. So he remained silent. In the evening, after finishing the sparring session and conversation with the third Hokage, Yagyu went straight home. "I'm back." The moment he returned home, Yagyu saw Ino in the courtyard trimming the flowers she had been growing for several years. "Ino, where's my mom?" Hearing Yagyu's voice, without turning around, Ino continued trimming the potted flowers. "Aunt went out, she'll be back soon." After hearing where his mother had gone, Yagyu did not mind, and instead walked over to stand beside Ino, watching her take care of the flowers without the slightest impatience. Over these 3 years, the relationship between Yagyu and Ino had steadily grown. Anyone with eyes could see where things were heading. "What are you staring at?" Noticing Yagyu staring at her, Ino stopped her movements, her face slightly red as she glared at him with a bit of stubborn pride. "If you keep staring like that, your eyes are going to fall out." Perhaps he had already passed the mental barrier of seeing her as just a little girl, so over these 3 years Yagyu had naturally begun to show more of his feelings toward Ino. The more he showed, the deeper Ino fell for him. At such a young age it might sound strange to say something like that. But in the Naruto world, this was practically a social norm. Yagyu gently tapped the top of Ino's head with his hand. With a doting expression he said, "Do you want my attention to shift to other girls instead? For example?" A sharp glare immediately locked onto him. Ino said fiercely, "Don't you dare." Yagyu rubbed the top of Ino's head, and did not continue the sentence. Of course he would not do something like that. Having Ino, a fiery girl with great potential and a lively personality, was already more than enough. Of course, as the future head of the household, Yagyu would never allow that position to belong to Ino. So naturally, at the moment Yagyu had Ino completely wrapped around his finger. And that was just perfect. "How did your sparring session with the Hokage go today?" After their playful quarrel ended, Ino looked at Yagyu with the bright affection of youth and asked. Hearing her question, Yagyu did not hide anything and simply described the battle that happened earlier. One person speaking, one person listening. This had continued for more than 3 years. It had already become something completely natural. Of course, the quiet side of Ino belonged only to Yagyu. Chapter 18, Konoha Year 60 1161 words. While Yagyu and Ino were chatting, his mother also returned. Although it was already quite late. Because Yagyu's house and Ino's house were next-door neighbors, and both families' parents were already very familiar with each other, Ino naturally stayed for dinner. Yagyu's house was very quiet. Especially after his old man passed away, it had become even quieter. But with the lively Ino coming over during the past 2 years, the atmosphere had become much more cheerful. And this was simply a normal day in the Yagyu household over the past 3 years. This kind of daily life was actually pretty nice. Seasons passed, winters turned into summers, and in the blink of an eye another 3 years had gone by. Time had reached Konoha Year 60. On this day, under the bright and pleasant weather in Konoha, something neither too big nor too small happened again. Looking into the distance, the Hokage rock that symbolized Konoha's pride had been covered in all sorts of strange drawings and splashes of paint across the stone faces of the Hokage. At this moment in the village, Uzumaki Naruto was running quickly while carrying a bucket of paint, while several genin chased after him from behind. The already lively village became even more chaotic. After a long period of commotion, it ended with Uzumaki Naruto being captured by Iruka and dragged back to the ninja academy. Inside the classroom, Yagyu looked helplessly at Naruto, who had been brought back by Iruka, and was now standing on the podium. Resting his head on one hand, Yagyu showed a helpless smile. But that guy really has guts. After several years as classmates, Yagyu had developed decent relationships with most of the students in the class. That naturally included Uzumaki Naruto, whom everyone else disliked. Of course, his relationship with Naruto was only at the level of pretty good. It was nowhere near the deep bond between Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke. Although at this point, the bond between those two unlucky brothers had not yet been openly acknowledged. As for the growth of the others, there was not much difference compared to what Yagyu remembered. The only difference was that the first place originally belonging to Uchiha Sasuke had been taken by Yagyu. From the very beginning, no matter how much effort Sasuke put in. For 6 years he had never managed to escape the position of eternal second place. However, everyone had always accepted Yagyu as the top student. From the beginning he displayed talent that surpassed everyone else. Later, after the third Hokage publicly accepted him as his disciple, he rose even higher. In the past, people could still roughly see what level Yagyu's strength was at. All they saw was an abyss. Since the second year after entering the academy, the strength Yagyu displayed had always remained the same. He was always just a little stronger than Uchiha Sasuke. So no one actually knew how strong Yagyu truly was. But being stronger than them was completely natural. Returning to the main topic. After Naruto was brought back by Iruka, Yagyu knew that the storyline he remembered was about to move forward. And tomorrow was the graduation exam for their class. The arrival of the graduation exam also meant that the 6 years of safe growth time Yagyu had planned for himself had come to an end. It's finally coming. Listening to Iruka's request for an additional test, Yagyu looked out the window with complicated thoughts. Next will be the moment for me to shine. For Yagyu, over these 6 years every goal he had set for himself had been completed. Without leaving a single regret. There was no need to mention the talent he had displayed. As for building his own circle, that also went without saying, simply forming friendships with the clan children in the class was already enough. Not to mention Yagyu had become the final disciple of the third Hokage. That meant Yagyu would inevitably come into contact with many of the third Hokage's connections, the most obvious being Jiraiya and Tsunade, whose whereabouts were currently unknown. As for Orochimaru, that one was uncertain. Of course, those were only external factors. The real source of Yagyu's confidence in shining brightly came from his own strength. At the very least, the goal Yagyu set for himself had already been achieved. After school in the afternoon, Yagyu walked home together with Ino, along with Nara Shikamaru, and the chubby Akimichi Choji. Among all the classmates, the 4 of them were the closest. There was no helping it. The Ino-Shikacho trio could not be separated, and since Yagyu was Ino's boyfriend, combined with his powerful strength, and his identity as the third Hokage's disciple, their relationship naturally became very close. While walking home in boredom, Shikamaru suddenly asked, "Did the Hokage say anything about how he plans to arrange things for you after graduation?" Among the group, Yagyu had an innate maturity, while Shikamaru possessed natural genius-level intelligence, so he knew quite a lot about many matters. But after hearing the question, Yagyu simply shook his head calmly. "There's no news yet. But it doesn't matter, I believe the old man won't arrange things for me through the normal process, after all I'm very strong." Hearing Yagyu's answer, Shikamaru nodded in understanding. He had only thought of the matter suddenly. After hearing the conversation between Yagyu and Shikamaru, Ino looked dissatisfied and turned to glare at Shikamaru and Choji, who was busy stuffing his mouth with food. "Why do I have to form a team with you two? Sosuke, I want to be on the same team as you." Since childhood the 3 of them had always played together as members of ninja clans, so they already knew the standard team assignments after graduation, and they knew the 3 of them would definitely become teammates. The Ino-Shikacho formation could not be separated. Hearing Ino cling to him like this, Yagyu reached out and rubbed her head. "You, Shikamaru and Choji forming a team, is the perfect combination. Gently rubbing against Yagyu's palm, Ino nodded obediently with a gentle expression. Meanwhile Shikamaru, who had long since gotten used to this scene, rolled his eyes. That little leopard Ino. Only Yagyu could keep her under control. At the Yagyu residence. As soon as he entered his family's bookstore, Yagyu saw his mother watching the shop. 6 years had passed, and more traces of time had appeared on his mother's face. Seeing her son return, his mother smiled gently. Not going to train today? Hearing his mother's question, Yagyu shook his head casually. Not today, I came back to prepare a few things. His mother showed a puzzled expression. What happened? With a confident smile and eyes full of anticipation, Yagyu replied. Mom, I'm about to graduate. I'm going to become a real shinobi. Chapter 19, A Special Graduation Mission. 1221 words, graduating already. Hearing Yagyu's words, his mother paused for a moment. Then a trace of reminiscence and worry appeared in her eyes. Before I knew it. Sosuke, you're about to become a shinobi. Yagyu smiled and nodded. He sat down in front of his mother. Don't worry, Mom. You should trust your son, I'm very strong. At the very least, much stronger than that old man. After hearing her son's words, his mother, who was not the gentle type, glared at him and raised her hand to smack him on the head. Even if you're strong, there will always be someone stronger than you in the shinobi world. If you carry that kind of mindset, someday I might hear the news that you died on a mission. A shinobi must be cautious and humble. Do you understand? Hearing that, Yagyu rubbed his forehead helplessly. I understand, Mom. Don't worry. I'm going upstairs. After saying that, Yagyu immediately slipped out of the bookstore and entered the backyard of his home. There was no helping it. His mother was simply too formidable. Yagyu Sosuke ultimately had no way to resist her. Returning to the backyard. After entering his room, Yagyu pulled out a small notebook hidden in a secret compartment beneath his bed. After opening it, the pages were densely filled with notes written in Chinese, recording future events. Some were detailed, others were more brief. After Naruto fails tomorrow's exam, Mizuki will tempt him into stealing the scroll of seals. Then comes team assignments, daily D-rank missions, the Land of Waves arc, the Chunin exams, and the Konoha Crush plan. While flipping through the pages, Yagyu carefully recalled the entire storyline in his mind. After an hour. Once he had reviewed everything written in the notebook, Yagyu stored it securely. The future is truly turbulent. With a thoughtful expression, Yagyu spoke in his mind. System, open my status panel. Host status panel. Name, Yagyu Sosuke Chakra, 1766 Ninjutsu, 531. Taijutsu, 525 Genjutsu, 521 Kekkei Genkai, Senju Sage Body 20%, Sharingan 3 Tomo Overall Strength Evaluation, Elite Jonin compared to when he first obtained the system. These luxurious four-core ninja attributes could be described as a complete transformation, clearly demonstrating Yagyu's strength. Not to mention anything else. Just the number of ninjutsu Yagyu had mastered was already terrifying. Any ninjutsu the third Hokage had mastered, and even some he had not mastered, Yagyu had either learned on his own or obtained through occasional system sign-in rewards. Fire release techniques such as Great Fireball Jutsu, Dragon Flame Jutsu, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet Jutsu, and Great Dragon Fire Jutsu. Wind release techniques such as Whirlwind Fist, Wind Blade, Great Breakthrough, Gale Palm, and Pressure Damage. Besides those, Yagyu had also mastered many Lightning Release, Water Release, and Earth Release Jutsu. Of course, Genjutsu was no exception. Or rather, with the Sharingan, Yagyu possessed a natural advantage in Genjutsu. Perhaps the current Yagyu could not yet compare to Kakashi, the copy ninja, who was said to have copied thousands of ninjutsu. But in reality, after awakening the 3 Tomo Sharingan, the number of ninjutsu Yagyu could master would only continue to increase. At present, aside from the fact that he had never shed blood or experienced killing. In every other aspect, he was not far behind veteran elite Jonin. After all, he had been carefully trained by the third Hokage, and undergone 4 years of continuous combat training as his final disciple. Yagyu would never lack combat experience. How will the old man arrange things for me? A thoughtful expression appeared on Yagyu's face, as his eyes flickered with contemplation. If nothing else works, I'll request to be placed in a team alone. That would be fine too, at least it won't slow down my progress. If they assign me 2 weak teammates, I might end up acting like a babysitter. Thinking about team assignments also made Yagyu think about the upcoming Chunin exams. And the Konoha Crush plan. As well as the death of the third Hokage. Yagyu sighed. In fact, he had been conflicted for several years about whether he should save the third Hokage during the Konoha Crush. But even now he had not reached a conclusion. Because the decision was closely tied to his own interests. If he were still a student in the academy, living peacefully, the third Hokage providing him protection would naturally be the best outcome. But now that he was about to graduate, some of Yagyu's hidden strength, or rather, some of his abilities, would inevitably begin to reveal themselves little by little. If that happened, the third Hokage would no longer be the most suitable superior for him. Only Tsunade, who was younger and not restrained by the elders or Danzo, would be suitable as his leader. In other words, when he was still a student, it was best for the third Hokage to remain in power. When he became a shinobi, Tsunade taking office would be the choice most beneficial to Yagyu. After thinking for a while, Yagyu set the matter aside. When the day came that he had to make a decision, he would let his instincts tell him what choice to make. The next day, everything proceeded exactly as Yagyu remembered, beginning with the extremely simple graduation exam that required only the clone jutsu. In the entire class, only Uzumaki Naruto failed. Inevitably, the still naive Naruto would be easily manipulated by Mizuki and tricked into stealing the fake scroll of seals. That's right, the fake scroll of seals. How could the real scroll of seals possibly be obtained by Uzumaki Naruto? Even if Yagyu made a move, he might not succeed in taking the scroll of seals under the layers of surveillance surrounding it. Let alone Naruto in his current state. After the exam ended and Yagyu received his ninja forehead protector, he gathered briefly with Ino, Nara Shikamaru, and Akimichi Choji. Then he returned home. He had no interest in what would happen next, let alone interfering in it. That night, Yagyu had just lain down, not yet asleep. A sharp sound of wind cutting through the air came from the window beside his room. Knock knock knock. Immediately after, someone gently knocked on Yagyu's window. At this hour, looking puzzled, Yagyu calmly opened the window. Who is it? The moment the window opened, Yagyu saw a shinobi standing outside, wearing ANBU equipment and an animal mask. Looking at the ANBU member calmly, Yagyu showed no fear. May I ask what you need from me? ANBU were considered elite shinobi among Konoha's forces. But even so, ordinary elites were still trash in front of Yagyu. Unless they were top-tier elite shinobi like Kakashi, or Might Guy who could give Yagyu a sense of danger. Others like Saratobi Asuma, or Kurenai Yuhi were still lacking. Yagyu Sosuke. Looking at Yagyu, the ANBU spoke in a neutral voice. A special graduation mission assigned to you by the Hokage. As soon as the words fell, a mission scroll was thrown directly toward Yagyu. After handing the mission scroll to Yagyu, the ANBU figure disappeared into the night with another gust of wind, arriving quickly and leaving just as quickly, perfectly demonstrating the working style of the ANBU. Chapter 20, Why Can't It Be Me? 1099 words inside the room. Yagyu had changed into a fitted combat outfit, a chakra blade hanging at his waist. Fully prepared for action, his height of already 1.6 meters at 12 years old made him stand as straight as a spear. Capture Mizuki. Holding the mission scroll that had just been delivered by the ANBU, Yagyu smiled. This mission is interesting. It's probably meant to test my combat level. If I pass, the arrangement for me will likely be either forming a squad alone, or being assigned to a team with a Chunin, or even a Jonin. Yagyu had no objections to that, in fact he thought it was quite good. Instead of leaving through the front door, he opened the window. With a soft sound, Yagyu's figure left the window and vanished into the night. At that moment, the Hokage's office was brightly lit. The third Hokage and several well-known Jonin of Konoha were gathered there. These Jonin were none other than Kakashi, Might Guy, Sarutobi Asuma, and Kurenai Yuhi, who was considered one of Konoha's greatest genjutsu specialists. They were all elite Jonin belonging to the top combat tier beneath the Hokage. He has departed. Watching Yagyu through the crystal ball in front of him, the third Hokage showed a satisfied expression. I believe he will soon capture the traitor Mizuki and bring Naruto back. What I'm curious about is what kind of attitude he will have when facing Naruto. After hearing the third Hokage's words, the future instructors of the Konoha 12 all began to think about it. Kakashi spoke first. I think the most likely outcome is that he will bring Naruto back and plead with the Hokage on behalf of Naruto's ignorance. Kakashi had looked into Yagyu a little, so he made a reasonable guess. The other three Jonin, however, only knew of Yagyu's existence and had little understanding of him, so they remained silent. Hearing that, the third Hokage nodded. Kakashi makes a good point, but what actually happens, we'll just have to keep watching. The Hokage's office fell quiet. Everyone waited to see how things would unfold. Under the night sky, Yagyu moved quickly across the rooftops. There's been no large-scale ninja mobilization. Although his expression remained calm, Yagyu's eyes were serious. That means this mission is probably meant for me alone. Interesting. Raising his hand, Yagyu formed a hand seal. Ninja art, sensory technique. The moment Yagyu closed his eyes, his sensory ability, greatly enhanced by the development of the sage body, spread outward. Found them. Soon he sensed a large concentration of chakra, and a hint of joy appeared in Yagyu's eyes. So they haven't left the village. At least they're somewhat sensible. Even if Uzumaki Naruto was foolish, he would not carry the scroll of seals outside the village. What he wanted right now was to prove himself, not cause an even bigger incident. In fact, Naruto probably already sensed something was wrong when he first acted. But because he wanted to graduate and still trusted Mizuki somewhat, he chose to try anyway. Naruto had never truly been stupid. With a flash of movement, Yagyu headed toward the chakra he sensed. Meanwhile, at a public training ground, Uzumaki Naruto held the scroll of seals in one arm, gripping a kunai with his other hand, his body covered in wounds. He stared at Mizuki in disbelief. Mizuki-sensei, why? Why do you want to kill me? This time Irika was not there to rescue him. The moment Mizuki found Naruto, he had already injured him. If Naruto were not the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, and a member of the Uzumaki clan with powerful vitality, he would have already collapsed. With a cold sneer, Mizuki looked at Naruto, as if he were staring at a wild beast. Why ask so many questions? But since you helped me steal the scroll of seals, I'll tell you the reason. Because you deserve to die. Maybe after I kill you, the people of the village will even thank me. At that moment Mizuki's smile turned sinister. Let me tell you the truth. The scroll of seals is extremely important in the village. Why do you think no one came to stop you after you stole it? Because everyone wants you dead. Nine-tailed fox. While revealing the truth and breaking Naruto's will, Mizuki prepared to strike Naruto with a killing blow. In terms of actual strength, Mizuki was truly weak. He was so weak that he could not even defeat Naruto after Naruto had just learned the multiple shadow clone jutsu. It was no wonder he relied on words to break Naruto's spirit. In the shinobi world, it was nothing new for the weak to kill the strong. When the secrets surrounding his identity were revealed one by one, Naruto froze in shock, giving Mizuki the perfect opportunity. Now's the chance. Seeing Naruto lose his fighting spirit and freeze, Mizuki immediately acted. Die, you demon fox. With a sudden burst of speed, Mizuki appeared before Naruto, thrusting the kunai toward Naruto's forehead. Yet in the face of this fatal danger, Naruto remained frozen in place, eyes wide with disbelief. From the branch of a large tree nearby, Yagyu covered his face helplessly. He really had his will completely crushed. Although he complained inwardly, Yagyu obviously could not just watch Mizuki kill Naruto here. At the moment Mizuki believed he had succeeded, and a smile appeared on his face. A faint sound of air cutting suddenly rang out. In the next instant, a figure appeared beside Naruto without any warning. In a flash, a hand like an iron clamp grabbed Mizuki's arm, preventing him from moving even an inch. The kunai stopped only a hair's breadth away from Naruto's forehead. This sudden change stunned both Mizuki and Naruto. Yagyu Sosuke. Mizuki turned his head in shock and looked at Yagyu, who was holding his arm. How is it you? A mocking smile appeared on Yagyu's face. He glanced at Mizuki. Why can't it be me? The moment Yagyu finished speaking, Mizuki used his other hand to slash a kunai toward Yagyu's neck. Too slow. After calmly making that comment, Yagyu raised his leg like lightning. There were no flashy movements. Just a simple kick driven straight into Mizuki's body. With no ability to resist, Mizuki was sent flying by the powerful kick. He crashed onto the ground and could not get up for quite a while. Patreon Advance 30 Chapters, Patreon. com/1FIC Chapter 21. When a son travels far, his mother worries. 1121 words. Why are you here? Only after Mizuki struggled but failed to stand up did Uzumaki Naruto react, looking at Yagyu with uncertainty. Then his face turned pale. Just like this guy said, are you here to kill? A fist of moderate strength landed directly on Naruto's head, knocking him down onto the ground with stars spinning in his eyes. That hurts. Yagyu, what are you doing? Holding his head while rolling on the ground in pain, Naruto seemed to recover his energy as he loudly complained. You bastard, I'm going to punch you flying later. Yagyu glanced at Naruto rolling around on the ground with a speechless expression. Then he spoke calmly. I came to knock some sense into you. Idiot, do you even realize how important the Hokage Tower is? Even messing around has its limits. Naruto, the nine-tailed fox is the nine-tailed fox, you are you. You are Uzumaki Naruto, a future shinobi of Konoha. Remember that well. Turning around. With his back facing Naruto, Yagyu walked toward Mizuki. Did a piece of trash like him make you forget your dream of becoming Hokage? Naruto, if that's the case, then you're truly disappointing. After hearing Yagyu's words, Naruto, who had been rolling on the ground earlier, stopped. He lay on the ground and stared up at the night sky in silence, ignoring Naruto, who had fallen into deep thought. Yagyu slowly approached Mizuki, and as he got closer, Mizuki began to panic. Don't come any closer. Struggling backward while crawling, Mizuki clutched his chest and shouted in terror. Don't come over here. Looking at the terrified Mizuki with disdain, Yagyu did not lower his guard. But his words were filled with arrogance. You really are weak. That kick just now probably broke at least 4 of your ribs, and they were definitely shattered. Even someone as weak as you was still entrusted by the village with the sacred profession of teaching, and inheriting the will of fire. While Yagyu was still speaking, Mizuki's eyes suddenly flashed with a sharp light. With a roar, Mizuki threw a massive Fuma shuriken directly toward Yagyu's neck. If it hit, Yagyu would die instantly. However, since Yagyu had been secretly on guard the entire time, how could he possibly be caught off guard? He simply raised his hand like lightning, and casually grabbed the blade of the Fuma shuriken, instantly stopping it midair. I truly don't understand. Completely ignoring Mizuki's sneak attack, Yagyu spoke calmly. Why betray the village, why betray your comrades? And the most unforgivable thing is that you dared to attack my companion. Naruto might be a bit stupid, but he's not someone you're allowed to touch. Yagyu suddenly flung the Fuma shuriken forward, piercing through Mizuki's shoulder and pinning him firmly to the ground. Immediately after, with several flashes of blade light, the tendons in Mizuki's arms and legs were severed in an instant. Yagyu calmly sheathed his blade. Then he grabbed Mizuki, who now looked like a dead dog, and turned his gaze toward Naruto, who was still lying there. Still haven't figured it out. Seeing Naruto's blank and conflicted expression, Yagyu felt a headache coming on. Talk no jutsu was really not his specialty. If Iruka or the third Hokage were here, they could restore Naruto's confidence in minutes. But Yagyu could not do that. Are we friends? Are we comrades? Naruto suddenly sat up from the ground and looked at Yagyu with a silly grin. Is it really okay for me? Hoisting the unconscious Mizuki onto his shoulder, Yagyu calmly walked toward the village. Bring the scroll of seals and come with me to the Hokage Tower. You went too far tonight, so prepare yourself to be punished. Hearing Yagyu's words, Naruto stood up from the ground and followed behind him while carrying the scroll of seals. What kind of punishment will it be? Yagyu shook his head. It shouldn't be light, but it won't be too heavy either. Don't worry. This entire incident itself was just a staged performance. Naruto would not actually be punished, and he would even receive his ninja forehead protector and graduate from the academy. But Yagyu had no intention of participating further. His performance was already finished. Those words he said to Mizuki earlier should have already passed this invisible test. After all, Yagyu knew very well about the third Hokage's telescope technique. Inside the Hokage's office, seeing that the matter had ended, the third Hokage took a satisfied puff of smoke. All right, this matter ends here. Neither Sasuke nor Naruto disappointed me. After saying that, the third Hokage looked toward the corner of the office. Go and take Mizuki away. Also have Sasuke return home to rest, and tell Naruto to come here alone to admit his mistake. An ANBU figure stepped out from the shadows in the corner. Yes, Hokage-sama. After speaking, the ANBU quickly left. After giving the order, the third Hokage turned to look at Kakashi and the others who were still present. Thank you for your trouble tonight. Kakashi and the others nodded without saying much. Then they left one after another. As for why the third Hokage had summoned these elite shinobi in the middle of the night, it was obviously not simply to watch a show. The third Hokage had deeper intentions. The next morning, Yagyu woke up early, organized his equipment, and went downstairs. His mother had prepared breakfast as usual. When she saw Yagyu wearing combat gear with the chakra blade strapped to his back, she paused in surprise. Walking up to her son, tears seemed to shimmer faintly in her eyes. You look just like him. You really do. Sasuke, you and your father look exactly the same, it's like you were molded from the same mold. Hearing that, Yagyu showed a confident smile. Ha ha ha. I think so too. Although he had no idea whether he really resembled his father, in this household his mother was the authority. Yagyu had no choice but to go along with her words. His mother gently patted Yagyu's shoulder. You're about to become a real shinobi. When you carry out missions, you must be careful. Do you understand? This time Yagyu did not respond jokingly. Instead he answered seriously. Mom, don't worry. She nodded. His mother did not say anything more. After Yagyu finished eating breakfast, she watched him leave the house with worry written all over her face. No matter how strong her son might become, for a mother, her child's safety would always come first. Patreon Advance 30 Chapters Patreon.com/1FIC Chapter 22 a different arrangement for Yagyu 1053 words inside the Ninja Academy classroom. All the students of the class had already arrived, including Uzumaki Naruto, whose body was wrapped with bandages. He was also present. Because it was graduation day, everyone was extremely excited. After all, after studying for 6 years, what they wanted most was to become real shinobi, carry out real missions, and step onto the path of gaining fame and recognition. Even Sasuke, who had already begun to darken slightly, was filled with excitement. Pushing open the classroom door, Yagyu walked in. Immediately, everyone in the classroom looked toward Yagyu with burning gazes, their eyes filled with anticipation. All the students present knew that team assignments were about to happen. And Yagyu was obviously the golden thigh among all thighs. If someone could become Yagyu's teammate, then whether it was mission safety or efficiency in the future, both were practically guaranteed. Just as the classroom quieted down because of Yagyu's arrival, Naruto, who had been lying on his desk happily touching the ninja forehead protector on his head, suddenly stood up excitedly. "Yo, Yagyu, you finally came." As he spoke, Naruto walked toward Yagyu with a proud grin under everyone's curious gaze. "Yagyu, I got scolded by Grandpa 3rd Hokage last night, but he specially allowed me to graduate." Standing in front of Yagyu, Naruto grinned brightly. "After school later, I'll treat you to ramen, how about it?" Actually, Naruto didn't fully understand the situation either. But because of what Yagyu said to him last night, and the feeling Yagyu gave him, Naruto had confirmed one thing. Yagyu Sosuke had never treated him like a monster. Instead, he treated him as a classmate and a friend. And that was exactly what Naruto needed the most. Congratulations on graduating. Seeing Naruto's bright and infectious smile, Yagyu's usually expressionless face, at least in the eyes of the class, showed a smile. "As for treating me to ramen, let's save it for another time. I have something else to do later." Clap clap. As he spoke, Yagyu patted Naruto's shoulder and walked toward his seat. "Then it's a promise," Naruto called out happily. Yagyu nodded in response and did not refuse. After sitting back in his seat, Ino leaned toward him with a puzzled expression. "Sosuke, when did you become so close with Naruto? I've never seen you two playing together before. And you even came here with such complete gear." Shaking his head slightly, Yagyu showed a faint smile. "You'll find out soon enough. As for Naruto, last night I received a secret mission, and it was related to him." When Ino heard the word secret mission, she obediently stopped asking further questions. Shinobi missions were usually confidential. If Yagyu didn't say anything, she wasn't allowed to ask. They did not wait long in the classroom. Irika soon walked in, holding a document in his hand. After telling everyone to return to their seats and quiet down, Irika looked toward Yagyu in the corner. "Sosuke, the Hokage has asked you to go directly to the Hokage Tower. Your assignment will be personally told to you by the Hokage." All the students in the class turned their eyes toward Yagyu. There was both uncertainty and a sense that it was only natural. The fact that Yagyu was the 3rd Hokage's final disciple was no secret in Konoha. As for Yagyu himself, who was the center of attention, his expression showed no surprise. "I understand. Thank you, Irika-sensei." After nodding to Irika, Yagyu stood up, casually forming a hand seal. In a burst of wind, Yagyu's figure vanished directly from the classroom without a sound. Only a single leaf slowly drifted down onto a desk. Konoha's signature body flicker jutsu. D-rank Konoha body flicker. Seeing this scene, except for Ino, who already knew about Yagyu's strength, and Naruto, who had witnessed it last night, everyone else's eyes widened and their breathing paused. So strong. So that's Yagyu's real strength. As expected of the top graduate, the voices of discussion and amazement filled the room. Irika did not stop them. After all, Yagyu was also a student he was proud of. Only one person had an unpleasant expression at that moment. Sitting in the front row, Uchiha Sasuke's face showed shock, his eyes slightly widened. His fists clenched tightly as shock and unwillingness surged in his heart. Has that guy's strength already reached this level? However, the moment did not last long. Irika looked at the entire class. First of all, congratulations to all of you for successfully graduating. Irika's voice pulled everyone's attention away from Yagyu's dramatic exit. Then he began offering graduation congratulations. And finally, team assignments. Hokage Tower. After leaving the academy, it did not take long for Yagyu to arrive outside the third Hokage's office. Knock knock knock. He gently knocked on the door. The aged voice of the third Hokage came from inside. Yagyu pushed the door open and entered. The moment he stepped inside, Yagyu felt numerous gazes filled with different emotions fall upon him. After a brief pause, he looked around the office. Many elite jonin, and special jonin were gathered there. These people were the instructors for the newly graduated academy students. Although their strengths varied, there was no doubt that all of them possessed extensive mission experience. Among them, the most eye-catching were the group of elite jonin at the front, led by Kakashi. After glancing at them briefly, Yagyu withdrew his gaze. He looked toward the third Hokage seated behind the desk. Sensei, I'm here. The third Hokage simply nodded casually in response. Then he looked at all the jonin in the office who were about to become squad leaders. All the team assignments have been completed. The third Hokage spoke while smoking his pipe. Next, the important task of nurturing the future generation will be entrusted to all of you. I leave it in your hands. All the jonin bowed in unison. Yes, Hokage-sama. After responding, the jonin who already knew which squads they would lead began leaving the office one after another. Even Kakashi and the others were no exception. However, as they left, each of the jonin cast curious glances at Yagyu. Patreon Advance 30 Chapters, Patreon.com/1FIC Chapter 23, Team 1036 Words facing the curious gazes of the jonin, Yagyu remained calm. After everyone had left. Only then did Yagyu look at the third Hokage. Old man, did you call me here to arrange some strong teammates for me? As he spoke, Yagyu walked straight to the Hokage's desk and asked in his usual casual tone. Taking a puff from his pipe, the third Hokage looked at Yagyu with satisfaction. Without beating around the bush, he admitted it directly. You're as smart as ever. You're right. Your teammates definitely won't be genin or chunin, so I found you a special jonin with great strength and rich mission experience. Yagyu's eyes lit up. Hearing the third Hokage's words, curiosity appeared on his face. A powerful special jonin. There are only a handful in Konoha. Male or female? If it's a woman, is she a great beauty? To be honest, there were not many female shinobi in Konoha. And among them, even fewer were truly beautiful. If he had to partner with a man, Yagyu honestly wasn't very willing. Hearing Yagyu's words, the third Hokage's mouth twitched. Sosuke, you're still just a child. And don't you already have that girl from the Yamanaka clan as your girlfriend? Why are you so obsessed with whether your teammate is a beauty? Yagyu glanced at the third Hokage with disdain. Shrugging indifferently, he replied. Old man, aren't you the same? You're already so old, yet every day you still use your crystal ball to peek at the women's bathhouse. After pausing for a moment, Yagyu said righteously. I look at girls every day, and I have no other intentions. Hearing that, the third Hokage's eyes brightened slightly and he subconsciously replied. That actually makes sense. But the next moment. Knock knock knock. The office door was knocked again, interrupting the conversation between the third Hokage and Yagyu. The third Hokage quickly composed his expression and spoke calmly. The door opened. A tall figure with pineapple-shaped hair and a long coat walked in. Yagyu looked over and froze for a moment. He recognized the person who entered, Mitarashi Anko. A shinobi who possessed Jonin-level strength, but had repeatedly refused promotion to Jonin. Right now, she was undeniably a great beauty. Although in the future she would gain a lot of weight. By then, her figure would be comparable to members of the Akimichi clan. But that was the future. The current Anko was still very pleasing to the eye. "Oh, you're here." Seeing Anko, the third Hokage smiled. "Anko, come. Let me introduce someone to you. This is the teammate I plan to assign to you, Yagyu Sasuke, and also my final disciple." After respectfully bowing to the third Hokage, Anko looked at Yagyu and sized him up from head to toe before nodding. "Hokage-sama." Turning toward the third Hokage, Anko spoke directly. "Although I have no objection to forming a fixed team with someone, please allow me to personally test his strength. Otherwise, forgive me, but I cannot accept your arrangement." After pausing for a moment, she continued. "The missions I usually carry out are extremely dangerous. If Yagyu's strength is insufficient, he could lose his life." Hearing Anko's words, the third Hokage nodded. Instead of answering, he looked at Yagyu beside him, silently asking for his response. Facing this request for a combat test, Yagyu smiled and nodded. "Perfect, I was thinking the same thing." Yagyu only had a vague understanding of Anko's strength. If they didn't test each other in battle, Yagyu himself wouldn't feel comfortable. "Very well." Seeing that Yagyu had agreed, the third Hokage said while holding his pipe. 15 minutes later, training ground No. "I will personally act as the referee. Go prepare." Whoosh, whoosh. Two sounds of rushing wind echoed. Yagyu and Anko both disappeared from the office, leaving immediately. 15 minutes later. At training ground No. Yagyu, with a ninja tool pouch at his waist and a chakra blade strapped to his back, stood facing Anko. Under a nearby tree, the third Hokage smoked his pipe, while watching the two with anticipation. Yagyu was very strong. After years of sparring with him, the third Hokage believed Yagyu already possessed complete Jonin-level strength. As for Anko, there was no need to say more. She had been taught by Orochimaru. Her abilities were undoubtedly powerful. The only reason she had refused promotion to Jonin was because of her own psychological issues. If she hadn't refused, Anko could easily have become an elite Jonin. In the training ground, Anko looked at Yagyu with scrutiny in her eyes. "Kid, if your strength isn't good enough, I suggest you give up now. Injuries are unavoidable in battle, and I'm not very precise when I attack. Don't start crying later." Hearing that, a calm smile appeared on Yagyu's face as he looked at Anko. "I don't understand that word." Anko raised an eyebrow. She looked at Yagyu with slight surprise before speaking coldly. "I hope you can still say that later." The moment she finished speaking, boom. A terrifying killing intent that had absolutely reached elite Jonin level burst out from Anko. The overwhelming killing intent swept toward Yagyu, surrounding him completely, as if trying to freeze him in place. It aimed to completely crush Yagyu's fighting spirit and will. What intense killing intent! Feeling the immense killing intent, a glint appeared in Yagyu's eyes. This is completely different from pressure. It sends chills straight through your heart. Yagyu himself possessed a strong presence. But killing intent was something entirely different. Just as Yagyu was slightly distracted by the feeling, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 kunai flew toward him in a triangular formation, instantly sealing his escape routes. While cursing inwardly, Yagyu reacted just as quickly. He raised his hand and threw a kunai. 2 kunai collided midair, sparks flying. The kunai Yagyu threw and the one deflected by Anko both changed trajectory. In the ricochet, they instantly neutralized the other 2 incoming kunai. This exquisite kunai throwing technique made both Anko and the observing third Hokage's eyes light up. What a brilliant technique! Patreon Advance 30 Chapters, Patreon.com/1FIC Chapter 24. The Reaper has come to collect 1131 words. If that's all you've got, it's still not enough. Looking at Yagyu, Anko made her move again in the next instant. As she raised her hand seals were already completed. Fire Release, Great Fireball Jutsu. A massive fireball, nearly 5 to 6 meters in diameter, formed in front of Anko and blasted toward Yagyu. Between the two of them, the grass on the training field was instantly carved open by the passing fireball, leaving behind a deep trench. Water Release. Without the slightest panic, Yagyu revealed his extremely fast hand seal speed. In the blink of an eye, he had already completed his seals. Water Dragon Bullet Jutsu. A huge torrent of water appeared out of thin air, forming into a gigantic water dragon. With a silent roar, it charged directly toward the enormous fireball. The two powerful attacks collided violently between Anko and Yagyu. With a loud explosion, a thick cloud of water vapor instantly spread across the field, completely blocking both sides' vision. Inside the dense mist, Anko held a kunai defensively. She had just taken her stance when the sound of air being cut suddenly rang out. Yagyu's figure burst out from the mist. His right hand gripped the hilt of his chakra blade, and an extremely sharp killing intent locked onto Anko. A terrifying sharpness spread outward. Yagyu style, IAI flash. A flash of blade light appeared in his eyes as Yagyu made his move. The Reaper has come to collect. The blade was drawn, and the sharp ringing of steel echoed through the field. This strike relied purely on Yagyu's own swordsmanship. Although he did not use chakra, the will behind the slash capable of cutting through anything was truly terrifying. Anko's pupils shrank. Facing this terrifying strike from Yagyu, she had no time to react. She could only hastily form a hand seal. Hidden Shadow Snake Hands. Her arm didn't move, but the sleeve of her coat bulged. Several venomous snake heads shot out from her sleeve and lunged toward Yagyu, who was already close enough to strike. A glint flashed through Yagyu's eyes. The chakra blade that had been aimed at Anko suddenly changed trajectory midair. Several bright flashes of blade light cut through the air. All the snake heads were sent flying. Anko's hidden shadow snake hands attack was instantly neutralized by Yagyu. Taking advantage of the opening, Anko quickly retreated. At that moment, Yagyu had already clenched the blade of his sword between his teeth. His freed hands had already finished forming hand seals. Fire Release, Great Dragon Fire Jutsu. Scorching flames that distorted the air erupted from Yagyu's mouth. They instantly formed into the head of a massive fire dragon. It lunged fiercely toward the retreating Anko. This move perfectly followed up his advantage. Once Yagyu gained the upper hand, he had no intention of giving it up. As Anko retreated rapidly, her expression changed drastically when she saw the fire dragon charging toward her. Such fast hand seals! While exclaiming in shock, Anko rolled to the side, barely dodging the great dragon fire jutsu. The attack struck the forest behind her, instantly blasting a massive gap through the dense trees. Several large trees were burned to ashes in an instant. Aside from the third Hokage letting out a small sigh of admiration, Anko herself had no time to be distracted. Because Yagyu had already rushed toward her again with his chakra blade. In an instant, Yagyu used the body flicker jutsu to appear right in front of Anko. He murmured softly as the blade in his hand slashed down. The sound of metal colliding rang out. Sparks flew as Anko's kunai blocked Yagyu's chakra blade. However, Yagyu's natural physical strength forced Anko down onto one knee, completely suppressing her movement. Just as Anko attempted to respond, a sharp kunai appeared behind her neck. The cold edge resting against her throat made it clear to Anko that this was definitely not a genjutsu. At this point, Anko understood very clearly. She had already lost. She could only sigh. She released the strength in her hands and stopped resisting. Seeing that Anko no longer resisted, Yagyu sheathed his blade and smiled. Although part of the reason was that you underestimated me, I still appreciate it, Anko Jonin. Standing up, Anko dusted the dirt off her clothes. A loss is a loss. It's no big deal. She looked at Yagyu with extreme surprise. You're really strong. Even stronger than me. No wonder the Hokage wants us to form a team and carry out missions together. With this level of strength, it would be a waste for you to keep playing academy games. Seeing Anko's straightforward personality, Yagyu nodded. Although he could not bear to look at the Anko 20 years later, the current beautiful version of her was still quite pleasing to the eye. Step, step, step. At that moment, the third Hokage walked over while smoking his pipe. He looked at Anko and asked. So, Anko, as your teammate, Sosuke's strength should be more than sufficient. If you have no objections, Sosuke will follow you from now on to accumulate mission experience. Since she had already been defeated by Yagyu, Anko naturally had no objections to the third Hokage's arrangement. She nodded. I understand, Hokage-sama. Please rest assured, I will guide Yagyu well. Of course, this guidance did not refer to training or improving strength. It meant guiding him in mission experience. Because in terms of strength, Anko was certain. Yagyu was far stronger than she was. And so, Yagyu's team assignment was decided. He would form a special ninja squad with Anko. Inside Konoha's famous restaurant, Yakiniku-Kyu, Yagyu, Ino, along with Nara Shikamaru and Akimichi Choji, the four closest members of their small group, sat inside a private room. Team assignments had already ended. The three of them had also met their Jonin instructor, Sarutobi Asuma. Of course, the actual test for Team 10 would happen tomorrow. Today was only for introductions. Unlike Yagyu, who had already been tested today. So Yagyu, what's your assignment? While grilling meat, Shikamaru asked lazily. You probably joined some Chunin squad, right? Given Shikamaru's high intelligence, it wasn't surprising that he could guess this much. Hearing that, Ino and Choji, who were eating, both looked toward Yagyu. Putting down his chopsticks, Yagyu nodded. There's a slight difference, but it's about the same. I've been paired with a Jonin to form a mission team. For now, I'll be carrying out missions with this experienced Jonin to learn mission experience. Instantly, the three of them stared at Yagyu in disbelief. Patreon Advance 30 Chapters, Patreon. com/1FIC Chapter 25. The First Mission 1111 Words. Ino and the other two looked at Yagyu in shock. So that means Sosuke, you already have Jonin level combat strength now. That's amazing. As expected of Sosuke. Her face was full of happiness. You already have Jonin level strength now. Soon you'll definitely become a Jonin. That's incredible. In fact, the official ranking system in the shinobi world only consisted of Genin, Chunin, Jonin, and the Kage who served as the highest leader of each village. So-called special Jonin or elite Jonin were only detailed internal classifications within each village. But whether special Jonin or elite Jonin, they were still within the category of Jonin. In other words, Ino believing that Yagyu possessed Jonin-level strength was correct. After all, if his strength was insufficient, forming a team with a Jonin would only drag them down and place himself in danger. And as the final disciple of the third Hokage, it was obvious that the Hokage would never allow Yagyu to hold someone back or put himself in danger. Yagyu gently squeezed Ino's small hand. His gaze softened as he looked at the delicate girl, who had been by his side for 6 years. I'll start going on missions with the Jonin tomorrow. Until I fully grow stronger, the time we have to see each other might become much less. For the past 6 years, although they had not been together every moment, they still met almost every day and spent some time together. But now that he had formed a team with Anko, they would definitely be carrying out many missions outside the village. Naturally, the time he spent with Ino would decrease. There was no way around it. Gains always came with losses. Of course, this situation would probably not last too long. The third Hokage only wanted Anko to help him accumulate mission experience, not permanently form a team with him. Jonin were extremely valuable combat assets. The third Hokage would never foolishly keep two Jonin-level fighters in the same squad. They would eventually be separated. I understand. Ino froze for a moment. A trace of disappointment appeared on her face before she quickly cheered up. A real man should focus on his career. This will be a perfect chance to show my dad how good my judgment is. The man I chose will definitely become a pillar of Konoha in the future. Hearing that, Yagyu looked at Ino gently. I'll become a Jonin as quickly as possible. At most 3 years. I will definitely become a Jonin. By then Uncle Inoichi probably won't be so strict with me. Yamanaka Inoichi was not very pleased with Yagyu. That was only natural. After all, Yagyu had practically stolen his daughter away since childhood. Ino's mother liked Yagyu very much, but Inoichi was extremely strict with him. Ino nodded softly and sat obediently beside Yagyu. I'll listen to you. The way the two of them acted together seemed to radiate a pink aura around them. Most people would not be able to endure this level of affection. But the two people sitting opposite them, Nara Shikamaru and Akimichi Choji, remained completely calm. Faced with Yagyu and Ino's constant display of affection, one of them continued eating grilled meat while the other calmly drank juice as if nothing was happening. It was clear how much romantic nonsense they had endured over the years to become this indifferent. The next morning, at 9 o'clock. After his mother gave him countless reminders and warnings, Yagyu left home and arrived at the entrance of the Hokage Tower. After their fight yesterday, the decisive Anko had arranged to meet here this morning. They would gather their equipment, accept their mission, and then immediately leave the village. The trip could last 2 or 3 days at the shortest, or 5 or 6 days at most. Anko had specifically told Yagyu to be mentally prepared. At the entrance of the Hokage Tower, leaning against a pillar, Yagyu spoke casually. My progress feels like riding a rocket. The second day after graduating, and I'm already going to carry out missions at least C rank or above. After a month, Anko will probably start taking me on B rank missions. Things were moving extremely fast. But that was exactly what Yagyu wanted. To be honest, he had begun to have some thoughts about becoming Hokage someday. So he wanted to increase his reputation within the village, and even across the shinobi world. Just as Yagyu was talking to himself, a familiar chakra presence appeared before him. You're here, Anko-ne. A breeze passed and Anko appeared in front of Yagyu. A satisfied smile was on her face. You're early, Sosuke. After losing to Yagyu yesterday, this straightforward woman had instead begun to admire him greatly. The foundation of their cooperative relationship as comrades had already formed. I only arrived 5 minutes early. Seeing Anko still holding a skewer of dango in her hand, Yagyu said. Anko-ne, I suggest you eat less sugary food. Otherwise you might become very fat. In the future. After the 7th Hokage, Uzumaki Naruto, took office, Anko's figure had become rather difficult to look at. Wasn't her current beautiful figure much better? Anko rolled her eyes at him and finished the dango. As a ninja, except for the Akimichi clan, how could anyone become fat under normal circumstances? Our bodies are extremely important. As she spoke, Anko began walking toward the Hokage Tower. Follow me. We'll take a few C-rank missions today. I'll let you see some blood. That was very direct. Very Anko-like. Looking at her departing figure, Yagyu shrugged and followed her. Seeing blood. That was something every ninja had to experience. Even someone as kind-hearted and simple-minded as Uzumaki Naruto could not avoid it. A ninja who had never seen blood was not a real ninja. Anko's style was always fast and decisive. In less than 10 minutes. With 3 mission scrolls in hand, Yagyu and Anko left the Hokage Tower. They headed straight toward the gates of Konoha. 3 C-rank missions. Following beside Anko, Yagyu looked at the mission scrolls in his hand. They're all bandit suppression missions issued by a daimyo. And they're not even from the land of fire. Hearing Yagyu's words, Anko explained casually. Smaller nations usually don't have hidden villages, and their military forces are restricted. So missions like this often end up being handled by the daimyo, who then commission them to villages like ours. After pausing for a moment, Anko continued. D-rank and C-rank missions are the village's main economic support. Patreon Advance 30 Chapters, Patreon.com/1FIC Chapter 26, 7 days 1085 words. D-rank and C-rank missions did not offer high payment, but there were many of them. B-rank missions and above paid very well, but their numbers were limited, and the danger involved was much higher. Therefore, for every hidden village, the real economic backbone of ninja missions was still D-rank and C-rank missions. Is that so? After hearing Anko's explanation, Yagyu suddenly understood. No wonder. That makes sense. There are so many genin and chunin in the village constantly carrying out these missions, and new missions keep appearing. Anko nodded. She agreed with Yagyu's words. That's right. Lower rank missions are distributed by the staff, and can be accepted directly. But missions above B rank involve ninja combat, and must be personally assigned by the Hokage before they are issued. These were things Yagyu had to know. Anko also understood that Yagyu might later be assigned special missions. Their squad was only temporary. Her main role was simply to help Yagyu accumulate mission experience, and understand how mission procedures worked. While chatting, Yagyu and Anko arrived at the gate of Konoha. 2 permanent chunin guards were stationed there. Kotetsu Hagane and Izumo Kamizuki. After registering their departure, Anko looked at Yagyu beside her. Then let's set off now and complete these 3 missions as quickly as possible. No problem, Sosuke. Yagyu smiled calmly, the corners of his mouth rising. I've already been prepared for a long time. In the next moment, a sharp gust of wind sounded as Yagyu used the body flicker jutsu and vanished from the village gate. So impatient. Anko laughed and shook her head, a hint of anticipation appearing on her face. I wonder if this guy will vomit his guts out the first time he kills someone. Anko also used the body flicker jutsu and quickly followed Yagyu. The two soon disappeared down the road. In the blink of an eye, a week passed. This night, under the dim moonlight, inside a mountain forest, a group of about 40 or 50 bandits gathered around a blazing campfire and celebrated wildly. This group of wandering bandits without a fixed base was Yagyu and Anko's final mission target. The requirement was complete annihilation. While the bandits were celebrating, the sound of footsteps approached. The sound grew louder and quickly caught the attention of the bandits guarding the perimeter. Who's there? A shout interrupted the celebration. Everyone, someone's coming. In the next instant, the bandits who had been celebrating suddenly became tense and murderous. They quickly gathered together and stared toward the direction of the approaching footsteps. Yagyu stepped out from the dark forest with the chakra blade on his back. I found you. His face was cold like ice. His eyes faintly carried violent killing intent, and his voice was slightly hoarse. Out of the 3 missions, you were the hardest to track down. But no matter how well you run, you cannot escape forever. As he spoke, Yagyu drew his chakra blade. Under the dim moonlight, the blade reflected a cold and chilling glow that seemed to capture the soul. Seeing that only a child had appeared, the bandit leader first relaxed. But the next moment his expression changed drastically. That forehead protector, he's a ninja from the Hidden Leaf Village. In this world they carried tremendous intimidation. They were existences ordinary people could not oppose. A ninja? We're finished. Boss, what should we do now? In an instant the bandits became restless. Ninjas alone were already terrifying, not to mention a ninja from Konoha, the strongest of the 5 great ninja villages. Even if it was just a genin child, the intimidation was enormous. Facing the chaos among the bandits, Yagyu remained unmoved. He calmly asked, "Are you ready to go to hell? The Reaper has come to collect." As his words ended, the chakra blade in his hand spun. A brilliant arc of blade light flashed beneath the dim moonlight. A one-sided massacre began. 3 minutes later, with a clean motion, the bandit leader's body collapsed onto the ground. Yagyu calmly sheathed his blade. His relaxed expression made it hard to believe that a week ago he had still been a graduate who had never seen blood. Now he looked more like a veteran ninja who had long been accustomed to killing. The sound of wind cutting through the air appeared. Anko landed beside Yagyu. She glanced at the corpses scattered across the ground and spoke without changing her expression. "The final mission is complete. After resting a little, we'll head back to Konoha. Tomorrow you can go on a date with your little girlfriend again." Stretching lazily, Yagyu's expression returned to normal. "So it's finally over." A relaxed smile appeared on his face, and a hint of longing flashed in his eyes. These past few days really felt like years. It truly felt like years. His first mission was already a C-rank assassination mission. And the targets were 3 groups of bandits. In just 7 days, more than 150 bandits had died by Yagyu's hand. If it had been someone else, both their mind and body would have collapsed under the pressure. Even Anko, who had followed Orochimaru during her training, looked at Yagyu with a faint sense of shock. Yagyu's willpower was simply too terrifying. It was so powerful that even Anko felt a chill in her heart. How fortunate that such a genius was born in Konoha. Looking at Yagyu, Anko sighed sincerely in her heart. Truly fortunate. After resting briefly among the corpses, the two immediately began heading back toward Konoha. They moved extremely quickly, because Yagyu was eager to return. Just before dawn, Yagyu and Anko returned to Konoha. After reporting their return to the 2 Chunin guarding the gate, they went directly to the Hokage Tower. After some time completing the mission report, they received the rewards for the 3 missions. "Sosuke, take 5 days to rest." Standing at the entrance of the Hokage Tower, Anko spoke to Yagyu. "Recover your condition properly. The next mission will no longer be C rank. We'll go straight to B rank missions." "Understood." Yagyu's eyes lit up slightly. He nodded thoughtfully. "I understand. I'll adjust my condition over the next few days." The previous 3 missions had truly exhausted his mental focus and willpower. He really did need some time to recover. Patreon Advance 30 Chapters Patreon. com/1FIC Chapter 27, Rasengan. 1088 words. Daybreak had already arrived. An array of sunlight spread across the streets of Konoha. Yagyu walked alone on the road back home. His emotions rose and fell slightly. Early in the morning, several shops on Konoha's commercial street had already opened. People who knew Yagyu greeted him warmly. Although he was physically and mentally exhausted, Yagyu responded to every villager. Other than the higher-ups, Konoha is actually quite a good place. While walking home, Yagyu sighed inwardly. Ordinary civilians are often ignorant but kind. As long as they are not treated with hostility, they will support you. There was no helping it. Ordinary civilians could not access the truth behind many matters. The only things they could know were what powerful figures were willing to show them. In fact, many things could not really be blamed on the common villagers. For example, the matter regarding Naruto. These villagers did not know Naruto's true identity. They had suffered the devastation and pain brought by the Nine Tails. When Danzo concealed the truth and directly framed Naruto as the incarnation of the Nine Tails, how could these villagers not hate him? Perhaps their sons, daughters, wives, husbands, parents, or other relatives had died at the hands of the Nine Tails. Under such circumstances, very few people could truly separate Naruto from the Nine Tails. Only in the future, when Naruto continuously performed deeds beneficial to the village and gradually overturned the perception forced upon the villagers by Danzo, would they truly support him? And in fact, according to the development of the original story, Naruto indeed accomplished this, and the villagers eventually trusted and supported him. Wasn't that the case? Back to the matter at hand. It did not take long before Yagyu arrived home. "I'm back." As soon as he stepped through the back door of his house, Yagyu called out. Hurried footsteps approached. Soon his mother appeared in the entrance hallway. Sosuke. Looking at Yagyu changing his shoes, tears shimmered faintly in her eyes, yet her face carried a relieved smile. "Welcome home." Yagyu raised his head. Seeing the change in his mother's expression, warmth rose in his heart. "I'm a little hungry. Mom, is breakfast ready? After eating, I want to take a good bath and rest for a while. These past few days outside have been tiring." While talking about his plans, Yagyu pulled his mother along and walked inside, as if his casual conversation was meant to reassure her. Listening to her son speak, his mother nodded quietly and did not interrupt him. Although Yagyu had not described the mission, his mother had already smelled the thick scent of blood on him. She clearly understood what kind of mission her son had been carrying out over the past week. Even though she was worried, she chose not to say anything. As long as he returned safely, that was enough. Inside the bathroom, Yagyu lay quietly in the bathtub, enjoying the sensation of warm water enveloping his entire body. "System, sign in." He spoke in his mind as usual. "I've been traveling all day today, and haven't had time to sign in yet." "Sign in successful. Congratulations. Reward obtained, A rank ninjutsu, Rasengan." The moment the system's voice faded, all information regarding the Rasengan appeared within Yagyu's mind. At the same time, this ultimate form transformation ninjutsu was effortlessly mastered by him. After a while, once he had absorbed all the information, Yagyu slowly opened his eyes. The Rasengan I forgot to train over the past few years finally came through a sign-in today, that saves me a lot of trouble. Although the Rasengan itself is only average, it is really just a prerequisite skill. The Rasengan had incredible potential once further developed. The Big Ball Rasengan. The Rasen Shuriken. These were powerful ninjutsu Naruto used all the way to the end of the story. How could they not be strong? Of course. Yagyu was also quite interested in Kakashi's lightning cutter and Chidori. Once developed further, those were also extremely powerful ninjutsu. This ninjutsu was very useful. Yagyu raised his hand and casually formed a Rasengan about 15 centimeters in diameter. It spun quietly in his palm. His expression became slightly serious. As his fingers curled, the massive chakra within his body continuously flowed into the Rasengan. Amid powerful chakra fluctuations, the Rasengan in Yagyu's hand rapidly grew larger. Only when it reached about 30 to 40 centimeters in diameter did it stop expanding. This is the Big Ball Rasengan. Looking at the massive Rasengan in his hand, Yagyu smiled. If I want to increase its power further, I'll need more practice. Otherwise it will be difficult to control. Thanks to Yagyu's extraordinary chakra control, he had already mastered the Big Ball Rasengan. But if he wanted to increase its power further, he would still need training. Otherwise the practical combat effectiveness might not be very good. After dispersing the Rasengan in his hand, Yagyu relaxed and enjoyed the comfort of the bath. Time passed quickly, and afternoon soon arrived. After waking from his rest, Yagyu changed into casual clothes and walked directly into the flower shop beside his family's bookstore. Inside the flower shop, a graceful middle-aged woman smiled upon seeing Yagyu. "Isn't this little Sosuke? Have you returned from your mission?" Seeing this elegant woman, Yagyu showed a respectful expression. "Aunt Yamanaka. I just returned this morning. I rested for a bit and then came over." This elegant middle-aged woman was none other than Ino's mother. An ordinary woman who was not a ninja, yet carried herself with great grace. You came to see Ino, didn't you? Ino's mother smiled warmly at the polite Yagyu. She's at home right now. You can go straight in. After responding, Yagyu walked through the back of the flower shop and entered the Yamanaka residence. The two families were neighbors, so their houses had similar layouts. And this was not the first time Yagyu had visited. After entering the house, Yagyu went straight to the backyard. At a glance, he saw Ino training under the guidance of a middle-aged man with long blonde hair tied in a ponytail. That middle-aged man was one of Konoha's elite jonin. Ino's father, Inoichi Yamanaka. Yagyu's arrival immediately drew both of their attention. Ino was overjoyed. Sosuke, you're back from your mission. The moment she finished speaking, Ino abandoned her dark-faced father and threw herself straight into Yagyu's arms. Patreon Advance 30 Chapters, Patreon. com/1FIC Chapter 28, Chakra Blade Aura 1152 Words. Yagyu caught Ino as she threw herself into his arms. With a gentle smile on his face, he said, I came back this morning. But I was exhausted both physically and mentally these past few days, so I slept at home for most of the day. I just woke up and came to see you. Hearing this, a happy smile spread across Ino's face. Although he had not come to see her immediately after returning, Ino understood. After all, the missions Yagyu carried out were all high-level missions. And besides, he had come to see her right after waking up. That alone made Ino satisfied. Just as the atmosphere between the young couple grew warmer and more affectionate. Cough, cough, cough. Yamanaka Inoichi, whose face had turned dark from watching them, could not bear it any more and coughed loudly. That's enough, brat from the Yagyu family. In broad daylight, right in front of him, this boy was hugging his beloved daughter. This brat clearly had no respect for his future father-in-law. Hearing Inoichi speak, Yagyu smiled helplessly and gently released Ino, who was clinging to him. His gaze turned toward Inoichi, who was glaring at him with obvious displeasure. Uncle Inoichi. With a respectful tone and attitude, Yagyu said, my apologies. Hearing this, Inoichi snorted unhappily and shot Yagyu another dissatisfied glare. Then he asked, you were gone for about a week on this mission. What rank mission was it? When asking this question, a trace of concern flashed in Inoichi's eyes. Yagyu did not hide the mission rank and answered directly. It wasn't anything high level. Just C-rank missions. I went with Anko to gain some experience. To gain some experience. In other words, to see blood for the first time. Inoichi clearly understood the implication. A serious look flashed across his eyes as he looked at Yagyu. Judging by your condition, you weren't injured, right? Yagyu shook his head and answered honestly. No injuries. Just a bit mentally exhausted. Hearing this, Inoichi immediately understood Yagyu's situation. No physical injuries, only some mental fatigue. With that understanding, Inoichi nodded in relief. He glanced at Ino standing beside Yagyu, then looked at Yagyu himself, tall and handsome. After snorting again, he folded his arms and walked toward the house. Since you're back, the two of you go out and have fun. Don't stay here where I have to watch you. It's irritating. Watching Inoichi leave, an amused expression appeared on Yagyu's face. Although his future father-in-law often showed dissatisfaction toward him, when it truly mattered, he still cared. He was simply too prideful. A classic tsundere daughter-loving father. My dad really is. Ino frowned as she watched Inoichi leave. Yagyu chuckled and rubbed the top of Ino's head. Holding her small hand, he said, let's go. Ino, come take a walk with me. For Yagyu, the best way to recover from mental fatigue was going on a sweet date with his girlfriend. The next day, with no mission scheduled, Yagyu headed straight to the training ground he often used in the past. Just like before, Yagyu repeatedly drew and sheathed his blade with precise discipline. After countless repetitions, the Yagyu-style swordsmanship had already reached a state of mastery and complete understanding. Not only that. On top of the original Yagyu-style swordsmanship, Yagyu had begun developing techniques that incorporated chakra. For example, the blade aura he had been trying to create for a long time. He was now very close to succeeding. Just one final step remained. Among the samurai of the Land of Iron, a very small number could release chakra blade slashes with their swords. One of the most famous examples was Mifune, the leader of the samurai of the Land of Iron. In his younger years, he could even fight against the legendary shinobi known as the demigod of the shinobi world, Hanzo of the Salamander. That alone proved how powerful he was. Of course, Hanzo had already been secretly killed by Nagato. The shinobi world simply had not yet received news from the Land of Rain. If I can release blade aura, my swordsmanship will truly become something unique within the shinobi world. Yagyu continued drawing and sheathing his blade as he spoke. A sharp wind circled around the edge of the chakra blade. Sometimes gathering. Sometimes dispersing. Sometimes disappearing entirely. It looked mysterious, but this was simply the result of Yagyu's massive chakra, his mastery of chakra nature transformation, and his abnormal level of control. Time passed little by little while Yagyu trained. Before long, the sun began to set, and the evening sky turned red with sunset clouds. Within the training ground, a 5 to 6 meter long arc of green energy sliced through the air, cutting down several large trees before slowly dissipating. One tree after another collapsed. Yagyu stood holding the chakra blade, breathing slightly heavily. But his face was filled with excitement as he looked at the destruction caused by his single strike. Finally succeeded. The power of that strike should be comparable to an S-rank ninjutsu. While speaking, Yagyu sheathed his blade and thought to himself, although the chakra consumption is a bit high, I have the sage body. This level of consumption is nothing for me. In essence, this strike was simply another way of developing and utilizing chakra. While it carried elements of swordsmanship, it could also be considered a ninjutsu that required no hand seals. The chakra cost was indeed high. But Yagyu could afford it. The sage body allowed for such extravagance. Once his sage body was fully developed in the future, the power would only become more terrifying. That's enough training for today. With a satisfied smile, Yagyu packed up. Time to go home. The destroyed training ground behind him remained as proof of that stunning strike. In the blink of an eye. 5 days of rest passed. Early on the 6th morning, Yagyu prepared all his equipment and left home under his mother's worried gaze. Once again, he arrived at the Hokage Tower. Arriving 5 minutes early, Yagyu calmly waited for Anko. It did not take long. A set of hurried footsteps approached. Anko arrived together with a female ninja with naturally curly hair. Yo, Sosuke. Seeing Yagyu waiting there, Anko casually greeted him. How was your rest these past few days? Yagyu nodded calmly. He glanced at Anko, then at the female ninja beside her. I rested very well. Anko, and this must be Kurina Yuhi. That was right. The person who came with Anko was Kurina Yuhi. She had recently been promoted to Jonin, and was now the instructor of Team 8. She was famous for her genjutsu and sensory abilities. She was also a great beauty. But unfortunately, she was already taken. Patreon Advance 30 Chapters Patreon.com/1FIC Chapter 29. The first be 1031 words, so you are Yagyu Sosuke. After observing Yagyu with curious eyes, Kurina Yuhi smiled and spoke. I heard Kiba and the others mention you. The top graduate of this class. It seems all the graduates admire and respect you. Hearing this, Yagyu smiled calmly and said modestly, you flatter me, Kurina-senpai. I'm only a little stronger than everyone else. As he spoke, Yagyu raised his hand and made a gesture with 2 fingers. It clearly showed a tiny distance between them. But in Kurenai's eyes, who already knew about the battle between Anko and Yagyu, that small gap looked like an enormous chasm. Kurenai looked at Yagyu with a strange expression, then turned to Anko beside her. I feel like Yagyu is very humble. He doesn't seem arrogant like you described. Hearing that, Yagyu gave Anko a strange look. He did not expect that in Anko's eyes he had the image of someone arrogant. Being stared at by Yagyu, Anko's face stiffened. She looked helplessly at Kurenai. This good friend had truly sold her out. Cough, cough. After coughing awkwardly, Anko explained, Sosuke in battle is not the same as Sosuke normally. I think being a little arrogant during battle is normal. After giving Anko a meaningful glance, Kurenai did not continue the topic. She casually responded and changed the subject. It's about time. Let's go accept our missions. Anko quickly nodded and walked into the Hokage Tower with Kurenai. Yagyu did not mind. He simply followed behind them and entered the Hokage Tower. Unlike Kurenai, who was accepting a D-rank mission. This time Anko planned to take Yagyu on a B-rank mission, so the process took a little longer. More than 10 minutes later, Yagyu and Anko finally left the Hokage Tower. Do you need time to prepare? Standing at the entrance of the Hokage Tower, with her hands in the pockets of her long coat, Anko asked Yagyu. This mission won't be like the previous ones. We might encounter real danger, and unexpected situations could occur. Yagyu shook his head. With his arms folded and confidence on his face, he replied, I've already prepared everything. We can go directly. Don't worry, I definitely won't be the one holding the team back. Seeing Yagyu's confidence, Anko nodded and said nothing more. Her figure moved as she used the body flicker jutsu and quickly headed toward the gate of Konoha. Yagyu glanced once at the Hokage Tower. Then his body disappeared in a gust of wind. Only a single leaf floated slowly to the ground. Among the tall trees of the forest, Yagyu and Anko moved rapidly from branch to branch. This mission is a special rogue ninja tracking mission. While moving quickly ahead, Anko explained to Yagyu, who followed behind her calmly. You should know the name of the target. Uchiha Itachi. Hearing that, Yagyu's pupils shrank. He looked at Anko in disbelief, and almost crashed into a tree. Uchiha Itachi. Swallowing nervously, Yagyu looked at Anko. Ankone, if you want to die, please don't drag me along. Do you know what the name Uchiha Itachi represents? It represented extreme danger. Even with Yagyu's current strength, if he encountered Itachi, escaping alive would already be the limit. If they rashly sought him out, there would be only one result. They would be completely crushed. Yagyu truly could not understand what Anko was thinking by accepting such a suicidal mission. He also did not expect the third Hokage to approve this mission and assign it to him and Anko. This should have been a mission for elite ANBU. Anko continued moving forward, her expression unchanged. But this is the mission. We just need to do it. As for danger, of course there is danger. Hearing this, Yagyu narrowed his eyes and began analyzing Anko's reaction. This mission. His thoughts raced rapidly. This is probably not as simple as it looks. There must be another reason why it was assigned to me and Anko. Others might not know. But Yagyu understood very clearly. Uchiha Itachi's defection was actually to infiltrate the Akatsuki as a spy. Could it be that this mission is meant to? A cold light flashed in Yagyu's eyes as he made a guess. To obtain intelligence from the Akatsuki through Itachi. If that were the case, then it would make sense. However, regardless of the reason, this mission was still extremely dangerous. Don't overthink it. Noticing Yagyu deep in thought, Anko spoke. Missions above B rank are usually like this. Most of the time we're just tracking accurate information. Generally speaking, this kind of mission isn't too dangerous. Anko's explanation stopped Yagyu from continuing his thoughts. He could only let it go. Even so, Yagyu had already finished estimating the danger level of the mission. His final conclusion was simple. He might get injured, but his life should not be in danger. Of course, Yagyu could only estimate his own situation. As for Anko, he could not guarantee anything. Silently, Yagyu decided to continue the mission. However, if something unexpected happened, preserving his own life would be his top priority. If possible, he would help Anko. If not, he would have no choice but to abandon her. No one valued Yagyu's life more than Yagyu himself. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed as Yagyu and Anko traveled the land of birds. Following beside Anko, the two walked along a rural path. According to intelligence, Uchiha Itachi appeared here about a week ago. Anko spoke seriously as they walked. Our mission is to confirm his traces. We don't need to confront him directly. Normally it's difficult to even encounter a powerful ninja like him. So this mission isn't difficult, it's just troublesome. Beside her, Yagyu listened with the corners of his mouth twitching repeatedly. For some reason, he had a very bad feeling. Everything Anko was saying sounded like a series of flags being planted in Yagyu's ears. Ankone, I think you should stop talking, Yagyu said while looking at her. Otherwise we might really end up in danger. Patreon Advance 30 Chapters, Patreon.com/1FIC. Chapter 30, Turning a Corner and Meeting. 1063 words. Hearing Yagyu's words, Anko's mouth twitched. Her face darkened as she spoke. Hey, brat. I'm teaching you mission experience and you're telling me not to talk. You're clearly planting flags for this mission. Yagyu complained inwardly, but he could not really say it out loud. After all, things like raising flags were mysterious and impossible to explain. Just as Yagyu was about to say something, the sound of a wind chime suddenly rang out. In an instant, Yagyu's body tensed. His expression immediately became serious before quickly returning to normal. What a powerful presence! Along with the wind chime sound came 3 powerful auras that made every hair on Yagyu's body stand on end. The pressure they emitted was terrifying, completely on a different level. Kage level. Without question, they were Kage level. After sparring with the 3rd Hokage for so many years, Yagyu was extremely familiar with the aura of Kage level experts. Even without seeing them, he could confirm it. The 3 presences that had suddenly entered his perception were undeniably Kage level. And the fact that they had approached so close before he sensed them meant they could only be Kage level shinobi. Yagyu immediately shut his mouth and followed Anko forward step by step. The movement of his hands became almost imperceptibly smaller. He was ready to draw his sword or grab any ninja tool at any moment. As Yagyu prepared himself for battle, the wind chime sound grew closer and closer. At the same time, 3 unhurried footsteps approached. As they got closer, Anko stopped speaking. Her brows furrowed slightly. She had also sensed that something was wrong. At the corner of the road ahead, 3 figures walking almost side by side appeared in front of Yagyu and Anko. When Yagyu saw them clearly, his pupils shrank uncontrollably, and his breathing faltered for a brief moment. We're screwed. Inside his mind, Yagyu cursed while quickly stabilizing his composure. We ran straight into the main targets. Anko's mouth must be blessed with prophecy. The 3 people approaching them wore straw hats with small wind chimes hanging from them. Every step they took produced a faint jingling sound. The clothes they wore were extremely familiar to Yagyu. Black cloaks with red clouds. The uniform of the Akatsuki. From the appearance of the 3 figures, Yagyu instantly recognized who they were. The one who looks like a hunched old man must be Sasori of the Red Sand. Yagyu subtly observed the 3 figures drawing closer. And the one carrying the large object wrapped in white bandages must be Kisame Hashigaki, the so-called tailed beast without a tail. That means the one in the middle can only be the target Yagyu and Anko were supposed to track. Uchiha Itachi. At that moment, Yagyu felt utterly helpless. Anko had just said it was unlikely they would encounter him. Yet here they were, meeting love right around the corner. Let's hope Anko doesn't recognize Uchiha Itachi, and that they don't want to cause unnecessary trouble. As the distance between the two sides grew shorter, Yagyu's mind became increasingly tense. Otherwise, things will become very difficult today. Facing three Kage-level experts, what had originally been a situation where they might be defeated had now become a certainty. They would absolutely be crushed. They might even lose their lives. As expected, this mission was exactly as dangerous as Yagyu had initially suspected. Yagyu remained silent. He kept his eyes forward, completely ignoring the approaching trio of Uchiha Itachi, Kisame Hashigaki, and Sasori. Anko, who had also sensed something wrong, behaved the same way. Her hands stayed in her pockets. Her breathing and gaze did not change at all, as if the three approaching figures were complete strangers. Compared to Yagyu, who was still relatively inexperienced, her composure was far better. The footsteps of both sides overlapped. They passed each other face to face, neither side revealing the slightest reaction. After Yagyu, walking behind Anko, had passed them by 3 or 4 steps, a sharp sound of air tearing suddenly rang out. Behind Sasori, a steel puppet scorpion tail shot out toward the back of Yagyu's head. The blade at its tip glowed with a dark blue light. It was clearly coated in deadly poison. Hearing the sound behind him, Yagyu's expression changed. Gripping his chakra blade in reverse, he instantly drew it from its sheath. His body spun rapidly as he raised the blade in front of him. Sparks burst in the air as Yagyu's chakra blade precisely blocked the scorpion tail. Sasori's hoarse voice sounded with a cold laugh. This little brat has quite good reflexes. But that's as far as you go. The moment his words ended, Yagyu felt a tremendous force surge through the scorpion tail. Instead of resisting the force, Yagyu used it to propel himself backward, pulling Anko along with him. In an instant, they retreated more than 10 meters, creating a relatively safe distance. Sosuke. Being dragged backward by Yagyu, Anko's expression changed slightly. After glancing at him, she fixed a cold and vigilant gaze on the 3 figures ahead. She stepped forward, placing herself in front of Yagyu. Her face darkened. Who are you? Uchiha Itachi and Kisame Hashigaki stopped walking. Both slightly turned their heads to look at Anko and Yagyu. But neither of them spoke. No answer. A cold look filled Anko's eyes as a faint killing intent slowly spread from her body. Whoever you are, you attacked us. That makes you enemies. Standing behind Anko with his chakra blade in hand, Yagyu could not help twitching his lips. Please don't act tough. We are literally snacks for them. But obviously, Anko could not hear Yagyu's thoughts. At that moment she was filled with anger. Of course, she had not lost her reason yet, and did not foolishly attack. The pressure coming from the 3 opponents was immense. Ankone, be careful. They are very strong. Unable to think of a solution for the moment, Yagyu stepped closer to Anko and spoke with a serious expression. Especially the one in the middle. He is the strongest among them. Anko nodded slightly. She understood. Just after Yagyu and Anko finished speaking, the 3 people opposite them finally moved. Patreon Advance 30 Chapters, Patreon.com/1FIC Chapter 31. The difference of the Sharingan 1061 words with a hint of mockery in his tone. Kisame Hashigaki, carrying the massive sword Samahata on his back, turned his gaze toward Sasori of the red sand. Why did you suddenly attack? If you don't give an explanation, Itachi might not be pleased. After speaking, Kisame shifted his gaze toward Uchiha Itachi. Don't you think so, mister? A gentle breeze blew past. The cloth strips hanging from Itachi's straw hat lifted slightly, revealing his face beneath it as the wind chime rang softly. At that moment, Yagyu and Anko, who were confronting them, clearly saw Uchiha Itachi's appearance. The scratched symbol on his Konoha forehead protector. A handsome face, calm and expressionless. Ignoring Kisame's question entirely, Itachi simply looked quietly at Anko and Yagyu. Especially at Yagyu. The moment she recognized him, Anko's face instantly turned extremely serious. Uchiha. Her breathing became tense, and sweat slowly appeared on her forehead. Even hearing that name alone brought an indescribable pressure to her heart. For the vast majority of Konoha's shinobi, that name carried immense intimidation. Unlike the legendary figures such as Hashirama Senju or Madara Uchiha, whose terrifying reputations came from legends of the past. Uchiha Itachi was different. To many Konoha ninja, he was a living demon. Or fear itself. Seeing Anko's reaction, Kisame revealed an amused smile. Someone Mr. Itachi knows. Sasori, then you might need to explain even more. While speaking, Kisame gave Sasori a meaningful look. My collection is still missing a few suitable materials. Sasori's hoarse voice sounded as his gaze remained fixed on Yagyu and Anko. I think the two of them would be quite suitable. What's wrong? Itachi, are you still nostalgic about the past? Hearing this, Itachi, whose expression had not changed at all, spoke indifferently. I only think you will waste time. The mission assigned by the leader will take longer. Sasori turned his head. He stepped forward twice and looked at Yagyu and Anko casually. Don't worry. It will be quick. At most 3 minutes. 3 minutes to kill them and collect their bodies. Such words were extremely arrogant. But when spoken by a Kage-level expert, they strangely sounded convincing. After drawing a kunai, Anko lowered her body slightly like a beast preparing to pounce. Her expression was serious as she stared at Sasori. Sosuke, this mission has failed. She spoke softly. When the fight begins, run with everything you have. You must escape with all your strength. Do you understand? Facing 3 opponents at the same level as Uchiha Itachi, Anko no longer held any hope of victory. Her only thought now was to let Yagyu escape. Nothing more. But even to achieve that, she would have to gamble her life. Anko ne. Holding the chakra blade, Yagyu's expression was also serious. Don't worry. Anko nodded. She thought Yagyu understood her intention. But in reality, Yagyu was simply reassuring her. If there had only been 2 enemies, escaping might still have been possible. But against 3 Kage-level opponents, fleeing alone would only lead to a faster death. If my guess is correct. Yagyu glanced briefly at Itachi. They should be heading to recruit Deidara. What Itachi just said was a hint. As long as we hold on for some time, they will leave on their own. When that happens, we'll be safe. Of course. There was no need to tell Anko this guess. It might create unnecessary complications. As Yagyu confirmed his thoughts, his eyes narrowed slightly. Sharingan. A cool sensation flowed through his eyes as the powerful ocular ability of the 3 Tomo Sharingan activated. Yagyu rarely used the Sharingan. But in the battle ahead, he had no choice. His eyes appeared unchanged on the outside. But the world he saw had completely transformed. Every movement of the 3 opponents was clearly captured in his vision. Even the smallest detail could not escape him. The 3 Tomo Sharingan possessed 3 major abilities. Observation. It was an extremely powerful dojutsu. In theory, all 3 Tomo Sharingan possessed these abilities. However, different members of the Uchiha clan had different tendencies. Therefore the way they used their Sharingan also differed. For example, if an Uchiha specialized in taijutsu, the observation ability of their Sharingan would become extremely powerful. A good example would be Madara Uchiha. If an Uchiha specialized in genjutsu, their Sharingan's illusion abilities would become frighteningly strong. The best example was the person standing before them. Uchiha Itachi. Once he activated his Sharingan, his genjutsu would strike with terrifying accuracy. Without a proper countermeasure, one could instantly fall into an illusion and become trapped in a psychological nightmare. Then there were those Uchiha who excelled at ninjutsu. Their Sharingan's copying ability would become extremely powerful. Examples included Uchiha Sasuke in the future, and the two separate Sharingan used by Obito Uchiha. The power of the Sharingan depended greatly on the individual user and how it was used. Its abilities often leaned toward certain strengths. But Yagyu's Sharingan was different. Because of the system, it had developed in every direction. Observation ability at the maximum. Genjutsu ability extremely powerful. Copying ability equally outstanding. All three abilities developed simultaneously and complemented each other. There were no weaknesses at all. Returning to the present situation. Time is short. Sasori walked calmly toward Yagyu and Anko as he spoke. If you surrender now, I might consider granting you a painless death. But if you waste my time, I will show you what it means to wish for death but not be able to die. Turning someone into a human puppet while they remained conscious. It was extremely difficult. But Sasori had mastered exactly that technique. Having experienced it himself before, Sasori knew very well. It was a torture worse than death. You said that to the wrong person. With the determination to die already in her heart, Anko became surprisingly calm. Sasori stopped walking. He raised his eyes and looked at Anko. What a pity. Since you're so stubborn, I'll grant your wish. Don't worry. Until the very last moment, I will preserve your consciousness. The mechanical scorpion tail behind Sasori rotated as it locked onto Anko. In the next moment, it shot through the air and attacked her. Patreon Advance 30 Chapters, Patreon. com/1FIC Chapter 32, No Escape After Showing Off. How thrilling! Anko's eyes sharpened as she prepared to respond. The sound of a blade ringing out suddenly echoed. In the next moment, a dazzling flash of sword light exploded beside her. Yagyu had already drawn his blade. Sparks scattered everywhere as Yagyu's chakra blade collided directly with the mechanical scorpion tail. Supported by chakra, and with his natural strength, Yagyu's strike forced the scorpion tail to spin violently off course. The tail flew back uncontrollably toward Sasori and slammed into the ground. The atmosphere suddenly became strangely quiet. Across from them, Kisame Hoshigaki and Sasori of the Red Sand both looked at Yagyu with visible surprise. Even the calm gaze of Uchiha Itachi showed the faintest hint of change. It seems I underestimated your strength. Sasori looked at the scorpion tail that had been sent flying back by Yagyu's strike. After a brief pause, he spoke. So blocking my earlier attack wasn't just luck. Compared to Anko, Yagyu looked obviously much younger. At first Sasori had not taken him seriously. He began to pay attention. Locking his gaze on Sasori, Yagyu smiled gently. If strength can be called luck, then my life must be filled with endless fortune. Sasori paused for a moment. Then he sneered. A sharp-tongued brat. I was careless and let you gain a small advantage, and now you're proud. I hope that pride lasts. As his words ended, mechanical sounds came from beneath Sasori's cloak. In the next moment, the scorpion tail extended several times its original length. It twisted through the air like a deadly serpent ready to devour its prey. Countless poison Senbon needles suddenly fired toward Yagyu and Anko. At the same time, the mechanical scorpion tail sliced through the air and attacked them again. My pride. Yagyu raised his chakra blade, his expression serious. Someone like you will probably never understand it. With swift movements, Yagyu swung his blade repeatedly. A brilliant circle of sword light formed around him. Every single poison Senbon needle was perfectly deflected. Not one slipped through. The moment the last needle was blocked, Yagyu moved. His body shot forward like lightning as he launched a direct attack on Sasori. The scorpion tail, now far more dangerous in range and speed, immediately twisted toward him like a venomous snake. Sharingan. Yagyu narrowed his eyes as he observed the scorpion tail attacking from all directions. I can see everything clearly. Every tiny movement became visible. He could even faintly see the chakra threads controlling the puppet mechanism. Yagyu's expression did not change. His feet struck the ground rapidly. His body moved like a streak of flexible light, weaving through the scorpion tail's attacks. He slipped through the smallest openings. Every strike was avoided by the narrowest margin. At the same time, in the eyes of the other three, a faint layer of chakra light covered Yagyu's blade. While dodging, he kept striking the air again and again. With Yagyu's final swing, the violently moving scorpion tail paused for a brief instant. Years of battle experience gained from sparring with the third Hokage allowed Yagyu to capture that tiny moment. Yagyu's eyes flashed with sharp light. Landing on the ground, he sheathed his chakra blade instantly. Yagyu suddenly raised his head and stared at Sasori. Yagyu-style swordsmanship, IAI for flash. The sharp sound of a blade leaving its sheath echoed. At the same time, visible wind-style chakra surrounded Yagyu's body. His body moved so quickly that friction with the air produced a sharp sound. A faint afterimage remained where he had stood. Then it vanished. Yagyu had already rushed toward Sasori. 3 dazzling arcs of blade light burst forth. For a brief instant they even overshadowed the sunlight. In that instant, the blade lights cut through the scorpion tail suspended in midair. With a crisp sound, the scorpion tail shattered into several pieces and scattered through the air. Yet no one paid attention to the destroyed tail. A heavy sound echoed like a war drum. Yagyu's disappearing figure suddenly appeared right in front of Sasori. Wind-style chakra surrounded his entire body. His clothes fluttered violently in the wind. Holding the chakra blade with both hands, Yagyu brought the glowing green blade down toward Sasori at point-blank range. Yagyu-style swordsmanship, IAI for flash. The final flash. The most powerful and destructive strike. It descended toward Sasori with terrifying force. At that moment, Sasori suddenly raised 2 mechanical arms from beneath his cloak and crossed them in front of himself. Metal collided violently. The ground beneath Sasori's feet shattered instantly. Under Yagyu's immense force, Sasori was pushed backward uncontrollably. He slid 7 or 8 meters, carving a deep trench into the already broken ground. A strong wind swept through the battlefield. The brief exchange ended for the moment as Sasori stopped retreating. A troublesome opponent. Looking at Sasori standing firmly again, Yagyu's expression became serious. I wonder how the future Sasori was defeated by Granny Chiyo and Sakura working together. The short battle just now. It looked like Yagyu had the advantage. But in reality, it meant almost nothing. Yagyu knew the information about every member of the Akatsuki. The Sasori before them was only the outer puppet shell known as Hirako. Even though the scorpion tail had been cut off, it was not a serious loss. The real result of that clash was simply forcing Hirako to retreat. That means I still have to keep acting confident. Yagyu sighed inwardly. His expression remained calm as he looked at Sasori as if carefully analyzing him. If possible, I really didn't want to show off in front of these people yet. The problem was, there was nowhere to run. Thrilling. Extremely thrilling. Patreon Advance 30 Chapters, Patreon.com/1FIC Chapter 33, Konoha truly is a village that produces geniuses. 1019 words on the battlefield, Yagyu and Sasori of the Red Sand stood facing each other. Holding his chakra blade, Yagyu observed Sasori with a thoughtful expression. Behind him, Anko stood ready with a kunai in hand. At this moment she had already understood something. Yagyu had never planned to escape alone. That realization both moved her and made her curse inwardly at Yagyu's stubbornness. Facing three enemies who were clearly each stronger than the last, stubbornly continuing the fight, was not a good decision. But things had already reached this point. Anko could only remain silent and support Yagyu from behind. She could not act. Because she could not guarantee that if she moved, Kisame Hoshigaki and Uchiha Itachi would remain still. Yagyu's strength was powerful. Facing the strange enemy in front of him alone did not seem particularly difficult. But if Uchiha Itachi entered the battle, everything would become extremely unfavorable. Therefore, no matter how Anko felt right now, the best choice was simple. If the enemy did not move, she would not move. That was the judgment she had made after assessing the situation. At this moment, standing opposite Yagyu, Sasori had already become serious. This brat can actually see the chakra threads I use to control the puppets. Silently watching Yagyu, Sasori thought to himself. And his swordsmanship is astonishing. Most importantly, the sword in his hand must be a chakra blade. Only chakra blades could cut through the chakra threads used by puppet masters. So Sasori concluded that the sword in Yagyu's hand was definitely a chakra blade. And this brat is incredibly fast, and his timing is extremely precise. Sasori recalled the brief exchange from earlier. Ordinary puppets will not be enough to deal with him. But that works perfectly. If I turn him into a puppet, my collection will gain a high-quality specimen skilled in swordsmanship and taijutsu. While thinking this, Sasori was already preparing to bring out something truly powerful. At that moment, Yagyu, who had not spoken since forcing Sasori back, casually spun his sword in a flourish. You still don't plan to come out? His calm voice sounded. Looking directly at Sasori, Yagyu said indifferently, your real body should be hiding inside that puppet. It's a very good puppet, but using only this much to deal with me is far from enough. With a single sentence, Yagyu exposed Sasori's current situation. This caused Sasori, Itachi, and Kisame to glance at him with surprise. Ignoring their reactions, Yagyu continued in a speculative tone, your puppet might not be impressive, but your puppet manipulation technique is outstanding. As far as I know, the only ninja in the world capable of such powerful puppet techniques come from Tsunagakure. Raising his chakra blade and pointing it at Sasori, Yagyu spoke confidently. You should be a rogue ninja from the hidden sand. And a powerful one at that. But in recent years Tsunagakure hasn't reported any powerful puppet masters defecting. So who exactly are you? Now I'm truly curious about your identity. Although Yagyu knew exactly who Sasori was, he could not reveal everything directly. Leaking some information could create pressure and increase the chances of successfully bluffing. But saying too much would only create trouble for himself. Inside Hirako, Sasori paused slightly as he prepared to take out other puppets. This brat, what a sharp mind. The one who was also somewhat shocked was Anko, as well as Kisame. As for Itachi, he remained as expressionless as ever. Before Sasori could respond, "Heh heh heh." Kisame chuckled. Then he spoke to Sasori. Sasori, this brat figured out your origin just from a brief exchange. Before long he might even uncover your identity. How does that feel? Those words directly confirmed that Yagyu's guess was correct. But whether Kisame said it unintentionally was another matter. After all, the Akatsuki was far from perfectly united. Perhaps Kisame was deliberately causing trouble for Sasori. The moment Kisame finished speaking, a terrifying killing intent erupted from Sasori's true body. A scroll appeared in Hirako's mechanical arm. While forming hand seals, Sasori spoke calmly. How do I feel? Do you think I still have any attachment to that village? Sorry, I abandoned such things long ago. Now I only wish to create eternal art. With a light sound, white smoke spread. 5 puppets equipped with various weapons appeared behind Sasori. Brat, you are very intelligent. Through Hirako, Sasori's cold gaze locked onto Yagyu. Konoha truly is a village that produces geniuses. Among my high-quality collection, there should be a place reserved for you. The moment Sasori finished speaking, the 5 human puppets hovering in the air transformed into streaks of light. Their speed far exceeded Hiriko's earlier attacks. They charged directly toward Yagyu. From 5 directions. Ignoring whether the puppets would be damaged or not, Sasori sealed off every possible escape route. He intended to kill Yagyu in a single strike. Yagyu's eyes grew serious. He's serious now. I can still see everything. His eyes moved rapidly. In an instant he captured the movement paths of the 5 puppets and every subtle variation. Yagyu quickly raised his chakra blade, preparing to strike. It's not over yet. Seeing Yagyu's movement, Sasori spoke coldly. I will take your life. From inside Hiriko, several poisoned kunai were launched by mechanical devices. They shot toward Yagyu at extreme speed, leaving faint trails in the air. A killing move. Sasori's voice was icy. Brat, regret ever being born into this world. 6 attacks rushed toward him at once. Yagyu's expression became extremely serious. His grip on the chakra blade loosened briefly. Then tightened again. Yagyu style. He raised the blade. His sharp gaze reflected on the sword's surface. Yagyu took a deep breath and thought to himself, "Iai flash, 6 consecutive strikes." His foot stepped forward. The ground shattered. Yagyu's figure left behind an afterimage. A flash of blade light appeared first. Only afterward did the sound of the sword ring out. Patreon Advance 30 Chapters, Patreon. com/1fic Chapter 34, Enough 1075 words 6 afterimages. 6 streaks of white blade light cut through the air. When the blade lights flashed and the ringing of the sword echoed, a violent gust of wind swept outward. Yagyu's figure had already passed through the blockade of Sasori's puppet attacks. His chakra blade had returned to its sheath. Standing in the stance of an Iajutsu draw, Yagyu was surrounded by tangible wind-release chakra that swirled around him, spreading a sharp tearing sensation through the air. A series of cracking sounds rang out. The 5 human puppets Sasori had just summoned were already shattered across the ground. Without giving Sasori time to breathe, the moment Yagyu lifted his gaze, Yagyu-style swordsmanship, draw slash. The terrifying wind-release chakra surged violently again. In less than half a breath, Yagyu drew his blade. A dazzling blade flash. A sharp sword cry. Immediately afterward, between Yagyu and Sasori, a massive green blade aura nearly 5 meters tall erupted. With lightning speed it slashed toward Sasori. The ground, already ravaged repeatedly, was destroyed once more by the green blade aura. A deep trench split across the land. Seeing this, Sasori relied on his vast combat experience to react instantly. His body flashed aside. Sasori left his position and directly avoided the slash. The green blade aura struck the nearby mountainside, carving a huge gash into the rock. After unleashing that strike, Yagyu suppressed the urge to pursue. This can't continue. If this goes on it will turn into a real battle. One opponent might still be manageable, but if Kisame Hoshigaki and Uchiha Itachi join in, then it's over. Yagyu did not chase. The fight halted once again. Standing behind Yagyu and supporting him, Anko did not understand why he did not continue the attack. But she was smart enough not to ask. From the moment Yagyu began fighting earlier, the authority in their team had already shifted to him. Anko had no problem with that. After sparring with Yagyu twice, she clearly understood something. Yagyu's strength far surpassed her own. During their earlier team test, Yagyu had held back far too much. After witnessing this battle, Anko was certain of that. Meanwhile, the 2 observers, Kisame Hoshigaki and Uchiha Itachi, had completely different reactions and expressions. I didn't expect that brat to become even faster. After watching the second exchange, even Kisame, who was normally extremely confident, showed surprise. And that swordsmanship reminds me of someone. There once was an unbelievably powerful swordsman ninja from Konoha. When Kisame said that, everyone present immediately thought of a legend. White hair. A short blade. A man active during the Second Shinobi World War. A man whose mere presence on the battlefield could cause enemies to retreat in fear. The legendary swordsman. The White Fang of Konoha. A man who stood at the top of the ninja world with nothing but his blade. At this moment, Yagyu faintly resembled the White Fang. Watching Yagyu silently, a trace of confusion flashed through the eyes beneath Itachi's hat. There was also a hint of speculation. After a moment, Itachi made a decision. Meanwhile, Sasori, who had avoided Yagyu's attack while controlling Hirako, originally prepared for another strike. But when he realized Yagyu was not pursuing him, he froze briefly. Then his voice became extremely cold. You didn't take the chance to attack me, brat, are you looking down on me? Yagyu lowered his chakra blade slightly. He glanced at Sasori and spoke calmly. I never underestimate any opponent. But compared to you, there is someone here who is clearly more dangerous. As he spoke, Yagyu shifted his gaze. His eyes landed directly on Uchiha Itachi. Compared to him, you are just a little lacking. Hearing this, Sasori's tone grew darker and colder. So what you're saying is that compared to Uchiha Itachi, I'm just a minor nuisance in your eyes. Yagyu shrugged. He did not respond. But the vigilance and seriousness in his gaze did not fade. At that moment, everyone felt the same thing. Yagyu's attention had always been on Itachi. Never on Sasori. Kisame laughed darkly. While watching the scene, he placed one hand on the hilt of Samahata. I can't pretend I didn't hear that. Brat, although I agree with you that Sasori is a small fry, the small fry you mentioned probably doesn't include me, right? Yagyu's gaze shifted toward Kisame. His chakra blade lowered slightly further. His tone remained casual. If you want to think that way, then yes, that's exactly what I mean. With a single motion, Kisame pulled Samahata from his back and slammed it into the ground, creating a massive crater. To be honest, I like geniuses. His voice turned icy as killing intent surged. Powerful chakra fluctuations spread from Kisame. Because geniuses, even young ones, are worth cutting down. And now you've gained that value. As he finished speaking, Kisame stepped forward. He was about to attack Yagyu. Seeing this, Anko's expression changed drastically. She gripped her kunai and prepared to fight. The battle was about to escalate from a duel into a full group fight. Not only did Anko become tense, even Yagyu did as well. Whether his plan would succeed depended entirely on what happened next. As Kisame prepared to strike, Yagyu tightened his grip on his chakra blade. Then loosened it again. Just as the battle was about to erupt, a hand suddenly rose and stopped Kisame. Everyone's gaze shifted. They all looked at the owner of that hand. It was Uchiha Itachi. The man who had barely spoken or moved until now. Itachi-san. Kisame narrowed his eyes, slightly puzzled. Slowly raising his head, Itachi removed the hat from his head. His calm eyes looked directly at Yagyu. His voice was so calm it seemed as though nothing in the world could affect him. Stepping forward, he said, I'll handle this. His eyes closed briefly. Then opened. A pair of scarlet three-tomo Sharingan appeared before everyone. His expression remained unbelievably calm. Every movement released pressure. It perfectly embodied the aura of absolute confidence. When Uchiha Itachi stepped forward, Sasori stopped speaking. Kisame abandoned the idea of attacking. Anko could no longer remain still. And Yagyu's expression became extremely serious. But inside, he quietly let out a sigh of relief. Patreon Advance 30 Chapters, Patreon. com/1FIC Chapter 35, Tsukuyomi. 1027 words. Anko used the body flicker technique, and appeared in front of Yagyu, directly facing Uchiha Itachi. Her expression became extremely serious as she stared at Itachi. You step back. Leave the fight with Uchiha Itachi to me. Looking at Anko standing protectively in front of him, and saying such heroic words, Yagyu felt both touched and speechless. Are you kidding me? With your level of strength, let alone exchanging blows with Uchiha Itachi. He just needs to look at you with his Sharingan, and you'll fall into a genjutsu immediately. Shaking his head helplessly, Yagyu raised his hand and pulled Anko behind him. He could not allow her to ruin the carefully created opportunity to escape safely. Anko-sensei. His tone carried a hint of helplessness as he spoke frankly. You should just support me from behind. Uchiha Itachi's Sharingan is not something you can withstand easily. If your willpower and chakra are not strong enough, you simply cannot resist it. As Yagyu spoke, the already terrifying wind release chakra surrounding him became even more condensed. It looked almost like a suit of armor formed entirely from wind release chakra. The sight alone was intimidating. Violent gusts stirred by his chakra spread outward from Yagyu, kicking up dust and sand. Be careful. Seeing the terrifying chakra swirling around Yagyu, Anko understood the situation clearly. She stood behind him but did not retreat even a single step. Itachi watched the entire exchange. His Crimson Three-Tomo Sharingan locked onto Yagyu, ignoring Anko completely. You are Yagyu Sosuke. I know you. You attended the Ninja Academy in the same year as my foolish younger brother. If I remember correctly, you should have graduated recently. After a brief pause, he continued. Speaking of which, the tool I deliberately left alive so that I could grow stronger in the future. I wonder how much Sasuke has grown now. Yagyu slightly raised his chakra blade. He sneered at Itachi. A man who slaughtered his entire clan, yet you still talk about family. Interesting. If you care about Sasuke so much, why don't you go see him yourself? Itachi remained silent. After a moment of contemplation, he looked at Yagyu. You seem to know quite a lot about me. Is it because of Sasuke? Interesting. As he spoke, the three tomo in Itachi's Sharingan slowly rotated. His tone remained calm and emotionless. You mentioned the Sharingan earlier. Then let me show you the power of these eyes. I hope your willpower, chakra, and mouth are all as strong as you claim. Unlike Sasori, I will not waste much time. For a moment, Yagyu heard the sound of a heartbeat. Then everything changed. A crimson light filled his vision. The world before him transformed instantly. The sky became blood red. Everything else turned black and white. And Yagyu himself was now bound to a giant cross, unable to move even slightly. This is genjutsu. Yagyu's pupils shrank as his expression became extremely serious. It had arrived. It truly had arrived. One of the most terrifying Mangekyo Sharingan genjutsu. Tsukuyomi. Feeling the overwhelming force binding him, Yagyu cursed inwardly. So it really is Tsukuyomi. Uchiha Itachi really doesn't hold back. With a distorted ripple, Itachi appeared before Yagyu. It is indeed genjutsu, but this genjutsu cannot be broken. Looking at Yagyu bound to the cross, Itachi spoke calmly. The ultimate genjutsu passed down within the Uchiha clan is called Tsukuyomi. Within this world, space, time, and mass are all under my control. Under Yagyu's gaze, one Itachi became many. The Tsukuyomi world filled with countless versions of both of them. Each Itachi held a blade. Why is the Uchiha clan feared as the strongest clan? The reason lies entirely in the Sharingan bloodline limit. This is its true power. Raising his sword, Itachi prepared to stab Yagyu. For the next 72 hours, I will continuously stab you with this blade while amplifying your sense of pain. Do not think that because this is genjutsu it does not matter. The pain here is exactly the same as reality. He paused briefly. Then added almost as a warning. If you cannot endure it, you will most likely become a mindless fool. Seeing Itachi about to attack, Yagyu did not dare delay. With a sharp sound, ripples spread through the crimson Tsukuyomi world. A powerful surge of ocular power erupted from Yagyu. Combined with his rock-solid willpower and overwhelming chakra, it shattered the cross binding him. Uchiha is the strongest clan. Standing calmly within the Tsukuyomi world, Yagyu spoke with a strange tone. Then what about the Senju clan? Well, it makes sense. After the Uchiha were wiped out by you, even the Hyuga clan has started calling themselves Konoha's strongest clan. He began forming hand seals. At the same time he mobilized his chakra, mental strength, and most importantly his ocular power. Interesting. Looking at Yagyu, Itachi spoke calmly. I did not expect that within the Tsukuyomi world, which I completely control, you would still have some ability to resist. You are becoming more and more interesting. In an instant, all the Itachis disappeared. Only one remained standing before Yagyu. Very well. Raising his sword and pointing it at Yagyu, Itachi spoke. Let us test your capacity here. Yagyu did not release the hand seal. He continued mobilizing all three of his powers with a grave expression. As expected, there is no way to break this genjutsu. Looking directly at Itachi, Yagyu spoke calmly. Fighting here puts me at a huge disadvantage. But there's no choice. Without further words, Itachi moved. He charged directly at Yagyu. The ocular power of the Mangekyo Sharingan is constantly suppressing me. Feeling the overwhelming pressure binding him, Yagyu retreated rapidly. I cannot release the hand seals. The moment I do, Itachi's ocular power will completely suppress and bind me. Then I will become helpless prey. It was too difficult. At this moment, Yagyu realized something. Even if he had tried to overestimate Uchiha Itachi's strength, it still would not have been enough. Patreon Advance 30 Chapters, Patreon.com/1FIC Chapter 36. A dog that bites never barks. The moment Yagyu finished retreating while maintaining his hand seal, Uchiha Itachi's figure instantly appeared behind him. The blade in Itachi's hand slashed directly toward Yagyu's back. Body flicker technique. Sensing the attack from behind, Yagyu's expression changed. This is basically teleportation. At the last moment he twisted around. At the same time he lifted his leg and bent backward like an iron bridge, flipping and kicking Itachi's arm. With extreme difficulty, Yagyu managed to block and evade Itachi's attack. His face became extremely serious. This is the Tsukuyomi world. Looking at Yagyu, Itachi spoke calmly. Space, time, and mass are all completely under my control. There are still 71 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds left. Yagyu-kun, we have plenty of time to play. Hearing this, Yagyu's expression did not change. He simply replied calmly. Is that so? That sounds quite exciting. In the Crimson World, the two clashed once again. In the outside world, from the perspective of the others, Itachi had only just finished speaking. Yagyu suddenly stabbed his chakra blade into the ground. He used it to support his slightly swaying body. He breathed heavily. His face clearly showed exhaustion. Sweat poured down his body, and the massive wind-release chakra that had been surging around him earlier disappeared instantly. It looked as if he had suddenly been drained. Seeing this, Kisame Hoshigaki showed a smile as if everything had gone exactly as expected. Meanwhile, Sasori felt deep caution. Both of them had the same thought. Uchiha Itachi is really powerful. Compared to their calm reactions, Anko, who stood beside Yagyu, looked confused and alarmed. She supported him with one hand while watching Itachi carefully. What happened? He just finished speaking and you suddenly became like this. Yagyu's face was slightly pale. He looked at Itachi while feeling mentally exhausted. After fighting for 3 full days and nights inside the Tsukuyomi world, anyone would be nearly finished. The Mangekyo Sharingan truly was terrifying. Even his own 3-Tomo Sharingan, which had been enhanced by the system, had been completely suppressed. Fighting in the Tsukuyomi world was incredibly painful. Anko-sensei, step back. After calming his breathing slightly, Yagyu stared at Itachi and spoke. The 3 days and 3 nights inside the Tsukuyomi world were only an instant in reality. That was an incredible illusion. No, it can't even be called a genjutsu anymore. Tsukuyomi could practically be considered a spiritual ninjutsu. The damage it inflicted on the mind was enormous. Hearing Yagyu's question, Itachi did not answer. At that moment, Kisame stepped beside Itachi and spoke with amazement. I didn't expect this brat to endure that technique without his mind collapsing. He even looks like he still has strength left. That level of ability is terrifying. After speaking, Kisame looked at Itachi. Itachi-san, what should we do now? Without realizing it, Kisame had begun taking Yagyu far more seriously. Sasori also stepped forward. He did not say anything. He simply looked at Itachi and Kisame. At this point, the authority of the situation had returned to Itachi. Sasori was confident and arrogant, but he had no reason to offend Itachi over Yagyu. There would be plenty of opportunities later. Itachi remained silent, seemingly thinking about what to do next. Seeing this, Anko became extremely nervous. Yagyu, however, understood Itachi's true identity. A thought flashed through his mind. All right, time to show off. At that moment, he felt a cool surge flowing through his body. It rapidly restored both his physical and mental exhaustion. That was the powerful life force of the Senju Sage body. I haven't felt this in a long time. Yagyu raised his left hand and wiped the sweat from his face. Since my strength reached the system's elite Jonin level evaluation, I've never had such huge consumption. Let alone activating the hidden vitality of the sage body. Uchiha Itachi really is strong. Yagyu pulled the chakra blade out of the ground. The pale color of his face rapidly returned to normal. The sound of wind release chakra surged again. Wind chakra gathered around Yagyu's body once more. His aura gradually strengthened again. He raised his blade and pointed it at Itachi, Kisame, and Sasori. His tone carried a hint of excitement. Today was really fun. How about we continue? This blatant provocation made both Kisame and Sasori furious. Both of them felt anger rising. Cunning brat. Kisame sneered. You were hit by Itachi-san's genjutsu. You're already at the end of your strength. Just pretending to be strong, right? Yagyu smiled brightly. He spun his chakra blade in a beautiful flourish. I still have most of my fighting strength left. Whether you believe that or not is entirely up to you. If you want another battle, come and try. Today I'd really like to see what it feels like to fight 3 enemies alone. A 1 versus 3 fight. Kisame frowned and prepared to attack. But Itachi stopped him again. Kisame, that's enough for today. If we waste any more time here, Sasori's partner will disappear again. As he spoke, Itachi placed his hat back on his head. Then he turned and walked away. As he passed by Kisame, a breeze lifted the white cloth hanging from his hat. For an instant, Kisame clearly saw something. Blood tears were flowing uncontrollably from Itachi's left eye. Immediately, Kisame swallowed the question he had been about to ask. Without saying a word, he followed Itachi. With Itachi and Kisame leaving, Sasori gave Yagyu a deep look. Then he followed them as well. He did not say anything, but Yagyu could clearly tell Sasori had already set his sights on him. He wanted to turn Yagyu into a high-quality human puppet. Just like the saying goes. A dog that bites never barks. Patreon Advance 30 Chapters, Patreon.com/1FIC. Chapter 37, Anko's Deduction 1069 Words. After walking only a few steps, Uchiha Itachi and the other two used the body flicker technique and disappeared instantly. Seeing this, Anko, who still had not fully understood the situation, was slightly stunned. They just left like that. They really gave up on us. Yagyu sheathed his sword. The terrifying wind-release chakra surrounding him slowly withdrew back into his body. He glanced toward the direction where Itachi and the others had disappeared. A trace of exhaustion flickered in his eyes. Anko-sensei, let's go. He withdrew his deep gaze and spoke. This mission is already over. Staying here would be dangerous. After saying that, Yagyu turned around and walked toward their original destination. Anko, who had not been able to participate in the fight at all during the entire battle, also withdrew her gaze. She quickly followed Yagyu. Night fell. In the dark forest, a campfire burned quietly. Anko kept adding dry wood she had gathered. Her eyes occasionally drifted toward the large tree nearby. Yagyu was leaning against the trunk, sleeping. That guy. Thinking about the battle earlier that day, Anko sighed inwardly. He's actually that strong. It's unbelievable. Is this kid really only 12 years old? After repeatedly reviewing the battle in her mind, Anko finally began to see some clues. She roughly understood Yagyu's intentions from the very beginning. Her thoughts gradually became clear. First, he established the tone that the battle would be a one-on-one fight. Then he fought the rogue ninja called Sasori. Taking advantage of Sasori's underestimation, Yagyu defeated the puppet ninja twice. Afterward he arrogantly provoked Uchiha Itachi and the other teammate. In Anko's view, Yagyu's plan originally included defeating the shark-faced ninja as well. But unexpectedly, Itachi chose to intervene directly because he felt the other two were too slow. In Anko's opinion, was exactly what Yagyu had been aiming for from the start. It was the final step of the entire plan. And also the most dangerous step. Forcing the strongest of the three, Uchiha Itachi, to personally step in. Then in the fight with Itachi, Yagyu needed to at least maintain a draw. Only in that way could the situation appear evenly matched. It would make it clear that the battle would fall into a stalemate rather than them being crushed. And because Itachi had said from the beginning that they had an urgent mission to recruit someone into their organization, they would not waste too much time here. And that was exactly where Yagyu and Anko's chance of survival lay. His mind is incredibly meticulous. After piecing everything together, Anko muttered. And unbelievably bold. A plan like this is like dancing on the edge of a blade. If your strength were even slightly insufficient, the result would be complete destruction. And he didn't let me interfere at all. Damn it, in that kid's eyes, am I just weak? If Yagyu knew what Anko was thinking right now, he would probably sigh. Smart people really are frightening. Every guess Anko made was correct. The only thing she did not know was that Uchiha Itachi was not truly their enemy. He was an enemy who would deliberately hold back. Everything Yagyu did was simply giving Itachi a reason to retreat. And Itachi's first mention of having a mission was also a hint. If Yagyu had not understood that hint, then things would have developed in a completely different direction. Fortunately, Yagyu caught Itachi's signal and reacted quickly. He cooperated perfectly and gave Itachi an excuse to withdraw. Thus the unexpected battle during the day ended perfectly. Of course, Yagyu did not completely trust Itachi either. He had kept a trump card. From the beginning, Yagyu had only used his perfected Yagyu-style swordsmanship, and the wind-release chakra mode he had developed. All his other methods were reserved as backups. Fortunately, those backups were never needed. As for Anko's doubt about whether she was weak, that question was hard to answer. If you said yes, then yes. If you said no, then not exactly. After today's battle, Anko probably already knew the answer herself. This mission should count as completed. After finishing her thoughts about Yagyu, Anko spoke seriously. When we get back, I'll report everything to the Hokage in detail. Let them deal with this headache. At the same time, she also decided that once they returned, she would take at least 10 or 15 days off. Their very first B-rank mission had run into an S-rank rogue ninja like Uchiha Itachi. It was truly unbelievable. Before sunrise the next morning, Yagyu woke up. He tapped his still heavy head. My mental exhaustion is too great. One night of sleep isn't enough to recover. With some resignation, Yagyu glanced toward another tree nearby. Anko was also asleep. System, sign in. He withdrew his gaze and began packing his belongings while speaking in his mind. Sign in successful. Reward obtained, 10% development progress of Senja's sage body. As the system's voice faded, a cool and comfortable energy surged through Yagyu's body. It flowed through his limbs, through his willpower, through every part of his body. In just 10 seconds, the heaviness in Yagyu's body and mind completely vanished. He returned to peak condition. Not only that, he even felt himself taking a step further beyond his previous peak. At that moment, Yagyu clearly felt the change in his strength. System, open my status panel. After fully accepting the reward, Yagyu spoke again in his mind. Host status panel name, Yagyu Sosuke Chakra, 2213 Ninjutsu, 703 Taijutsu, 696. Genjutsu, 687 Bloodline limits, Senja Sage Body 32%, Sharingan 3 Tomo overall strength evaluation, Elite Jonin feels amazing. A sharp gleam flashed in Yagyu's eyes as he looked at his status panel. I've become stronger again. The further development of the sage body had significantly increased his attributes. He was now much closer to his peak. With his current strength, even in Konoha, he could be considered a top-tier ninja. After enjoying that pleasant feeling, Yagyu packed his belongings, woke Anko up, and the two of them began their journey back. 2 days later. Afternoon. At the gates of Konoha, Yagyu and Anko walked into the village one after the other. Their destination was clear. The Hokage Tower. Patreon Advance 30 Chapters Patreon.com/1FIC Chapter 38. I want to be a good person 1129 words. Inside the Hokage office in the Hokage Tower, Yagyu and Anko stood in front of the third Hokage's desk. After spending about half an hour explaining everything, Anko finished recounting the entire encounter with Uchiha Itachi's group, with Yagyu occasionally adding details. That's everything that happened during the mission. After finishing the report, Anko took out the mission report scroll and handed it to the third Hokage. All the information is recorded inside this scroll. The third Hokage accepted the scroll and placed it aside. While smoking his pipe, he looked at the two of them. I understand. You've both worked hard on this mission. I never expected that you would run directly into Uchiha Itachi. That part was beyond my expectations. Fortunately, you both returned safely. As he spoke, a trace of lingering fear flashed through the third Hokage's eyes. He truly had not expected that such a simple tracking mission would lead Yagyu and Anko to encounter the target directly. How should that be described? Was their luck too good? Or too bad? Regardless of the answer, the fact that they had returned safely was enough. And there was no need to question whether the third Hokage was pretending. Because there was no reason for him to do so. Yagyu was someone he regarded as a successor to the Will of Fire. More importantly, he was a student personally trained by the third Hokage in recent years. There was no reason to pretend in this matter. After all, the image Yagyu had built in the eyes of the third Hokage, and many people in Konoha, was that of a pure genius. As long as he did not cause trouble, there would be no problems. Returning to the topic. Old man. Now that the important matters had been discussed, Yagyu glanced at the third Hokage. I think you should pay attention to the meaning behind Uchiha Itachi's actions. Someone like him, gathering powerful rogue ninja as companions, can't possibly be doing it just to form a group to play mahjong. Hearing this, the third Hokage nodded with satisfaction. Don't worry. I already have other intelligence. You're still young, so you don't need to worry about this matter for now. Yagyu simply nodded casually. He did not say anything more. To be honest, he did not want to get involved in too many of the third Hokage's affairs too early. Before his strength was sufficient, Yagyu only wanted to act as an executor, who judged things according to his own interests. He did not want to stir up too many complications yet. Then I'll go home and rest. After reminding the third Hokage, Yagyu prepared to leave. The third Hokage nodded without stopping him. Go ahead. Rest well. There's no need to rush into another mission. Take some time to digest what you gained from this one. Yagyu waved his hand to show he understood. Then he left the Hokage office. After Yagyu left, the third Hokage smoked quietly for a moment. Then he looked at Anko. Anko, what is your opinion of Sosuke? Hearing this question, Anko did not immediately understand his intention. After thinking for a moment, she answered honestly. Top-tier talent. Top-tier mentality. Top-tier intelligence. Top-tier courage. Most importantly, he has already grown strong enough to stand on his own, and he is a perfect inheritor of the will of fire. At this point, Anko looked slightly embarrassed. This might sound a bit embarrassing, but during this mission, if Yagyu hadn't refused to abandon me and kept protecting me behind him, even if I had managed to come back, I would probably have been seriously injured. After a short pause, Anko gave her final conclusion. Although he's still very young, Yagyu is already a companion who can be trusted. The third Hokage nodded. After glancing at Anko, he said, I plan to publicize this mission. The story will be that Sosuke faced Uchiha Itachi's group alone and successfully brought you back safely. Would you feel dissatisfied about that? Anko shook her head. It's fine. After all, Yagyu really is stronger than me. And the mission basically happened exactly like that. As an experienced ninja, Anko immediately understood the third Hokage's intention. He wanted to build Yagyu's reputation and achievements. She had no objections. Just as she had said, Yagyu was stronger than her. And during this mission, if it hadn't been for him, she might not have survived. In a way, he had saved her life. Besides, Anko did not care about credit or fame. So she naturally had no objections to the third Hokage's arrangement. Yagyu did not know about the conversation between Anko and the third Hokage afterward. Even if he knew, he would not stop it. Reputation and achievements were exactly what he wanted. Why would he refuse them? Putting on an act of false humility. What nonsense. To be honest, Yagyu did not consider himself a good person. But he wanted to become one. To put it bluntly, as a true egoist, he wanted to gain all the benefits. And at the same time, he wanted everyone to praise him as a righteous man. But that was getting off topic. Right now, it was not yet time for Yagyu to reveal his ambitions. Shopping district. Entering his family's bookstore, Yagyu immediately saw his mother behind the counter. Mom, I'm back. After calling out, Yagyu walked directly to the counter. His mother had been watching the store rather lazily, and was almost falling asleep. When she saw Yagyu, her face lit up with joy. Sosuke, you're back. Was the mission dangerous? Yagyu shook his head calmly. He turned around once in front of her. Of course I didn't get hurt. After carefully checking him over, his mother finally nodded in relief. That's good. After finishing a mission like that, you should rest for a few days. High-level missions consume a lot of energy. As the wife of a ninja, she understood the mission system to some degree. She also knew that Yagyu was different from other children. The missions he carried out were all high-level missions. Otherwise she would not worry so much. Yagyu nodded gently. Looking at his concerned mother, he said, "I don't have any missions for the next few days. I'll stay home and rest." Satisfied with the answer, his mother nodded. After checking the time, she spoke again. "You watch the store. I'm going out to buy some groceries. Tonight we'll make a big dinner. Later you should invite Ino's family from next door to come over, all right?" As she spoke, she had already walked out from behind the counter. After giving Yagyu a few instructions, she left the shop. Patreon Advance 30 chapters, Patreon.com/1FIC Chapter 39. The trouble was actually caused by my future father. In 1170 words in Yagyu's family dining room, a table full of delicious dishes had been prepared. The invited guests were Yagyu's future father-in-law and mother-in-law, Yamanaka Inoichi and his wife, along with Ino, who had just returned from a mission. They sat beside the table. Yagyu and his mother were also seated there. As glasses clinked and food was passed around, the future family members chatted and laughed happily while eating. There was no rule about remaining silent while eating. Yagyu's mother and Ino's mother chatted together. One loved reading, the other loved gardening. Both were refined women with good upbringing, so naturally they had plenty to talk about. Yamanaka Inoichi held a small flask of sake and leisurely drank by himself. Meanwhile, Yagyu whispered quietly with Ino. Was extremely warm and harmonious. After dinner, Yagyu's mother, Ino, and Ino's mother began chatting about topics they enjoyed. As the only man in the Yagyu household, Yagyu accompanied Inoichi and sat on the corridor of the courtyard, chatting together. "A few days ago, I heard from Kurenai that you and Anko went on a B-rank tracking mission." Taking a sip of sake, Inoichi asked, "How was your first high-level mission? Were you able to adapt to it?" His tone clearly showed the concern of an elder toward a younger generation. Counting the years, 6 years had already passed. Although Inoichi still got irritated whenever he saw Yagyu and Ino being affectionate, deep down, he had already acknowledged Yagyu as his future son-in-law. Because Yagyu was truly perfect. He possessed extraordinary talent. And that talent had already been transformed into real strength. Moreover, he was the final disciple personally accepted by the third Hokage, and had inherited the will of fire. He was very likely to become the next Hokage. Over the past 6 years, Yagyu's kindness toward Ino had also been obvious to everyone. So whether it was talent, strength, status, or most importantly character, Yagyu was an impeccable choice for a son-in-law. Of course, there were some things that were never openly discussed. If Ino married Yagyu, the benefits it would bring to the Yamanaka clan were obvious. But neither side would bring it up. Because there was no need. Returning to the topic. Hearing Inoichi's question, Yagyu nodded. It was all right. This mission originally wasn't dangerous, even though the target was tracking the whereabouts of an S-rank rogue ninja, Uchiha Itachi. There shouldn't have been much danger. When he heard the name of the target, Inoichi's pupils shrank slightly. He looked at Yagyu. Who did you say you were tracking? Yagyu answered again. Uchiha Itachi. After a pause, he continued, the S-rank rogue ninja who slaughtered the Uchiha clan. We received intelligence that he was spotted in the land of birds. Because the situation developed suddenly, Anko accepted the mission immediately. Inoichi's expression became slightly awkward. Then he spoke. The information about Uchiha Itachi was extracted by me from the mind of a spy ninja. In that instant, Yagyu looked at Inoichi with a slightly resentful expression. Case solved. The person responsible for that troublesome mission was actually his future father-in-law. Yagyu almost felt like his mind was breaking apart. That mission had nearly ended his life. He had almost fought 3 Kage-level opponents at once with only elite Jonin-level strength. Impressive. But Yagyu absolutely did not want to experience that again. Because it had been extremely difficult. Being stared at like that, Inoichi coughed awkwardly and changed the subject. You said earlier that there shouldn't have been danger. Does that mean something unexpected happened during the mission? That shouldn't be the case. When we evaluated the intelligence, we believed there was only a 30% chance it was true. Why would there be danger? As he spoke, Inoichi's expression became serious. In an instant he began considering many possibilities. For example, someone leaking Yagyu and Anko's information and setting up an ambush. It was not that Inoichi was overthinking. As someone close to the Hokage, he knew far too many things. Looking at Inoichi's expression, Yagyu roughly understood what he was thinking. That's not the case, Uncle Inoichi. Taking a sip of juice, Yagyu said helplessly, the danger we encountered during this mission was purely accidental. Shortly after we arrived in the land of birds, we ran directly into Uchiha Itachi and his teammates on the road. Under Inoichi's bewildered and strange expression, Yagyu slowly explained the entire course of the mission. He did not intend to hide anything from Inoichi. After all, this was his future father-in-law. Since the man had personally asked, explaining the situation even if it bent the rules slightly was not a problem. Even if the third Hokage found out later, he would not say anything. After listening to the full explanation, Inoichi remained silent for a long time. After taking another sip of sake, he finally spoke. Your luck is truly difficult to describe. Although your plan succeeded and your performance was impressive, it was still far too risky. Next time you execute a mission, you must be more cautious and steady. Their luck really was unbelievable. Was it good luck? They encountered enemies they could not defeat. Was it bad luck? They ended up locating the primary target of the mission directly. As for Yagyu's approach when facing Itachi and the others, in Inoichi's opinion, it had indeed been brilliant. But it was also far too bold. One small mistake would have led to total disaster. That was why he warned Yagyu to be more cautious in future missions. Facing the advice of an elder, Yagyu nodded slightly. I understand, Uncle Inoichi. Please don't worry. I still want to marry Ino and live a happy life with her. I definitely won't throw away my life so easily. Inoichi had been quite satisfied listening to the earlier part. But the latter part immediately darkened his face. He silently drank his sake. Just thinking about how his precious daughter would one day marry this brat made him feel unhappy. Seeing Inoichi's reaction, Yagyu simply smiled and did not take it too seriously. A typical daughter-obsessed father. He understood it. If Yagyu had a daughter in the future, he would probably be even worse than Inoichi. But understanding was one thing. He was definitely going to marry Ino. In his room, lying on the soft bed, Yagyu's eyes were deep in thought. It won't be long now. The Chunin exams will begin soon. After the Konoha Crush plan, Konoha will welcome a new Hokage. At that moment, a decision that had remained unanswered for many years finally formed in Yagyu's heart. The third Hokage was already old. Rather than letting such a heroic ninja slowly fade away, it would be better for his life to burn with one final flame. When Orochimaru launched the Konoha Crush plan, aside from targeting Uchiha Sasuke, he likely had this thought in mind as well. Patreon Advance 30 Chapters Patreon.com/1FIC Chapter 40, Azura Chakra 1084 words. The next morning, Yagyu woke up from his bed. System, sign in. Sign in successful. Congratulations, reward obtained, Azura Chakra. The moment he heard the system's voice, Yagyu immediately sat upright on the bed. His eyes were filled with shock and excitement. Azura Chakra. Overwhelmed with excitement, Yagyu could not help shouting. Holy, today must be my lucky day. I actually got a jackpot reward. Thank you, system. That felt amazing. Azura Chakra. In the world of Naruto, this was definitely one of the most valuable powers. It could practically be called the ultimate cheat among cheats. With Azura Chakra, plus the Senju Sage body I already possess, once I develop it to a certain level, awakening the ultimate bloodline limit, would release, which dominates the ninja world, won't be a problem. After the initial excitement, Yagyu quickly began analyzing the benefits. A few years ago, I was too naive. Having the Senju Sage body only passively grants enormous chakra reserves and strong vitality. To awaken would release at Hashirama's level, Azura Chakra is still required. To obtain would release at the level of Senju Hashirama, Azura Chakra was essential. Otherwise, the best outcome would be something like Yamato. Basically becoming Konoha's real estate developer. As for Yamato later being possessed by Black Zetsu, and using powerful would release during the Fourth Great Ninja War. That was due to Black Zetsu and Kabuto enhancing Yamato with Hashirama cells. Would release ultimately depended on Hashirama himself and Azura, the second son of the Sage of Six Paths. Even Uchiha Madara could not fully match it. And after obtaining Azura Chakra, Yagyu pressed his hands against his eyes, anticipation shining within them. Even if I awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan in the future, I won't have to worry about going blind. Would release is essentially the ultimate manifestation of the Senju Sage body combined with Azura Chakra. Among the Uchiha who possessed Hashirama cells, Madara awakened the Rinnegan, and Obito ran around the ninja world using Mangekyo space-time ninjutsu Kamui. The Senju Sage body combined with Azura Chakra is the true remedy for the Mangekyo's blindness. Both were necessary. At the beginning, when Yagyu only possessed the Senju Sage body, he had been very worried. If he awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan and overused it, he might go blind. Better safe than sorry. After all, Yagyu had no way to verify whether the Senju Sage body alone could alleviate the Mangekyo's deterioration. If he relied only on speculation and knowledge from watching anime before reincarnating, that would be foolish. This kind of matter required caution. If he really went blind, who could he complain to? Now he had both the Senju Sage body and Azura Chakra. In terms of physical foundation alone, Yagyu was practically a replica of Hashirama. Under such circumstances, he naturally had the ability to suppress the Mangekyo Sharingan's side effects. And because both his Sharingan and his body were top tier, the effect would be even stronger than someone like Obito, who relied on transplanted Hashirama cells. There was nothing left to worry about. Returning to the topic. After thinking everything through, Yagyu smiled calmly. Then suddenly his expression froze. His mouth twitched. I don't even have the Mangekyo Sharingan yet, and I'm already thinking this far ahead. When did I become someone who fantasizes about things like this? While mentally mocking himself, Yagyu accepted today's sign in reward. Only a light and comfortable sensation spread through his body. Nothing dramatic happened. The Azura Chakra had silently fused with his body. It was neither a bloodline limit nor a conventional energy. As if something had been added to Yagyu's very existence. A subtle transformation. Completely imperceptible. After getting up, washing, and finishing breakfast, Yagyu learned that Ino had gone out on a mission. So he stayed home and relaxed. At his current level of strength, ordinary training did not have much meaning. What he needed more was time to accumulate experience. Only then could he achieve a breakthrough. Or perhaps the system would suddenly grant him another huge reward, allowing him to soar instantly. There was no helping it. His foundation was simply too solid. The stronger his foundation, the more accumulation he required to advance further. Unlike Naruto, who could focus on mastering one technique for years, Yagyu was an all-rounder. He had no weaknesses. Everything he learned developed evenly. Every aspect was pushed to the limit. Naturally, this required far more effort. Improving strength was not something that could be rushed. Around noon, Yagyu was watering the potted flowers Ino had planted in the courtyard. Suddenly he paused. Just as he stopped, a sharp sound of wind cutting through the air appeared. A figure wearing ANBU gear with long purple hair appeared on the wall of Yagyu's house. Yagyu raised his eyes and asked, "Is something the matter?" Hearing his question, the ANBU nodded. Her voice was clear. "Lord Yagyu, the Hokage requests that you come to the Hokage Tower." Interesting. Not long ago, the ANBU had not treated him with such respect. A strange expression flashed in Yagyu's eyes. So something must have happened that made the ANBU start treating me respectfully. Could it be related to the previous mission? Honestly, it was very possible. After all, Uchiha Itachi had once been part of the ANBU, and left behind quite a legend. After thinking for a moment, Yagyu set the thought aside. Then he looked at the ANBU in front of him. That voice, that hair, that figure, it must be her. Yagyu immediately identified the ANBU sitting on his wall. Yuzuki Yugao. A member of the Hokage's ANBU. A mature beauty who scored around 80 points in Yagyu's eyes. Unfortunately, she was also the girlfriend of a man destined to die young. Yagyu had no particular interest in Yugao. He nodded. "I understand. I'll head to the Hokage Tower now." Receiving his answer, Yugao nodded slightly. "My apologies." As soon as she finished speaking, she disappeared using the body flicker technique. Knowing that nothing urgent had likely happened, Yagyu finished watering the flowers, changed into casual clothes, and left his house. Walking through the streets toward the Hokage Tower, Yagyu gradually noticed something strange. The villagers looked different. With confusion on his face, Yagyu thought, why do these villagers look at me not only with the usual friendliness and politeness of fellow villagers, but also with such strong respect? Patreon Advance 30 Chapters Patreon.com/1FIC Chapter 41 Yagyu is about to become stronger again 1139 words. Inside the Hokage office. Yagyu looked at the third Hokage, who had a cheerful smile on his face. "Old man, what kind of expression is that? Don't look at me like that, it's making me a little scared." The third Hokage's smile stiffened after being interrupted by Yagyu. After giving him an annoyed look, he finally spoke. "How does it feel?" Yagyu looked puzzled. "What do you mean, how does it feel?" Taking a puff of his pipe, the third Hokage spoke calmly. "What else could I mean? I've already spread the story of your battle with Uchiha Itachi, and how you retreated safely. In the eyes of the villagers, you're now considered a super genius. Not exactly a hero. After all, Yagyu fighting Itachi and escaping safely was not something that saved the entire village. At most, it could be said that he had firmly protected his teammate Anko. Even so, it was enough to bring Yagyu great achievements and, along with that, reputation. But he still could not be called a hero of Konoha. "Oh, so you're the one who did it." After hearing the explanation, Yagyu suddenly understood. No wonder everyone in the village has been looking at me differently. Their eyes are full of respect now, so that's why. As he spoke, Yagyu smiled. "As for my feelings, I do have some. But they aren't that strong. I only did what I was supposed to do, nothing worth glorifying. Still, it's good that the part about me being strong got spread around." Hearing Yagyu praising himself so openly, the third Hokage felt both speechless and satisfied. Yagyu's words showed clearly that he had not been blinded by fame or achievements. As expected of the perfect disciple who had passed every test over the past 6 years. Maintain this humble attitude, Sosuke. The third Hokage said while smoking. The road ahead of you is still very long. It's not time for you to be arrogant yet. While speaking, the third Hokage casually tossed 2 scrolls toward Yagyu. After catching them, Yagyu looked confused. "What are these?" "Another mission." The third Hokage shook his head. His eyes showed a hint of nostalgia. "These are 2 ninjutsu scrolls. One was developed by the late 4th Hokage. The other is Lightning Release Ninja Body Technique. If you combine it with your swordsmanship, it should produce excellent results. Yagyu's eyes lit up. Good stuff. I didn't expect you to be so generous, old man. I'm almost embarrassed. While speaking, Yagyu had already stuffed the 2 scrolls into his pocket. Clearly, he had no intention of returning them. The 3rd Hokage's eyelids twitched as he watched Yagyu's shameless speed. He waved his hand impatiently. Take the scrolls and get out of here, you little brat. Yagyu grinned. With the scrolls safely tucked away, he happily left the Hokage office. Just after leaving the office step. While walking downstairs, Yagyu heard heavy footsteps at the corner of the stairway. Then he saw a man he had always been wary of. A man holding a cane. One arm wrapped in bandages. Bandages also covered part of his head, concealing one eye. Konoha's infamous Shadow Hokage. Shimura Danzo. That old schemer, why is he at the Hokage Tower? Yagyu glanced at Danzo with suspicion. Could it be because of me? Although curious, Yagyu was not foolish enough to ask. He merely glanced once before withdrawing his gaze. He quickly left the Hokage Tower without any intention of speaking with Danzo. That old schemer was always lurking in the shadows. If Yagyu had the chance and sufficient strength, he would definitely eliminate him. After returning home, Yagyu immediately took out the 2 scrolls and began reading them. After checking their contents, his expression showed no surprise. As expected, the ninjutsu developed by the 4th Hokage is the Rasengan. This basically gives me legitimate permission to use the Rasengan series in the future. After finishing the Rasengan scroll, Yagyu turned his attention to the 2nd scroll. The Lightning Release Ninja Body Technique was far more valuable. After all, the Wind Release Chakra mode he had developed to enhance his speed was also a type of ninja body technique. Although it greatly increased speed, it focused more on cutting power. The true technique designed to enhance speed was Lightning Release Ninja Body Technique. Why had Yagyu not developed a Lightning Release Chakra mode himself? Because his Wind Release Chakra mode already complemented the Yagyu-style swordsmanship. Developing and mastering it had already taken a lot of time. Combined with all his other training, he simply had not had the opportunity to develop Lightning Release Ninja Body techniques yet. Now that the 3rd Hokage had delivered one directly to him, it was perfect. Extreme speed combined with defensive capability, plus the cutting power of my Wind Release Chakra mode. After finishing the scroll, Yagyu smiled with satisfaction. With this, my swordsmanship alone could break into the Kage level tier, and even approach the level just below the Super Kage stage. I could stand at the peak of the ninja world purely with swordsmanship. And that was not all. He also had powerful ninjutsu. A Sharingan that could continue evolving. And eventually, the wood release he would inevitably awaken. Reaching the Super Kage level in the future would not be excessive at all. Having obtained 2 new techniques, Yagyu had already made his decision. His vacation was over. Starting tomorrow, he would begin training Lightning Release Ninja Body techniques. And he would modify and integrate them with his own style, making them entirely his own. The next morning, at the training ground Yagyu often used, Ino sat beneath a tree, watching Yagyu with a dreamy expression. She had no mission today, so she had the rare chance to accompany him during training. After 6 years together, Ino knew that Yagyu was not a particularly romantic person. He preferred a calm and steady life. Gradually, as she became accustomed to Yagyu, she also grew used to this lifestyle. She never found it boring. She simply felt that these quiet moments were precious. Meanwhile, in the open space nearby, Yagyu was continuously circulating his massive chakra. He repeatedly converted it into lightning release chakra, stimulating every cell in his body. Ninja body techniques were essentially the process of adapting the body to elemental chakra. When he first developed the wind release chakra mode, Yagyu had endured the tearing force of wind release chakra until his body fully adapted. Because of that, his body had already become extremely tough. Therefore, training lightning release chakra mode now was progressing even faster than he expected. And at the same time, Yagyu could clearly feel it. He was becoming stronger again. Patreon Advance 30 Chapters, Patreon.com/1FIC. Chapter 42, Going Dark makes you 10 times stronger, Redemption weakens you by 30%. 1088 words. Training ground. On the open field, lightning formed from lightning release chakra occasionally flashed across Yagyu's body. For a moment, he looked almost like a thunder god. But in reality, it was mostly just for show. This lightning release ninja body technique is much simpler than I expected. Feeling the lightning release chakra flowing through his body, Yagyu spoke with a serious expression. It feels like it originated from Kakashi's method of stimulating his body to achieve high speed while developing Chidori, just refined into a more complete technique. As he spoke, Yagyu gradually increased the intensity of the lightning release chakra surrounding his body. His already powerful physique was rapidly adapting to the violent nature of lightning release chakra. With the scroll as a reference, and with his previous experience developing the wind release chakra mode, Yagyu was certain of one thing. At most 10 days, or perhaps even just a week, he would fully master this lightning release ninja body technique. And refine it further to create his own version lightning release chakra mode. While Ino watched Herman with unwavering eyes, and Yagyu trained seriously, a sharp sound of wind cutting through the air suddenly appeared. A young man wearing clothes marked with the Uchiha clan symbol appeared in the training ground using the body flicker technique. The quiet atmosphere was instantly broken. Ino blinked in surprise. Uchiha Sasuke. Because she had often competed with Haruno Sakura over their favorite boy, Ino had never developed a good impression of Sasuke. So even though they had been classmates for 6 years, unlike the original storyline, Ino only regarded Sasuke as a fellow student. Nothing more. Sasuke's sudden appearance disrupted the peaceful atmosphere, which made Ino somewhat unhappy. At the same time, Yagyu stopped his training. With a thoughtful expression, he looked at Sasuke. You came to ask me about Uchiha Itachi, didn't you? Although phrased as a question, Yagyu sounded completely certain. There was only one thing that could make Sasuke lose his composure like this. And that was information about Uchiha Itachi. Sasuke's expression was cold. His eyes were faintly red, and his voice sounded hoarse. Please tell me any information you have about Uchiha Itachi. That was indeed the case. After finishing a mission and returning to the village, Sasuke had accidentally heard the rumors spreading throughout Konoha about Yagyu's previous mission. And when he heard the name Uchiha Itachi, he could no longer remain calm. So he came directly to find Yagyu. He wanted information about Itachi. I can tell you. Looking at Sasuke, Yagyu nodded. But I advise you not to act impulsively. And definitely don't try to find him right now. Impulse is the devil, understand? To be honest, because of Yagyu's overwhelming presence, Sasuke had never developed the arrogant mentality of believing the Uchiha bloodline made him invincible. Compared with the Sasuke Yagyu remembered, this Sasuke was much calmer and more composed. He was not beyond saving. Truthfully speaking, although Sasuke's later actions often seemed frustrating, he was still a pitiful person. If possible, Yagyu did not mind giving him a helping hand. After all, his combat potential was extremely strong. If he could become Yagyu's ally, that would be very useful. To be honest, Sasuke going to Orochimaru was completely unnecessary. Compared with Orochimaru, Yagyu himself was actually a far better teacher for Sasuke. If Sasuke did not defect, Yagyu could make him even stronger than in the original timeline. Whether he could change his destiny depended entirely on Sasuke's own choices. After hearing Yagyu's warning, Sasuke spoke calmly. I know that I'm not that man's opponent right now. I'm also very calm, but I still want to know what he's like now. After merging with Azura Chakra, Yagyu had become much more sensitive to people's emotions. At the same time, his own presence carried greater influence. He could easily tell that Sasuke was not lying. He seems to be doing quite well. After organizing his thoughts, Yagyu continued. That's just my impression. I didn't speak with him much. But I can tell you this. Uchiha Itachi's current strength. He paused briefly. Then spoke with a serious tone. Without a doubt, he has already reached the level of the leaders of the 5 great ninja villages. In other words, the Kage level. And among people at that level, he has already gone very far. Yagyu did not hide anything. He directly explained his encounter with Itachi. After hearing everything, Sasuke stood silently in place. Meanwhile, Yagyu walked over and sat beside Ino. Ignoring Ino rolling her eyes, he casually held his girlfriend's soft hand and played with it while waiting for Sasuke to recover. Sosuke, I thought you and Sasuke didn't get along. Ino leaned close to Yagyu's ear and whispered. Why did you tell him all that? Yagyu glanced at his protective girlfriend and smiled calmly. Then he replied casually, no matter what, Sasuke is still our classmate. And in the future a companion. It's just information. There's no reason to hide it. On the other side, after hearing Yagyu's words, Sasuke finally snapped out of his daze. He looked at Yagyu with complicated emotions. There were 2 reasons. He had always regarded Yagyu as his greatest rival. But he never expected that Yagyu had already grown strong enough to confront Itachi and his teammates directly, and still retreat safely while protecting someone else. Because of what Yagyu had just said. Although this Sasuke was less arrogant and jealous than the one Yagyu remembered. He was still walking the path of darkness. That much had not changed. A darkened heart could hardly be expected to show kindness. In Sasuke's mind, he cared mainly about himself. Yet despite that, Yagyu had called him a classmate, a friend, and even a future companion. Those words stirred something within him. It seems you finally understand the gap between you and Uchiha Itachi. Seeing Sasuke regain his focus, Yagyu spoke again. Hatred can drive people forward. But it's not the best source of strength. Sasuke, only power born from the desire to protect is truly powerful. Of course, that was partly manipulation. Yagyu was simply trying to recruit Sasuke, one of the strongest fighters of the future. Even though the saying went, going dark makes you 10 times stronger, redemption weakens you by 30%. But even after losing that 30%, Sasuke would still possess tremendous power. Patreon Advance 30 Chapters, Patreon.com/1FIC Chapter 43, Taking Missions Alone. 1073 words. After hearing Yagyu's words, Sasuke frowned. He did not like being lectured. With hatred filling his heart, it was impossible for him to change simply because of a few words from Yagyu. Thank you for telling me the information about Uchiha Itachi. Looking at Yagyu, Sasuke said. But my own matters. I have my own thoughts. After saying that, Sasuke turned around and left immediately. Watching Sasuke walk away just like that, Ino, who was fiercely protective of Yagyu, looked displeased. What kind of attitude was that? That guy is really rude. You kindly told him information and gave him advice, yet he. Yagyu gently patted Ino's hand. With a calm smile he said, it's nothing serious, Ino. I expected this outcome. We haven't experienced the pain he has experienced, so we shouldn't try to deny his hatred. After saying that, Yagyu leaned back against the tree and looked up at the sky. This world should have a little more tolerance and a little more understanding. Only then can true peace arrive and the future become better. Ino was momentarily stunned. Then she smiled and leaned her head on Yagyu's shoulder. Is that so? As expected of my men. Your ideals are really ambitious, Sosuke. You're the best. I firmly believe that. Turning his head, Yagyu looked at Ino with affection. He did not say anything more and simply let her lean against him. Inside the Hokage office, Kakashi and the third Hokage were both looking at a crystal ball on the desk. Inside the crystal ball was the scene of Yagyu and Ino leaning against each other. After watching for a moment, the image slowly disappeared. Tolerance and understanding, huh? The third Hokage smiled with satisfaction. Sosuke handled this very well. From the moment Sasuke went to find Yagyu, the third Hokage and Kakashi had been observing through the crystal ball. So they had watched the entire conversation between Yagyu and Sasuke. The third Hokage was very satisfied with how Yagyu handled the information. If Sasuke could be persuaded, and the last remaining member of the Uchiha bloodline could serve Konoha, that would be the best possible outcome. After praising Yagyu, the third Hokage turned to Kakashi. Keep an eye on Sasuke. Don't let him do anything foolish. Right now, knowing too many things would not be good for him. Standing before the Hokage, Kakashi's expression became serious. I will watch him carefully, Hokage-sama. There were many things that Kakashi already knew because of his position. He understood what the third Hokage meant. Inwardly, Kakashi could not help sighing. Among all the rookie teams, Team 7 was definitely the most troublesome one to guide. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, 10 days went by. At noon on that day, at the training ground, amid the sound of lightning, Yagyu's figure moved like a blue bolt of lightning across the field. After images wrapped in lightning release chakra were left behind. In less than a breath, Yagyu appeared on top of a wooden training post. He crossed his arms and smiled with satisfaction. Lightning release chakra mode is officially complete. Just by activating this chakra mode, my speed is more than twice as fast as when I used wind release chakra mode. But the cutting power is weaker. Stretching his arms, Yagyu set his next goal. Next, I'll train to use both chakra modes simultaneously. The speed of lightning release chakra mode, combined with the cutting power of wind release chakra mode, and the sword energy he could release, Yagyu believed his family swordsmanship would shine brilliantly in the ninja world. While thinking about these things, Yagyu opened his status panel. Host status panel name, Yagyu Sosuke Chakra, 2561 Ninjutsu, 751 Taijutsu, 733 Genjutsu, 714. Bloodline limits, Senju Sage Body 41%, Sharingan 3 Tomo overall strength evaluation, Elite Jonin Yagyu's chakra had been increasing rapidly. And the development of the Senju Sage Body had also progressed significantly. The rewards from the sign-in system had been about the same as usual. And his training intensity had not been higher than before. Yet his growth had clearly accelerated. It felt as if he had taken some kind of miraculous tonic. After thinking about it, Yagyu concluded that the reason must be the Azura chakra he had fused with earlier. Only that could explain the changes. Training ends here today. After closing the status panel, Yagyu sighed. Starting tomorrow, missions resume. My vacation is over. Life was not easy. Yagyu sighed again. The moment his words ended, his figure turned into a blue afterimage and disappeared from the training ground. The next day, 9 After resting at home for more than 10 days, Yagyu arrived alone at the mission hall inside the Hokage Tower. Looks like Anko-sensei is still undergoing special training. Walking inside, Yagyu muttered. No choice. I'll just take some missions by myself. Sooner or later he would have to act independently. This could be considered early training. Yagyu walked directly into the mission hall. Since he would be taking missions alone, and considering the dangerous situation during the previous mission, Yagyu decided to play it safe and take a C-rank mission first. C-rank missions usually had little danger, but the payment was still good. Sometimes, certain wealthy merchants' C-rank missions were even more profitable than B-rank missions. High-level missions above B-rank were rarely assigned to a single ninja. Especially since, according to the official ranking system, Yagyu was still technically only a genin. That made it even more unlikely. Anko had suggested that he take C-rank missions alone for now. After her training ended, they could form a team again for higher-level missions. Yagyu accepted this practical advice. As soon as he entered the mission hall, he noticed several familiar faces. Team 7. The three of them were standing there, along with the third Hokage assigning them a mission, and Irika currently shouting at Naruto. The first person to notice Yagyu was the third Hokage. "Sosuke, you're here." Those words made everyone turn toward him. Walking over, Yagyu greeted them. "Old man, Irika-sensei, Kakashi-senpai." After greeting the three elders, Yagyu looked at Team 7. Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke. Long time no see. Ever since graduation. Aside from Team 10, Yagyu had not seen the other rookie teams again. Patreon Advance 30 Chapters, Patreon.com/1FIC Chapter 44. You can always trust Yagyu. Sosuke facing Yagyu's initiative greeting, Kakashi responded kindly, and the third Hokage nodded with satisfaction. Irika, who had been Yagyu's homeroom teacher for 6 years, looked at him with pride. "Sosuke, long time no see." Yagyu smiled when he heard Irika's words. For this teacher who had guided them for 6 years, Yagyu genuinely respected him. Teachers were a noble profession. Even though people like Mizuki sometimes appeared among them, teachers like Irika might not possess extraordinary ability, but their unwavering sense of responsibility was enough to earn the respect of anyone with even a little conscience. In short, Yagyu respected Irika. The most excited person was Naruto. "You've become so amazing. Lately I have been hearing stories about you everywhere." Ever since the graduation exam night, Naruto had truly regarded Yagyu as a friend and comrade. So hearing those stories about him genuinely made Naruto happy. Facing Naruto's enthusiasm, Yagyu nodded. "It's nothing special." Beside them, Sakura smiled politely. "Sosuke, long time no see." Sasuke simply nodded coolly. After greeting everyone, Yagyu looked at the third Hokage. "Old man, give me a C-rank mission. I have been idle for too long lately, I should get back to doing missions." The third Hokage took a puff of his pipe. "All right, no problem." While speaking, he glanced at a C-rank mission scroll in his hand. "Sosuke, you have not taken an escort mission before, this time you can try a C-rank escort mission. There happens to be a target who is suitable for you to protect alone." As he spoke, the third Hokage handed the mission scroll to Yagyu. Opening it and taking a quick look, Yagyu froze for a moment, then his expression became strange. "So this is Team 7's Wave Country mission, and I just stole it right in front of them. What a coincidence." Yes, the escort target mentioned by the third Hokage was the same client who originally hired Team 7 for their first high-level mission. The bridge builder, Tazuna. And it was indeed suitable for Yagyu, because the protection target was only Tazuna himself. "I will take this mission." After putting away the scroll, Yagyu said calmly. "I will be heading out then." With that, Yagyu turned around and left the mission hall. The mission itself was not difficult. The payment did not matter much, but this mission was perfect for building reputation. Among the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist there were some weak members, but the demon of the hidden mist, Momochi Zabuza, still had a reputation. If Yagyu defeated Zabuza, his record would gain another impressive achievement. For someone who needed reputation, this mission was worth doing. After Yagyu left, Naruto, who had already been demanding a higher-level mission, became even more restless. The mission hall quickly turned noisy. 1 hour later. At the gates of Konoha. After completing the departure registration, Yagyu turned toward an old man waiting nearby. "Tazuna, the registration is done." Looking at him calmly, Yagyu said. We can leave now. Tazuna looked at Yagyu with obvious doubt. He asked again, Kid, are you really the only one doing this mission? You do not have teammates. Yagyu glanced at him strangely. He roughly understood the old man's worries, or perhaps Tazuna felt a bit guilty about something. Before Yagyu could answer, Kotetsu Higane, who had just handled the registration, spoke. Sir, please do not worry. Although Lord Sosuke is young and technically still a genin, his strength is no weaker than a jonin. Protecting you from wandering samurai or bandits will not be a problem. After hearing that, Tazuna opened his mouth but said nothing more. He could only nod. Then, I will leave my safety to you. Yagyu smiled faintly. Do not worry. He nodded calmly. In Konoha, you can always trust Yagyu Sosuke. As long as I still have breath left, I will never allow my companions, or the people I protect to suffer any harm. After saying that, Yagyu stepped forward and began walking down the road out of the village. For some reason, Tazuna suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of confidence in this young genin. He followed behind him. Meanwhile, the two eternal chunin guarding the gate, Kotetsu Higane and Izumo Kamizuki, were momentarily stunned. Then they replayed Yagyu's words in their minds. In Konoha, you can always trust Yagyu Sosuke. As long as he still had a breath left, he would never allow harm to come to his companions. That sentence sounded extremely reassuring. Very reassuring. The moment they heard it, Kotetsu and Izumo felt genuine comfort. Watching the young man's departing figure, they felt an overwhelming sense of security. In Konoha, you can always trust Yagyu Sosuke. Both of them murmured the words again. They etched that sentence firmly into their hearts. The sun shone brightly. But it was not scorching, and the air felt fresh rather than oppressive. The land of fire truly was a good place to live. Walking behind Tazuna, Yagyu looked relaxed, but in reality his perception was constantly spreading outward. Within a radius of 1 kilometer, any chakra fluctuation would be detected instantly, nothing could escape his awareness. Although the Senju sage body could not develop sensory techniques, like the Uzumaki clan's Kagura mind's eye, it still greatly enhanced perception. At the very least, Yagyu's sensory ability was far superior to most ninja. After leaving Konoha, about half a day later, 2 weak chakra signatures appeared in Yagyu's perception. So they finally arrived. Yagyu did not react outwardly. Just 2 cannon fodder. I really wonder how Kirigakure trains its ninja. If this level qualifies as chunin, it is honestly pretty mediocre. While silently mocking them, Yagyu continued locking onto those 2 chakra signatures. If nothing unexpected happened, they were the demon brothers, the subordinates of Momochi Zabuza. Patreon Advance 30 Chapters, Patreon.com/1FIC Chapter 45, Below Kage Level, I am invincible 1129 words. After sensing the chakra of the demon brothers, Yagyu remained on guard. After all, they were still 2 chunin. If his carelessness caused Tazuna to get injured, then the boast he made at Konoha's gate would become a joke. And Yagyu himself would probably become a laughingstock. That alone was unacceptable. Yagyu was a man who valued his reputation greatly. However, after walking for another half-day, night was about to fall, and Yagyu was preparing to bring Tazuna to the nearest town to rest. Within his perception, the demon brothers who had only been following finally made their move. They are coming directly. Feeling the 2 weak chakra signatures rapidly approaching, Yagyu showed a puzzled expression. They are not even using a battle plan, they really look down on me. The confusion lasted only for a moment. Yagyu quickly understood the reason. It was very simple. The demon brothers simply did not take him seriously. They probably spent the last half-day tracking and observing just to confirm whether I was alone. After confirming this thought, Yagyu felt somewhat speechless. Being a genin is really looked down upon. It seemed he needed to become a jonin soon. This feeling of being underestimated was truly unpleasant. While Yagyu was thinking about this, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 kunai and more than 10 shuriken suddenly shot out from the trees on both sides of the road. Their targets were Yagyu and Tazuna in front of him. The entire attack happened in an instant. Tazuna only had time to raise his head. He did not even have time to shout for help before the kunai and shuriken were about to hit him. Just as Tazuna froze in place, a hand landed on his shoulder. A rushing sound followed. Tazuna felt his vision blur. In the next moment, his body had moved 5 or 6 meters backward, completely avoiding the kunai and shuriken. Tazuna, are you all right? After saving Tazuna, Yagyu's face remained calm. Tazuna regained his senses and realized he was safe. He immediately let out a long breath. Thank you, Yagyu. Yagyu shook his head. He did not say much, he simply turned his gaze toward a large tree nearby. It is about time for you to come out. His tone was calm. Yagyu casually took a kunai from his ninja pouch. These kinds of trash were not even worthy of making him draw his sword. Whoosh, whoosh. As soon as Yagyu finished speaking, 2 figures rushed out from the trees on both sides. Holding strange weapons, they used the body flicker technique to rapidly approach Yagyu. It was obvious they intended to kill him in a single strike. In such a hurry. Looking at the demon brothers rushing toward him, Yagyu remained completely calm. They may only be appetizers, but since they have delivered themselves to my door, I will reluctantly accept them. Using a body flicker technique far faster than ordinary jonin, Yagyu's figure instantly disappeared from the demon brothers' sight. Yagyu vanished in an instant. The demon brothers, who had been confident in their attack, both cried out in shock. What a fast body flicker technique! However, before their shock could fade, slash, slash. In a flash of light, the sharp kunai in Yagyu's hand sliced across both of their throats. They were killed silently. Thud, thud. With 2 soft sounds, the bodies of the demon brothers collapsed to the ground in front of Tazuna. At the same time, Yagyu's figure appeared again with a faint rushing sound, standing in front of Tazuna with his back facing him. After witnessing everything, Tazuna was completely stunned. His lips trembled. Yagyu, I. Hearing Tazuna hesitate, Yagyu began walking forward. Let's go, mister. Since I accepted this mission, I will handle all the trouble for you. I may not protect you until the bridge construction is finished, but any threats you face, I will deal with them properly. Looking at Yagyu walking ahead, Tazuna stood there blankly for a moment. Then his heart filled with excitement as he quickly followed Yagyu. After the attack by the demon brothers, Tazuna's trust in Yagyu had reached an unbelievable level. You can always trust Yagyu Sosuke. These words had deeply taken root in Tazuna's heart. The next morning, Yagyu woke up from the window seat of the inn, where he had been sitting and sleeping. He stretched lazily. System, sign in. Following the habit he had developed over the years, Yagyu said this in his mind. Ding, sign in successful. Congratulations, you have obtained a rank ninjutsu, lightning release, Chidori. As the system's voice sounded, all the knowledge related to lightning release Chidori instantly appeared in Yagyu's mind, and he directly mastered the technique. After understanding Chidori, Yagyu sighed. Another technique that belongs to a whole series. The stronger version, Lightning Blade, did not even need to be mentioned. The Chidori series of techniques were also extremely powerful. Especially that one technique. S-rank ninjutsu, Lightning Release, Kirin. It was an extremely terrifying lightning release technique. Now I have another development goal. Yagyu smiled with satisfaction. During this period of time, besides training the lightning release chakra mode, Yagyu had also been developing more advanced applications of the Rasengan, and the progress had been quite good. Now that he had obtained lightning release Chidori, he could also begin developing the Chidori series techniques. After receiving the new technique, Yagyu woke Tazuna up. The two of them once again set out on their journey toward the land of waves. 2 days later. In the thick morning fog, Yagyu and Tazuna finally stepped onto the territory of the Land of Waves, escorted by one of Tazuna's friends who risked his life to bring them across the water. The moment they stepped onto the Land of Waves, Tazuna became visibly nervous. The situation ahead may become very dangerous. If you are not confident, you should prioritize your own safety. When he said these words, Tazuna actually felt relieved inside. For the past few days, the guilt in his heart had been tormenting him, and he finally managed to say it. After all, if he had not lied about the mission rank, Yagyu would not have accepted this mission alone. Yagyu glanced at Tazuna and spoke casually. I am quite strong. At the very least, protecting Tazuna from Momochi Zabuza and Haku was absolutely not a problem. He came here to take Momochi Zabuza's head in exchange for reputation, not to die. Below Kage level, I am invincible. Above Kage level, I can still trade 1 for 1. This level of confidence was something Yagyu definitely possessed. Patreon Advance 30 Chapters, Patreon.com/1FIC Chapter 46, Konoha Genin Destroy the World 1052 Words Tap, tap, tap. Steady footsteps sounded within the thick fog. Yagyu and Tazuna walked through the forest one after the other, heading toward Tazuna's home. At this point, Yagyu had already entered a constant state of battle readiness. His perception remained fully active at all times. Momochi Zabuza was an elite jonin after all, someone capable of pushing Kakashi into a hard battle. And with Haku, who possessed the powerful Kekkei Genkai Ice Release, hiding somewhere nearby, Yagyu did not dare relax even slightly. This was completely different from the foolish demon brothers he eliminated 2 days earlier. This fog is really thick. While walking, Tazuna showed a puzzled expression. This should not be happening. Hearing that, Yagyu looked at him. Tazuna, is something wrong? After all, Yagyu was not familiar with the situation in the Land of Waves. He simply assumed this kind of weather was normal. Still, it was better to confirm just in case. No, according to the usual conditions, there should not be such thick fog at this time. Tazuna shook his head, still confused. I have lived in the Land of Waves for many years. I have never seen fog this heavy at this time of day. Hearing this, Yagyu immediately sensed something was wrong. Abnormal fog. It feels like I have forgotten something important. Fog, fog, fog. A piece of information suddenly flashed through his mind. Zabuza's silent killing technique, combined with the hidden mist technique. Too much time had passed since he transmigrated. He remembered the Land of Waves mission, but the exact details were vague. He had forgotten such an important piece of information. Just as Yagyu realized this, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of a massive blade cutting through the air suddenly came from every direction within the thick fog. Before Yagyu could determine the exact direction, on Tazuna's left side, the fog was violently split apart by a spinning massive sword. The blade swept toward Tazuna's waist with terrifying speed. The momentum was so powerful that Yagyu was also caught within the attack range. The Executioner's Blade. Seeing the huge sword rushing toward Tazuna, Yagyu's pupils shrank. What a miscalculation. Even though he spoke those words, Yagyu's actions did not slow down. With a body flicker technique, Yagyu instantly appeared in front of the incoming attack. His chakra blade was drawn in an instant. Covered in sharp wind-release chakra, Yagyu swung his sword and struck the Executioner's Blade. Sparks scattered everywhere. The terrifying Executioner's Blade was blocked by Yagyu and then knocked away. After spinning through the air several times, the heavy blade crashed into the ground more than 10 meters away. This fog is too troublesome. Now fully in combat mode, Yagyu looked serious. Wind-release chakra mode. The moment he spoke, a powerful surge of wind-release chakra erupted from his body. A violent gust of wind spread outward from Yagyu, sweeping across the forest. Very quickly, the thick fog covering the entire forest was blown away. Yagyu's vision immediately cleared. Just as the fog completely dispersed, with a faint sound, a tall figure appeared standing on the Executioner's Blade. Bare upper body, bandages covering half his face, a powerful and intimidating presence. Standing upright like a spear. Facing Yagyu and Tazuna, the man radiated intense killing intent. Momochi Zabuza had finally appeared. Looking at Zabuza, Yagyu's expression became serious. So you finally showed yourself. After dispersing the fog, Yagyu extended his perception again, and immediately detected Haku's chakra. Also nearby. Yagyu had not expected that the hidden mist technique could block perception. But after thinking about it, it made sense. Most ninja possessed some form of sensory ability. If the hidden mist technique could not interfere with perception, Zabuza's silent killing technique would never have become so famous. You brat from Konoha. Zabuza looked at Yagyu with slight surprise. And you are only a genin. Judging by your appearance, you must have just graduated from the ninja academy. But that chakra of yours is quite impressive. Yagyu casually spun his chakra blade in a smooth flourish. His gaze locked onto Zabuza. So what if I am a genin? Looking down on a Konoha genin will be the most foolish mistake of your life. Ignorant fool. Did he not know that Konoha genin could destroy the world in battle, while jonin fought like ordinary brawlers? Zabuza froze briefly, then laughed. Is that so? Every ninja from Konoha is incredibly arrogant. Fine, there is nothing more to say to someone who is about to die. As he spoke, Zabuza jumped down to the ground and grabbed the executioner's blade. Kid, the real ninja world is not like the games you played at the academy. Unfortunately, your ninja career ends here. I will gladly take your life. With those words, Zabuza raised his executioner's blade and prepared to strike. Yagyu chuckled as he watched Zabuza move. You are finished. In the next moment, Yagyu's figure left behind a blurred afterimage. In less than a breath, he appeared directly in front of Zabuza. His chakra blade, wrapped in wind-release chakra condensed into blade energy, swung toward Zabuza with a simple strike. Zabuza was shocked by the sudden burst of speed. A mere genin has this kind of speed. Despite his shock, the experience of an elite jonin, and one of the 7 ninja swordsmen quickly showed itself. Instead of attacking, he shifted the executioner's blade into a defensive block, raising it like a shield in front of himself. Trying to block? Seeing this, Yagyu sneered. Can you even block it? As soon as he finished speaking, the speed of Yagyu's chakra blade increased even further. At the same time, the faint blue blade aura suddenly shone brightly. A terrifying sharpness spread outward. At that moment, the ordinary-looking chakra blade in Yagyu's hand felt like an unrivaled weapon. A metallic collision echoed. Then Yagyu's chakra blade cut directly into the body of the executioner's blade. The blade energy erupted violently. Like a blade splitting bamboo, it began cutting straight through the massive sword. Its target was Zabuza hiding behind the weapon. Seeing this scene, Zabuza was completely stunned. Patreon Advance 30 Chapters, Patreon.com/1FIC Chapter 47, Yagyu Sosuke of Konoha. 1196 words, what a sharp blade. Shocked in his heart, Momochi Zabuza did not dare hesitate. At the very moment Yagyu's chakra blade was about to hit him, Zabuza quickly retreated. However, something Zabuza never expected happened. The instant he retreated, Yagyu's chakra blade had already cut through the executioner's blade, and a 5 to 6 meter long blue blade energy tore through the air. Moving far faster than him, it slashed directly across his body. After passing through Zabuza, the blue blade energy continued forward, cutting down more than 10 large trees in the forest behind him before finally dissipating. A strong gust of wind blew past. The dust raised by Yagyu's attack was scattered. Thick blood stained the bandages red. Zabuza held his waist with one hand, preventing his body from splitting apart. His eyes stared at Yagyu in disbelief. Although the young man was taller than most people his age, anyone could tell that he had only recently graduated from the ninja academy. Yet he had killed him with a single strike. Unbelievable. His voice was low and quickly growing weaker. With just one move, you not only cut through the executioner's blade but also killed me. Is this what a Konoha genin is like? Hearing Zabuza's words, Yagyu slowly sheathed his sword and spoke calmly. That's right. This is what a Konoha genin is like. As the first jonin to die by my hand, you have the qualification to take my name with you to hell. Remember it well, the one who killed you is Yagyu Sasuke of Konoha. Zabuza's eyes rapidly lost their light. He remembered that name. With a dull sound, Zabuza's body fell to the ground and split into two pieces. From his right shoulder to his left waist, his body had been completely severed by Yagyu's strike. The battle from beginning to end lasted less than 2 seconds. A ninja who had once possessed considerable fame in the shinobi world, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, the demon of the hidden mist Momochi Zabuza, died completely in the unknown land of waves. The moment Zabuza's body fell, another figure landed beside him and knelt down. It was Haku. Yagyu was not surprised by his appearance. Zabuza had been Haku's spiritual pillar. Now that pillar was gone, there was no meaning left in his life. This could be seen clearly from Haku's lifeless eyes. Zabuza-sama. Looking at Zabuza's body, Haku's voice was filled with complicated emotions. Those were feelings that Yagyu could not fully understand. After carefully placing Zabuza's body together, Haku looked at Yagyu. Please allow me to die under the same blade as Zabuza-sama. Yagyu looked at Haku's pleading expression. After a brief moment of thought, he nodded. A flash of blade light appeared. Yagyu turned around and walked toward the executioner's blade that Zabuza had thrown earlier. This weapon was his trophy, and also proof that he had killed Zabuza. It needed to be brought back to Konoha. As for Haku, who lowered his head and died quietly after Yagyu's strike, Yagyu had no interest at all. He was not a gay man, nor did he have any strange preferences. Even if Haku was more beautiful than many girls, so what? After sealing the executioner's blade inside a sealing scroll, Yagyu turned toward Tazuna. Tazuna had been stunned the entire time, as if frightened senseless. Tazuna, let's go. Looking at him, Yagyu spoke calmly. Hurry back to your home. Tonight I will arrange everything, tomorrow this mission will be finished. Next, all that remained was to deal with Gato. Once that was done, the mission would be completely successful. Tazuna finally regained his senses. After glancing at the bodies of Zabuza and Haku, he quickly followed behind Yagyu. Although the short battle earlier seemed too fast for him to fully understand, one thing was certain. Yagyu Sasuke was truly powerful. The next morning, Yagyu had already boarded a ship leaving the land of waves. As for the remaining dangers of the mission, they had all been resolved the previous night. Even though the land of waves would eventually fall under new capitalist control again, at least until the bridge was completed, Tazuna's safety would not be threatened. Ding, sign in successful. Congratulations, you have obtained 60 days of swordsmanship training. The system's voice sounded. Yagyu immediately felt his already master-level swordsmanship improve further. That feels great. After saying this happily, Yagyu sat at the bow of the ship and looked toward the distant shoreline. He began thinking. In a while the Chunin exams should begin. The Konoha Crush plan will also start soon. When he thought about the events after the Konoha Crush plan, an elegant and stunning woman appeared in Yagyu's mind. One of the legendary Sannin of Konoha. Speaking of which, she is technically my senior sister. Yagyu's expression became somewhat strange. That woman should be extremely beautiful, and most importantly, she should be very large. What was Tsunade most famous for? Naturally, it was the pair of treasures unmatched by any woman in the shinobi world. With a smile on his lips, Yagyu thought quietly. Before Tsunade, there is still Orochimaru to deal with. Slowly, there is no need to rush. Putting those thoughts aside, Yagyu quietly waited for the ship to reach shore so he could return to Konoha. One day later, After returning from the land of waves, Yagyu went directly to the Hokage office. Standing before the third Hokage, Yagyu reported the entire process of the mission. That is everything that happened during this mission. Looking at the third Hokage, who had fallen into thought, Yagyu handed over a mission report scroll. He also handed over a sealing scroll containing the executioner's blade. Inside this scroll is one of the 7 ninja swords of Kirigakure, the executioner's blade. I will leave it to you, old man. As for the payment, I do not mind, but this mission should at least be recorded as AB rank mission. Hearing Yagyu's words, the third Hokage nodded while smoking his pipe. This mission has indeed reached the level of AB rank mission. Do not worry, as your teacher, how could I possibly treat you unfairly? While saying this, the third Hokage looked at Yagyu with slight helplessness. Facing that look, Yagyu shrugged. Since the mission is finished, I will head home. The third Hokage naturally had no objections. After Yagyu left, he opened the sealing scroll. It seems he really did encounter the demon of the hidden mist. Looking at the damaged but partially restored executioner's blade, the third Hokage spoke slowly. This kid's luck is truly something else. After that, he had the Umbu store the executioner's blade. Then the third Hokage began planning another round of publicity for Yagyu's achievements. One of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, the elite Jonin demon of the hidden mist Momochi Zabuza, had been killed by Yagyu. If such a record were announced, it would bring tremendous fame. Patreon Advance 30 Chapters, Patreon.com/1FIC Chapter 48, Becoming Hokage Does Not Matter. 1060 Words Yagyu Bookstore. I'm back. Carrying his long sword on his back, Yagyu walked inside and immediately saw his mother organizing books. Noticing Yagyu's return, his mother smiled. You're back. You didn't get injured during this mission, right? Yagyu shook his head. While walking toward the backyard, he replied, I'm not injured. I'll go take a bath first, then I'll tell you about the mission later. Watching Yagyu walk into the courtyard, his mother smiled and shook her head. Ever since rumors about Yagyu's strength began spreading through the village, she had become much less worried about his safety. After all, the stronger someone was, the safer they would be when performing missions. After some time passed, Yagyu finished bathing and came out wearing casual clothes. His girlfriend Ino was already waiting in the living room, drinking tea while reading a book about flowers. When she saw Yagyu, Ino put down the book and smiled. You're back. Seeing his girlfriend, Yagyu showed a gentle smile. After sitting beside her, he asked, Did Team 10 not have any missions today? Leaning lightly into Yagyu's arms, Ino continued reading her book. Most of our missions are D-rank missions. Recently Asuma-sensei has been focusing on strengthening our foundation, so we have not been doing many missions. In a couple of days we will go on AC rank escort mission. Hearing this, Yagyu nodded. This was the normal pace for newly graduated genin teams. His own progress was completely abnormal. Compared to that, Team 10's progress was normal. AC rank escort mission. Yagyu smiled slightly. Escort missions are not easy, but C rank missions usually do not involve ninja battles, so they are not very dangerous. And with Asuma-senpai, an elite jonin, leading the team, your safety will not be a problem. Ino rolled her eyes. Do you think everyone is like you? You are only a genin, yet you skipped the D-rank missions entirely and directly started doing B-rank and C-rank missions. That makes people jealous. Yagyu smiled. He reached out and gently pinched Ino's small nose. High-level missions also mean high danger. With your current strength, doing those missions would be suicide. I believe that in the future, Ino will definitely become the most beautiful female ninja in Konoha. Becoming the strongest was unlikely. After all, in the future Sakura would likely become one of the strongest female ninja in the world. Ino smiled brightly. I think so too. Looking at Ino leaning in his arms, Yagyu could not help remembering the future version of Ino with long golden hair reaching her waist. She would indeed become extremely beautiful. Her figure would also be well proportioned, full of mature charm. Yagyu silently thought to himself. His future looked promising. By the way, after reading for a while, Ino suddenly spoke. Earlier I heard my father mention something. He said the third Hokage seems to be struggling to handle everything now, and he will probably start preparing you to become Hokage. Sosuke, you might become the youngest Hokage in history. Hearing this, Yagyu paused. Then he looked at Ino with surprise. This girl could actually hear such information. In truth, from Ino's words Yagyu could roughly guess the third Hokage's intentions. It was not certain that the third Hokage truly intended to train him as a successor. But the possibility definitely existed. As for the final outcome, only time would tell. However, Yagyu did not believe that even if the third Hokage arranged it, things would necessarily succeed. Because before long, the third Hokage would die as a hero during his final battle with Orochimaru. Ino, being Hokage, is not as wonderful as you imagine. Looking at her, Yagyu spoke gently. Whether I become Hokage or not does not matter. As long as I can stay with you and everyone else, that is enough. Of course, if becoming Hokage allows me to accomplish things I want to do, then that would also be good. When he thought about how Naruto would become exhausted after becoming Hokage in the future, Yagyu shook his head. Being Hokage was not exactly a comfortable job. After hearing Yagyu's words, Ino did not continue the topic. She understood his personality very well. Whatever decision Yagyu made, she would support him completely. Time always passed quietly. In the blink of an eye, 2 months went by. For Yagyu, these 2 months were extremely fulfilling. During those 2 months, he and Anko completed 5 B-rank missions together. They also participated in one A-rank mission alongside the ANBU. Besides those 6 high-level missions, he also completed 4 C-rank bandit suppression missions. His schedule was packed. At the same time, Yagyu's reputation in Konoha rose rapidly. He had completely become the leading figure among the new generation of ninja. And the only leading figure. His growth speed had completely surpassed his peers, making him the most popular rising ninja in Konoha. Of course, this situation would not exist without the third Hokage's support. After all, Yagyu's mission completion rate and achievements were widely publicized by the third Hokage. Returning to the present. On this day, Yagyu was not performing any missions. He was strolling through the streets of Konoha. When he saw several unfamiliar ninja wearing equipment different from Konoha's, and headbands from other hidden villages, he paused. It looks like the Chunin exams are about to begin. Observing those ninja, Yagyu immediately understood the situation. Ninja from other villages have already started arriving. The Chunin exams. This was an important event that Yagyu had been waiting for. Because it would become a major turning point in Konoha's history. That huge chakra. Before Yagyu could wander around much longer, his perception suddenly detected a powerful chakra. He froze briefly. Then he remembered an important character. The Jinchuriki from Tsunagakure. Gaara, who was currently in a deeply unstable state. This is interesting. Yagyu's eyes lit up with curiosity. He remembered an interesting scene. I should go take a look. After taking 2 steps forward, Yagyu's figure vanished among a gust of wind and falling leaves. This was Konoha's unique body flicker technique. The Konoha body flicker. Although it was simply a basic body flicker technique, it looked extremely cool when used. Patreon Advance 30 Chapters, Patreon.com/1FIC Chapter 49, Already Living in Legends. 1093 words. Yagyu silently appeared on a large tree. With a single glance, he could clearly see the confrontation taking place in the relatively empty street below. As expected, it's them. Seeing the people present, Yagyu showed an expression of watching a show. Gaara and Sasuke are hiding in the shadows. Looks like they are both preparing to show off. Interesting. Very interesting. The current Uchiha Sasuke had already started walking down the path of showing off, and he was going further and further along it. Of course, he rarely succeeded. In the alley that Yagyu was watching, Naruto and Sakura stood together, glaring angrily at the two genin from Sunagakure standing opposite them. Yagyu had never met those two genin before. However, based on their distinctive outfits, he easily identified them. Who else could they be besides Kankuro and Temari? Of course, they were not the only ones present. There were also 3 children in the alley, all of whom Yagyu had seen before. The third Hokage's grandson, Konohamaru Sarutobi, along with his 2 companions Moegi Kazamatsuri and Udon Ise. At the moment, however, Konohamaru was being held by Kankuro. Judging from the situation, Kankuro clearly intended to beat him badly. In the alley, Naruto watched as Konohamaru was held like trash by Kankuro, and anger filled his face. Let him go. Staring at Kankuro with determination, Naruto clenched his fists. Or I will punch you right now. Kankuro looked at Naruto. Especially at the ninja headbands worn by Naruto and Sakura. In that instant, a thought appeared in his mind. Standing beside him, Temari calmly said, "Forget it, Kankuro. Be careful or you might get beaten later." Kankuro shook his head. Still holding Konohamaru, he spoke, "Before the troublesome one arrives, I will just play with you a little." While speaking, Kankuro tightened his grip. Konohamaru, still just a child, quickly turned red from being choked. "You bastard!" Naruto shouted angrily and rushed forward. However, Naruto was still extremely inexperienced. He was not Kankuro's opponent at all. From Yagyu's perspective above, he could clearly see a thin, but extremely strong chakra thread extending from Kankuro's fingertips. It wrapped around Naruto's leg and instantly knocked him to the ground. What just happened? Naruto lay on the ground, completely confused. Seeing this scene, Kankuro showed a mocking smile. So that's it. Konoha's genin are this weak. Hearing this broad insult, even Yagyu, who was just watching the show, raised his eyebrows. He felt slightly annoyed. I have decided. Watching Kankuro continue showing off, Yagyu murmured quietly. In the upcoming exams, if I don't beat this guy until he has psychological trauma, my name Yagyu Sasuke will be written backward. Konoha genin are weak. Kid, you have chosen a very narrow path. At that moment, just as Kankuro was about to attack Konohamaru. Whoosh, thud. A small stone suddenly shot out from the side and struck Kankuro's hand accurately. Everyone turned toward the source. Uchiha Sasuke sat on a tree branch while tossing another stone in his hand. He looked down at Kankuro and sneered. You are getting a little too arrogant in someone else's village. Sasuke crushed the stone in his hand. His gaze became cold. Get lost. Rubbing his injured hand, Kankuro glared at Sasuke with killing intent. Another annoying brat. You must be that Yagyu Sasuke everyone in Konoha is talking about. Get down here, brat. Let me see how strong you really are. Hearing this, everyone from Konoha froze for a moment. Then they all looked at Kankuro with strange expressions. Sasuke is Yagyu Sasuke. That was simply ridiculous. Even Sasuke himself looked slightly embarrassed. After thinking for a moment, he explained, I am not Yagyu Sasuke. My name is Uchiha Sasuke. If you want to fight him, I advise you not to. Kankuro and Temari looked at him with confusion. Is Yagyu Sasuke weaker than you? Sasuke shook his head. In his mind appeared the image of Yagyu's back. That man is very strong. Strong enough to make people despair. Someone like you will never even catch up to his shadow. I advise you not to humiliate yourself. Kankuro remained silent for a moment. His expression showed both doubt and disbelief. Then he raised his hand. The puppet on his back was taken down. It was obvious that he intended to fight Sasuke. At that moment, Yagyu noticed movement from Gaara, who had been hiding in the shadows the entire time. Without making a sound, Gaara appeared on another branch of the same tree where Sasuke stood. Gaara's voice was cold and filled with killing intent. He looked at Kankuro indifferently. "Stop embarrassing our village. Do you even remember why we came here?" The moment he appeared, an intense pressure filled the area. Everyone felt it, including Sasuke, who had just been showing off. Kankuro, who had been arrogant just moments ago, suddenly looked like a mouse facing a cat. He was filled with fear. Even his voice trembled as cold sweat ran down his face. Temari also looked nervous. Seeing this scene, Yagyu shook his head. The intimidation of a Jinchuriki is truly terrifying. Gaara, that problem child, can only be saved by Naruto. Looking at Team 7 below, who were completely overwhelmed, Yagyu felt somewhat speechless. They were still too inexperienced. This is boring. I wanted to show off, but it turns out I have already become a legend. That feeling is quite uncomfortable. After saying that casually, Yagyu stopped watching the scene. This kind of small drama is not worth watching in the future. As he finished speaking, Yagyu disappeared again among a gust of wind and falling leaves. Inside Yagyu's room, Yagyu lay on his bed holding a form. He had received the Chunin exam application form from Anko earlier. So I really have to take the Chunin exam alone. Yagyu looked at the form with an unsurprised expression. Judging from the old man's intentions, he probably wants me to demonstrate Konoha's new generation strength to all the villages participating in this exam. Promotion to Chunin did not require passing the exam. As the leader of the village, the third Hokage could directly promote Genin to Chunin or Chunin to Jonin. As long as they had completed enough missions. Based on Yagyu's mission record, he could easily be promoted to Chunin. However, that had not happened. Instead, he was being made to participate in the Chunin exams. The purpose behind this decision was obvious. Patreon Advance 30 Chapters, Patreon.com/1FIC Chapter 50, The First Exam. 1301 Words, forget it. Yagyu placed the Chunin exam application form aside, and pulled the blanket over himself. I will just take the exam according to my normal plan. Passing the Chunin exam was as easy as taking something out of his pocket for Yagyu. Since that was the case, there was nothing to worry about. As for the issue of participating in the Chunin exam alone, Yagyu did not care much. After all, he was not the first person to do it. Before him there had already been someone else, Uchiha Itachi, who also took the Chunin exam alone. The next morning, after finishing breakfast, Yagyu casually put on a ninja tool pouch and walked out of the house. The moment he stepped outside, he saw Team 10 waiting at his doorstep. Yo, you are here. Seeing Yagyu come out, Nara Shikamaru casually greeted him. So you are really going to take the Chunin exam too? I thought you would just be promoted directly to Chunin. When Akimichi Choji saw Yagyu come out, he was eating potato chips. He held out the snack toward Yagyu. Yagyu, want some? Yagyu casually took a chip and ate it. There was a special saying in Konoha. If you could receive snacks from the Akimichi clan, it meant you had already become their friend. Yagyu had already been acknowledged by Choji. Sasuke, are you sure it will be fine for you to take the exam alone? Ino walked over and hugged Yagyu's arm. Without teammates supporting you, and with so many participants, will you be overwhelmed? Yagyu reached out and pinched Ino's cheek. He smiled confidently. Relax, it will be fine. The Chunin exam is nothing. Even if I am alone, passing it will still be effortless. After saying that, Yagyu held Ino's hand and walked toward the Ninja Academy. Shikamaru and Choji followed behind them. If you are taking the Chunin exam, Yagyu, then can we still pass and become Chunin? While crunching loudly on snacks, Choji suddenly asked. To be honest, is there even any point for us to take the Chunin exam? After hearing Choji's question, Shikamaru's eyes moved slightly as he thought about it. I think the Chunin exam is probably not that simple. Since Asuma-sensei told us to participate, there should be some special reason. Hearing this, Yagyu glanced at Shikamaru. As expected of the strategist clan of Konoha, Shikamaru's intelligence was truly impressive. Shikamaru is right. Yagyu picked up Shikamaru's point and explained, this kind of joint Chunin exam is not only for selecting outstanding Chunin. It also has another special meaning. He paused briefly. Displaying your military strength to other nations. After saying that, Yagyu did not go deeper into the topic. Instead, he answered Choji's concern. Also, whether someone becomes a Chunin is not judged purely by combat ability. Chunin can lead ninja squads, so the exam also evaluates judgment, decision-making, adaptability, and other overall qualities. In the end, the village decides which genin become Chunin. So just perform normally and show your abilities. After hearing Yagyu's explanation, the three members of Team 10 nodded. Along the way, Yagyu held Ino's hand as the four of them chatted and laughed while walking toward the ninja academy. Since they had left early, there were not many genin at the academy yet when they arrived. After easily passing the genjutsu test set up downstairs, the four of them went upstairs. At the entrance of the exam hall, they saw three familiar figures waiting there. The instructors of the three rookie teams. And also Anko, who served as Yagyu's partner. Good morning, seniors. Yagyu casually raised his hand to greet them. Are you supervising today's exam? After Yagyu greeted them, Ino and the others also greeted respectfully. I am here waiting for you. Anko looked at Yagyu and said, I came to cheer you on. You must become a Chunin this time. If my teammate is still a genin, it will be embarrassing for me. Although she said that, there was no sign on Anko's face that she was worried about Yagyu failing. Yagyu looked at Anko with slight speechlessness. He stepped toward the exam hall and said casually, relax, I am quite strong. Watching Yagyu's back as he walked away, the instructors present all showed expressions filled with emotion. Yagyu Sosuke. Among this generation and even several previous graduating classes, he was the most outstanding existence. He had already become the future pillar of Konoha, and the leader figure among the new generation. Even these experienced veterans who had seen many great events had to admit, Yagyu was so outstanding that it was impossible to feel jealous of him. Unaware of what the instructors were thinking, Yagyu entered the exam hall. Meanwhile, Ino and the other two were stopped by Sarutobi Asuma. Apparently he had something to tell them. After entering the hall, Yagyu quickly scanned everyone inside. Quite a few had already arrived. However, among the people he remembered, only a few were present. After finding his seat, Yagyu sat down quietly and closed his eyes to rest. He did not take this exam seriously at all. As time passed, more and more people filled the exam hall. Many people Yagyu remembered began to appear. The three siblings from Sunagakure he had seen earlier. The three minor sound ninja who would appear in the second exam. And one person who caught Yagyu's attention the most. Kabuto Yakushi. An extremely talented ninja. Not only did he survive until the end of the story, he even lived into the Boruto era, and became the director of the Konoha orphanage. As the number of people increased, the entire exam hall became noisy. Especially after Naruto and the others arrived. Yagyu did not join them. He preferred quiet. After greeting them briefly, he simply sat in his seat, watching everything unfold calmly. Meanwhile, the relaxed conversation between the three rookie teams of Konoha attracted attention and dissatisfaction from many others. Pairs of eyes filled with hostility looked toward them. However, the rookies who had reunited after a long time did not notice any of this. They also did not care about the change in atmosphere. Next, everything proceeded exactly as Yagyu remembered. Kabuto appeared and warned the Konoha rookies. Then he showed off the intelligence he had gathered, stirring up a commotion. After that he deliberately provoked the three-sound ninja, and was severely beaten, bringing the small incident to an end. After watching for a while, Yagyu withdrew his attention. Such small scenes did not interest him. Instead, Yagyu's heart was somewhat heavy. Because of his teacher, the third Hokage. There was no helping it. Even though he had already decided not to save the third Hokage during the Konoha crush, and allow him to die in that battle, they had still spent many years together. Naturally, Yagyu could not feel completely indifferent. There is no other way. Looking at the Hokage rock in the distance, specifically the statue of the third Hokage, Yagyu thought silently, "Old man, you are already old. And after ruling the village for so many years, your prestige has become too great. When I was still a student it was fine, but now that I have graduated and will show more abilities, you are no longer suitable to remain Hokage. Only the future fifth Hokage Tsunade was more suitable for the coming era." More importantly, it aligned with Yagyu's personal interests. And for the third Hokage, ending his life as a hero who protected Konoha was also a dignified conclusion. Perhaps it was also the best ending deep down in his own heart. In short, for Yagyu's greatest benefit, the third Hokage must step down. Patreon Advance 30 Chapters, Patreon.com/1FIC. Don't forget to like and subscribe to Novels Wonderland.